Chapter 401. Conditions for joining. Listening to what Anne said, Chang Nyo's expression did not change at all. Instead, he turned his head and carefully looked at the beauty in front of him. In the impression, Chang Nyo still has some respect for Anne. He possesses the time series devil fruit that can degenerate people, but his personal evolution ability is slightly inferior. Whether the true empire is strong or not does not depend on one person, but more on the power of unity. In this world, the true empire is not the most powerful existence. Despite this, what we hold in our hands, the power is enough to ensure that the people within our jurisdiction have enough food and clothing. At least let them live in this country without having to worry about being invaded by any pirates, let alone being deprived by the rulers. Many people can find the meaning of survival in such an environment. Even if you join, you will is treated the same. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile on his lips. I have read newspapers about the true empire. Although I don't know much about you personally, I can still feel that you will never be limited to staying in a quiet corner of that corner. Don't impose your own ideas on us. What do you think is the difference between you and those in the world government? Anne said sarcastically. What an interesting woman. I came here just to communicate. As for the difference between me and the world government, this kind of thing is not what I should care about. Others' evaluations will naturally be left there. To be honest, I don't like your current attitude very much. If I were willing, I could destroy your entire new navy in an instant just by relying on my own power. In addition, I would like to advise you, what kind of words you have to say, what kind of strength you have. Standing here, you are not their leader. Mr. Zifa, who is the real leader, has not spoken. With your attitude, you can easily be beaten. Chang Nyo said with a smile still on his face, and then focused his eyes on Zifa. There was no need for him to always feel sorry for a little girl. But Zifa, who had been watching this scene, suddenly had another thought in his mind. He stared at Chang Nyo quietly, and then said with a smile on his face, there is nothing wrong with the new navy joining the true empire. Teacher. At this time, it wasn't just Anne who couldn't stand, even Binz, another student standing next to him, was shocked when he heard this. But when they were about to be surprised, Zifa directly interrupted them with a look. Speak. Then he continued what he said above and said, in the past 2 years, I have learned a little bit about the Toru Empire, but just relying on these is not enough. If you want me to join the Toru Empire, there is only one condition. I am already so old. And don't have a few years to live. What worries me the most is the student in front of me. The only condition for joining the true empire is that you marry her. Teacher, what on earth are you talking about? Anne instantly became angry and couldn't believe that these words actually came from his teacher's mouth. Chang Nyo was also surprised. He didn't understand what the old guy in front of him was thinking. He started doing this without saying anything. Sometimes he really couldn't figure out how their brain circuits worked. Turned? But these words have already been said, and Zifa has no intention of taking them back. Chang Nyo can only smile and say, I already have a princess, and I am not interested in this kind of thing. I'm not interested in you yet. Anne looked at Chang Nyo angrily and said. You said you, it's not me who said this, why are you always angry at me? Besides, I haven't refused now, is it possible that you don't want to? Chang Nyo said. If you have this attitude, then it is impossible for the new navy to join the true empire, which means that our conditions cannot be met. Zifa said seriously. Oh, it seems that this trip was really in vain. Although I really want you to join the true empire and give you a richer environment, it seems that this kind of statement does not make sense here at all. I really look forward to your future his performance. I really don't know if you will still have the courage to say such things in a few years. Chang Nyo sighed, and then slowly floated 1 m above the submarine. He no longer wanted to talk to this group of people. No matter how much he wanted to invite Zifa to join the true empire, he had to face the opponent's proposal. Chang Nyo rejected the conditions for coming out without even thinking about it. You really take yourself too seriously. Anne was muttering, but who couldn't hear what she said. Sometimes I really hope you can think about it carefully. Soon, the whole world may be in greater turmoil. What do you think you can do just by relying on you people? It is difficult to realize your ideals. Isn't it possible that you can do this kind of thing with your mouth? Forget it for today, in the future, the true empire will still welcome you. As Chang Nyo said, he slowly stepped into the air and began to move towards the ship he was on. He no longer has much patience to deal with this matter. For these so-called new navy, they cannot see the existence of despair without going through a big ordeal. Rather than giving them a big pie now, it would be better to let them accept the rejection in the future. In the current mixed situation of the pirate world, just relying on people like their new navy, I am afraid that they will not be able to create even a single wave in this world. Now everyone has seen Chongnyo and expressed his attitude. The trip to Bahai is not a fruitless one. At least I can't be shy and ask them to join my country. Now I come to express my attitude, which can be regarded as planting a seed in their hearts that is about to sprout. Convincing Zifa now is no longer the most important thing for Chongnyo to do next. After all, there is something more complicated in the next thing. Now that everything that can be said and done has been done, all that is left is to wait quietly for arrangements. After returning to the ship, Junhee didn't ask any questions. Although he had some doubts in his heart, looking at the attitude of His Majesty the King, he had already spoken and finally took it back. From the moment they boarded the ship, the merchant ship beneath them began to slowly leave the sea. Chapter 402 Pluto is preparing to see the light of day again. Chongnyo and the others left without the slightest trace of attachment, and they didn't even look back. But Zifa's side is completely different. At the moment they left, Zifa was old and still full of energy, but the next second he returned to his previous weak appearance. Sigh, looking at them like this, they may be the only country that can arm wrestle with the world government and navy in the future. Zifa sighed and said. Why do you give them such a high evaluation? We also know a little bit about the situation in the true empire. It's not as exaggerated as you said, right? Anne asked. You still know too little. Do you think the true empire is powerful? The navy and the world government will indulge his current behavior. When it first started to develop, the biggest advantage of the TE Empire was that it was located in a land all over the world, and everything was developed in a hidden stage. A country that could quietly develop so many powerful military forces, navy, and world government, no one understands that this is enough to prove the methods of Emperor true. As the strength gradually becomes stronger, in the South Blue Sea area, even the world government probably did not expect that the other party could develop so fast. After all, I also want to see the embarrassed expressions of those people now. Zifa said with a smile. Teacher, you said that at the beginning, the world government knew that the true empire was likely to pose a threat, so why didn't they start taking action at the beginning? Binz asked with some confusion. This kind of thing is not difficult to understand. At first, everyone thought that the Toru Empire was just for business development. From the day they first became the 4 emperors and 1 emperor, I guess even the old guys from the world government, everyone was stunned. But things have developed to this point, and the navy and the world government can no longer do whatever they want. The powerful forces in the depths and the South Blue Sea are beyond the imagination of the navy and the world government. Not to mention that the true empire emerged as a country, the world government and the navy had no special reason to attack them at all. In addition, the most important point is that once they attack the South Blue Sea area, how could it be done back then? The New World, which is easy to maintain peace, may once again enter a state of turmoil, which will have a great impact on the navy and the world government's goal of controlling the balance of the New World. Zifa analyzed and said. As expected of a man who had served as a naval admiral, all his analysis of these matters hit the mark, and every aspect was just right. This is at least his understanding, and it can also represent the understanding among the navy and the world government. Then do you think the guy just said that there will be huge turbulence in the entire sea in a short time is not credible? Anne also opened his mouth and asked. There is nothing credible or untrustworthy. According to the current strength of the true empire, as long as they are willing to create a big event, then this situation will definitely happen. In today's world, no force can compare with him. The navy has gradually given up control of the South Blue Sea. Those guys in the New World have begun to become restless one by one. Maybe it will be like what he said. Var. Zifa said. Now that everyone has left, teacher, we should go to the Lubnai Road Kingdom first. As for the rest of the matter, we will discuss it then. Binz lowered his head slightly and said. In fact, for Chongnyo, although this trip to the North Sea did not achieve the desired effect, it was not nothing. Through the ability of the soul fruit, Chongnyo can discover Zifa's inner thoughts now. As he grows older, he no longer has so much pursuit of the previous things. In fact, what is left is nothing but hatred for this world. He believes that the olive branch he threw this time will definitely bring back a big fish for him in the future. On the contrary, if the other party directly agrees to join the true empire, it is very likely that he will become very passive. Even though Zifa was once an admiral of the Navy headquarters and possessed extremely powerful strength, this has long since become a thing of the past. Although he still has a very large influence today, no matter how great this influence is, it cannot be as large as the true empire. Cultivating one's own power is the most important part. No matter what he does in the future, things, at least, will not be restricted by anyone. Chongnyo, who was staying on the boat, looked up and looked at the color of the sky today. It was a blue sky with no other colors except this color. The sea and sky in the distance are one color, and sailing on this boundless sea leaves people with only endless emotions. Your Majesty the King, should we return directly to the true empire now, or should we go in some other direction? Junhee, who had been staying behind Chongnyo, opened his mouth and asked. Go back, but this time you go back by yourself. I have something to do later. After I go back, I will inform others and start working according to the plan. The great turmoil is not far away. This time, the true empire needs to participate no matter what. Get in. Chongnyo said calmly and leisurely. Are you talking about the incident with Whitebeard? Junhee asked doubtfully. Yes, I will take you there to see the next war. There was an evil smile on Chongnyo's lips, but his tone was still very calm. In fact, Chongnyo has been looking forward to this war for a long time. He wants to know, as a turning point in this world, what extent will the war on top witnessed with his own eyes reach. But before witnessing this war, he still needs to do his own things and make all the preparations that need to be done in advance. No matter what, he must make this war reach the level of his ideal. Junhee, when we go back, we can take out our dusty things. That thing has been there for a long time. It has been at least 800 years. It is time to let it come out to see the sun. Chongnyo said. How to do? This is his drawing. Based on this kind of thing, we will build 3 more ships. We must ensure that these things are completed within at least 2 years. After we go back, we will still leave this matter to Abena, but this thing the impact was too great, so we built it on an empty island. Chapter 403 Ancient Weapons. Pluto, who has been in the dust for 800 years, should prepare for his next battle. At least in that hollow mountain, he can no longer suppress his momentum of competing in the sea. When he first met this big guy, Chongnyo even thought about selling it directly to the system to exchange for money, and then enhance his own strength, but the price of buying this thing was higher than the price he sold it for. It is even hundreds of times higher. If the two are converted, it is not a good deal at all. If you directly purchase a copy of this blueprint now, the cost is actually almost equivalent to the price of buying an infinity. After all, it is about the future hegemony of the sea, and some money still needs to be spent. At present, the entire Toru Empire knows the news about Pluto's existence in this country, and only Chongnyo and Junhee beside him know about it. Even so, the next Pluto construction project will belong to the first level of Toru Empire. Top secret information. Your Majesty the King, my subordinates will take full responsibility for this matter and will coordinate with General Abena to ensure that there will never be any problems with this matter. Junhee said seriously. From the moment he knew that the Toru Empire had Hades, Junhee already knew what this thing meant. Even now that the Toru Empire was strong enough to compete with the Navy, even so, being able to produce Hades in large quantities, it can also cause hostility between all other forces. After all, this thing can be regarded as one of the 3 major weapons in ancient times. The fear it can cause to others, every time one is built, is definitely no less than the threat that a top general can cause. I'll leave the matter to you first, and I'll leave first. I'll make things more beautiful when I get back. Chongnyo said with a slight smile, and in the next second his entire figure began to loom, until finally he disappeared into this space. On the verge of a big event, Chongnyo was full of expectations for what would happen next. In the new world. Aboard the Audiobook, today is the most lively day. Fortunately, there is no one monitoring it. This is mainly because the leaders of the 2 top forces in the new world meet today. Red-haired Shanks led his crew into Whitebeard's territory, and all the details were almost consistent with the development in the plot. But the only difference today is that the moment Shanks first boarded the Audiobook, subtle changes began to appear in the space. Before they started communicating, a figure appeared directly from the space. Come out. Chongnyo had already left a space imprint here when he first came to the Moby Dick, so no matter how far apart they are, as long as the space imprint can still exist, he can do it again at any time. Came to this place. It seems that I came here neither early nor late. I didn't expect that today would be quite lively. After Chang Nyo came out, he didn't even notice other people's eyes. As soon as Shanks was standing on the boat, he said with a smile on his face. Those who were originally on board the Abdic were already shocked by the arrival of the red-haired Shanks, but now they didn't expect that another Emperor True came right after him. They couldn't figure out what day it was today. At least no matter what, these three people can already hold up half of the entire pirate world, but today they are gathered together here. No matter what kind of thing it is, once it is photographed by those reporters, it will definitely become top news. Today was the first official meeting between Chang Nyo and Shanks. They had more or less had some grudges between them before. At this moment, everyone on the red-haired pirate group looked shocked. Even their smartest vice-captain, when they saw Chang Nyo appearing, their expressions were extremely expressions. Surprised. Goo ha 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 ha, boy True, I didn't expect you to come today. Whitebeard was still sitting there, and he was also shocked when he saw Chang Nyo for the first time. The two of them, who were calm 1 second, felt incredible about this guy's arrival the next second. Shanks didn't speak, but looked carefully at Chang Nyo who had just come over. Old man, I haven't seen you in 2 months. It seems that you are in good health. Chang Nyo said with a smile, then turned his eyes to Shanks, looked at him with interest and said, the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors is really rare. So far, the 4 emperors of the entire sea force among them, you haven't seen it so far. It's really surprising. I didn't expect to be able to meet the famous Emperor True today. It's such an honor. Shanks said, but there was no expression of honor on his face. Apart from the initial shock, he had a serious look from beginning to end. There was no way he could have imagined that if he came to Whitebeard's territory today, he would be able to meet the guys in the South Blue Sea. I had deliberately avoided him last time, but I didn't expect to encounter him this time. On the red-haired pirate ship, the Vice-Captain Beckman also showed a serious face, but what can he do now? Now that we have already encountered it, we can only treat it as if nothing happened. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that I could see Captain Shanks despite being so far away. It's worth my trip. Chang Nyo said with the same smile. Then why does His Majesty King True come here? As he spoke, Shanks' overlord-like domineering energy suddenly burst out from his body, and he pressed all his aura towards Chang Nyo alone. Oh, I just want to come and see the old man with white beard. Meeting Captain Shanks here is purely accidental, but since I have met him, how can I not say hello? Don't you think so? After saying the last sentence, Chang Nyo himself began to emit overlord-colored domineering energy. The collision between the two overlord-colored domineering energies instantly caused lightning and thunder in the entire sky. Nowadays, it is not just the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. Looking at all this, the red-haired pirates are also a little incredible. They had no idea why their captain and Emperor True felt so tense when they first met. This thought was probably the question everyone wanted to ask at this moment. Chapter 404 The first time I saw red hair. Emperor Toru and the captain of the red-haired pirates, as soon as they met, they already started to have such a powerful and domineering conflict. This must be something that no one else had thought of. But now this group of people can only stand aside and watch, and there is no more action. After all, they are just competing with each other with domineering colors and domineering, and there is no actual action. It's enough, you two. I, the Abby Dick, can't bear your overbearing power, especially Boy True. I still haven't settled the debt you caused last time with you. Whitebeard opened his mouth and shouted. He is now the only one among these people who has the right to speak. Perhaps he is also the only one who has the ability to stop the two people from officially starting a war. After hearing this, Chang Nyo was the first to directly withdraw the overlord-colored haki he had released, and then Shanks also withdrew it. The only difference between the two is that a drop of cold sweat has begun to appear on Shanks' forehead, while Chang Nyo has no impact at all. After all, the person staying on the periphery is not his own body, and cannot be attacked at any physical or spiritual level. Even the pressure of overlord color and domineering energy cannot have the slightest impact on the person in the mirror image. Don't stand still, come and sit together. The Abdic is not as good as your ship, and the conditions are a bit rough. It's rare that you two come together, let us sit down and have a drink. Whitebeard shouted with a smile. The bottle of potion that Chang Nyo gave Whitebeard a few years ago has expired, and he is still sitting there with tubes inserted into his body, but even so, Whitebeard's domineering power can still be clearly displayed. Chang Nyo did not refuse Whitebeard's invitation. There was no place to sit on this deck. He just sat directly on the ground with his legs crossed about 10 meters away from Whitebeard. The same goes for red-haired Shanks. The positions where the three of them sit form a kind of triangle, and the distance between them is actually quite similar. I didn't expect Emperor True to be so powerful. Beckman on the red-haired pirate ship said with emotion and surprise. It was inevitable that he would be so surprised. After all, as far as he knew, there had never been anyone in the world who could compete with his own captain in Overlord Domineering, let alone that there was someone who could surpass Shanks in Overlord Domineering. In fact, everyone else looked shocked at this time. The other crew members on the ship had all seen their captain's predicament just now. This was the main reason why they had to sigh. It seems that the captain has really met his opponent this time. I didn't expect that this guy would be so strong at such a young age. Jesus Bulletin's face was calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. He looked at them seriously on the Abbey Dick in front and whispered. By the way, what kind of devil fruit ability does this guy have? Why hasn't he given any clear information so far? It seems really troublesome. A fat man holding a huge chicken leg said while chewing. Beckman turned to look at him, sighed slightly, and said, now the outside world estimates that the most likely possibility is the space-type devil fruit ability, but the overlord-like domineering power of the opponent is so powerful, this really makes everyone. Never thought of it. In the end, you don't know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Jesus put one hand on the fence, but his eyes were always staring ahead warily. But his idea is obviously redundant. Although red-haired Shanks is the four emperors, in some aspects, if Whitebeard is not too old, he will definitely be the weakest existence. Even though he used the three-color domineering power very well, in comparison, the level of this domineering power is probably not as good as that of Garp in the Navy. You two come on board the Abdic. Don't worry about anything for now. You'd better have a drink. We'll talk about the rest later. Whitebeard held up a huge wine bowl in front of him and said domineeringly. However, at this moment, 2 jars of wine had been placed next to the two of them from the very beginning. This wine was the same batch that Chang Nyo gave to Whitebeard before. It is estimated that the other party was reluctant to drink it, so after several months, it was still there. There are so many. Shanks still kept a serious look on his face, and he directly opened the seal on the wine jar. He pulled the wine jar with one hand and held it with the other hand. He faced the jar and started to drink heavily. Chang Nyo looked at his image. They were pirates, but as Emperor True, he still needed to maintain his elegant image no matter where he was. Anyway, he took out a small bowl from nowhere. Chang Nyo poured the wine into the bowl and saluted in the direction of Whitebeard. After finishing the first glass of wine, it was time to start discussing business. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were standing on both sides. Although no one spoke, the serious expressions on their faces could still be seen. New York, I won't beat around the bush, you can't let Ace chase this guy Teach, he is a very dangerous person, and Ace will not be his opponent. Shanks said seriously. Although his hand was still on the wine jar at this moment, his other hand was already holding the knife at his waist. At this moment, Whitebeard also looked at Shanks seriously, without any expression on his face. After staying for a while, Whitebeard said, Teach violated the rules of the Whitebeard pirates and attacked his own family. No matter what, you need to come back and suffer, how can you just stop when you say stop? Have you seen the scar on my face? This was created by that guy Teach. I told you many years ago that Teach is definitely not that simple. Ace cannot be his opponent. We can't let any problems arise with the captain's only son. Shanks said coldly again. I am Whitebeard, the king of the sea. If I don't care if something happens to my own son, how will others view my Whitebeard pirates in the future? At this moment, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates could see that their father was angry. They all lowered their heads and did not speak. Maybe they didn't know what to say at all? Chapter 405 The Upcoming Agreement. Chang Nyo was like a bystander, watching the argument between the two. No one from the two pirate groups would get involved in their conversation, and they were all watching on both sides. As for the two parties involved, they were actually testing each other. Although Whitebeard's body was covered with various needles, it did not mean that he had lost his power as a tiger. Blackbeard has been able to tolerate the Whitebeard pirates for so long. How can he do things that they can't see? What exactly do you do to get Ace back? Shanks asked again. Then let's wait until he brings this guy Teach back. The last thing our Whitebeard pirates can tolerate is a traitor. Whitebeard said. Are you just gambling with Ace's life? He will not be Teach's opponent. Don't you know this? Shanks asked. There is no such thing as clear or unclear. As long as the people who fall in love with my Whitebeard pirates are all my sons, people like Teach who can attack their own friends are absolutely unacceptable to the Whitebeard pirates. Since he can break this rule, he will naturally need to accept the pursuit from the Whitebeard pirates. No matter when and where, Teach must return here to accept punishment, and there is no room for negotiation. Whitebeard suddenly said domineeringly. I don't agree with you doing this. Ace is the captain's only son, and I will never allow him to have any problems. Shanks said, and pulled out the long knife directly from his waist. However, at this moment, Whitebeard also took out a large knife similar to the shape of Guangong's knife from behind his seat. Just as the two of them were slashing at each other, Chang Niu walked lightly between the two of them. Blue light emitted from his body instantly, forming two lines of defense on both sides. When they slashed, the blade seemed to touch steel. In an instant, two huge attack traces appeared in the sky, and white clouds appeared. Therefore, it has been cut into two pieces, and this attack has completely achieved a situation where the edge cannot be seen at a glance. Didn't we agree to come over and talk about things? Why get angry while we are chatting? This kind of thing is completely unnecessary. Chang Niu looked at the two of them with a smile and said. Boy Taru, I'm still chatting with this guy Shanks, why do you want to get involved? Also, why are you here? Whitebeard asked, glaring. Old man, you don't need to come over to question me. The purpose of coming here this time is very simple. That is, the agreement we agreed on before will begin soon. Chang Niu still kept a smile on his face, but the expression on his face already made people feel quite complicated. After Whitebeard heard this, he silently put the knife back, but Shanks still stood there as he was. Shanks, don't you want to give up? Chang Niu turned to look at Shanks and suddenly asked in a cold voice. After all, the opponent's knife is still in his hand and has not been taken back. With a serious and cold expression, if the opponent is willing to continue fighting, Chang Niu will not mind taking action himself. Do not misunderstand. Shanks said coldly, and then put the knife in his hand back into the scabbard. Although the two of them only took action once, what shocked them the most was Emperor Tru. Emperor Toru dared to step into the middle of the attack between the two four emperors on the sea and directly resolve it. This kind of courage and strength could conquer everyone in an instant. Although he has calmed down, Whitebeard's face is very gloomy, because he still remembers the agreement he made with Emperor Tru. However, the main content of this agreement is that after his death, he will take care of the current Whitebeard pirates. However, the other party came today and directly said such a thing, which made him obviously realize that the Whitebeard pirates will definitely be next. Something is going on. If someone else had said such a thing, Whitebeard would definitely have dismissed it, but now Emperor Tru and his family have come in person, which means that this matter must be more reliable. Almost everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knows that Xiao Li from Fishman Island has entered the Toru Empire. However, even the aging Whitebeard who stays here is quite aware of this woman's ability and can accurately predict what will happen next. This situation was actually familiar to Whitebeard a long time ago. But this silent expression only lasted for a while, and then Whitebeard burst out laughing. He looked at Chang Niu with a stern gaze, and then said calmly, if that day really comes, I, Whitebeard, will naturally follow our promise. I hope so. Our true empire will definitely go to see you off by then. It really makes people look forward to it. I have been wandering on this sea all my life. I don't want to be like Roger, but I still need to choose my own path to my final destination. Whitebeard said. You can rest assured on this. Under the witness of everyone, you Whitebeard will become a legend of an era, even as legendary as Roger. Chang Niu said calmly with a slight smile. Everyone else heard it in confusion, but Marco, as the captain of one team, seemed to hear something from the conversation between the two. His face was gloomy from beginning to end, because he already knew that his father and Emperor Tru had made an agreement before, but as for what this agreement was, no one except the two of them knew it yet. And no. Shanks sat there in confusion, also not understanding what it meant, but still watching the conversation between the two of them with interest. Boy Tru, is this why you came here? Whitebeard asked as he sat there. Chang Niu smiled politely, then turned around and walked back to where he was sitting just now, and continued to sit down. This is just one of them. I came here to tell you about another thing. Golden Lion Shiji is dead, and I did it myself. Chang Nyo said calmly. Ski? When did it happen? Shanks asked suddenly, with an expression of surprise on his face. After all, even when the four emperors knew about such a thing, it was enough to surprise them. They simply didn't know what kind of person Shiji was. Chapter 406 Promise? Everyone else, whether they were the crew of the Whitebeard pirates or the red-haired pirates, were still shocked to hear the news. Everyone can know what kind of person Golden Lion Shiji is. A strong man from the previous era, a figure who can even compete with Whitebeard. Although he has disappeared for more than 20 years, he did not expect to appear again. This was actually the case when the news came out. It seems that the people of the previous era are gradually beginning to take their last breaths. If nothing happens in the future, the leader of this era should be in your hands. We are all old, and there are also a few old guys in the navy. With support, Shiji's ending like this is not an insult to him. Whitebeard said with emotion. It is true that whether it is Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiji, or even the current top brass of the navy, Warring States, and Garp, although they were all top powerhouses in the previous era, they are all disabled now no matter how you say it. The year of the candle spans an era, and you always need to draw an end to your life. Whitebeard actually doesn't have much traffic, but he is just worried about how these crew members will deal with themselves after his death. Although they are in the new world, the strength of these people is not particularly weak, but everyone can understand, as long as Whitebeard lives, no one will dare to set foot on Whitebeard's territory to fight for it. Once he disappears, it will be completely different, and the pattern of the entire new world will be completely broken. By that time, even if the captains of these squads are not very weak, they will still be unable to withstand attacks from others from all directions. It's just that these things are things for the future. The residual power of the strongest man in the world can still intimidate others without leaving any room. Shanks sat there quietly, and the three of them were silent for a long time. Whitebeard was the first to ask, "How were you before Shiki died?" "It's very bad. After coming out of Impel Down City, not only did he have 2 broken legs, but more importantly, his ideals were broken. A person without ideas lives almost like a zombie. The glory of the past has long since disappeared. All I want is to find a more suitable destination in the final stage, but now everything is lost in the sea, which can be regarded as the last dignity of a legendary figure." Chang Nyo said seriously. "Maybe sometimes I really envy this old guy." Whitebeard said, and after a pause, he immediately burst into laughter. This kind of laughter may have a sense of self-deprecation. After all, he and Shiji are almost the same. As he grows older, his strength has long been inferior to before. Although he is much stronger than Shiji now, he is still much stronger than Shiji. In the end, the position of the 4 emperors is nothing more than the remaining power of the past. New York, I'm leaving first, but I hope you can think carefully about Ace's matter." As soon as Whitebeard finished laughing, Shanks stood up and turned around to leave, turning his head and saying something to Whitebeard again. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment, but then he jumped directly onto his ship without looking back. Maybe it was because he felt Whitebeard's last silent expression, or maybe it was because of other circumstances. Anyway, in the end, Shanks didn't want to get involved in other things. After Shanks boarded the ship, no one in the red-haired pirates spoke. Everyone remained silent. Then Shanks looked back at the Whitebeard pirates. After this situation, the entire ship began to slowly leave this place. "It seems like the rest is for us to talk." The moment Whitebeard left Shanks, he had already begun to show a serious expression, and then said these words calmly. Chang Nyo also understood what the other party meant. As soon as his words fell, a space barrier instantly covered the area, and by the way, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates were isolated from the outside. Only at this time, Chang Nyo specially brought in Marco. Not only is he the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he is also the most powerful one in the entire pirate group besides Whitebeard. The deputy's strength is enough for Marco to participate in this chat. At the moment he came in, Marco was still confused, but he didn't say much. After all, the 2 people in front of him kept their faces serious at the moment. "Can we save him?" Whitebeard asked. "After all, now I can more or less guess what kind of thing will lead to my end." After crossing the sea for decades, Whitebeard's sensitivity has not diminished with age. "Yes, but you can't. As a person from the previous era, I hope this time I can leave you with a chance to end perfectly." Chang Nyo said with a smile. Gu ha 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 ha, boy Taru, you don't have to show such an expression. I am Whitebeard. Even if it comes to an end, I will still be the strongest person in this sea. Hearing his father's laughter and these words, Marco immediately became a little anxious. He turned his head and looked directly at Chang Nyo and asked seriously, what do you mean by this? Marco, I want you to come in this time mainly because I want to explain the future. A few years ago, I made an agreement with Toru. Once my Whitebeard comes to an end, the Whitebeard pirates will the group is in your hands. From now on, don't worry about the pirate group calling itself a pirate group. Join the Toru Empire and let them have a better life. That's all. Whitebeard said lonely. But no matter what, Marco finally understood it. What his father said sounded like his last words. Dad! Mark shouted in disbelief. Looking at the haggard Whitebeard, he really didn't want to believe these words. But at this time, Chang Nyo stood up, and a blue pill slowly appeared in his hand. When he walked to Whitebeard, he stretched out his hand and handed the thing directly to him. This thing can bring you back to the state of your youth for a short time. I look forward to what you will look like next. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. It seems that your kid also wants to use this kind of thing to pave the way for your future. Whitebeard asked. Chapter 407 Whitebeard's former captain. Listening to what Whitebeard said, Chang Nyo also didn't take it seriously. It's just that the other party has been traveling on the sea for so many years. Regardless of his thoughts or scheming, if converted, he may be much higher than himself. This time Chang Nyo did have this idea and gave such a valuable thing to Whitebeard. His purpose was very simple, that is, when the war started, he would use Whitebeard's ability to weaken the overall naval strength. Once that time comes, the strength between the Navy and the true Empire will have been infinitely equalized. In fact, informing Whitebeard of this matter in advance has no impact at all. Let's not talk about whether Whitebeard can control the development of the situation. For now, Ace is probably already in the hands of Blackbeard. In fact, even if Chang Nyo expresses his attitude, the Whitebeard pirates will not show any special behavior at this time. Now that everything has been given to you, if you want to think so, I'm afraid there is nothing wrong. After all, with your own hands, it is not in vain for us to cooperate with you in weakening the other party's power. Chang Nyo looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile. I can do this without any problem at all, but one thing, boy True, you have to remember, my sons are absolutely not allowed to have any problems. This is my last request to you. Whitebeard said cautiously. Dad, we can protect ourselves. Now tell us what happened. Marco stood aside and asked anxiously. Whitebeard looked at his son, but just turned to glance at him, and then continued to say to Chang Nyo, Sister Luo is gone, and now Shiji is gone too. The characters who belonged to the previous era have now disappeared. It seems the time has come for this old guy. Listening to Whitebeard's sigh, Chang Nyo stared at him with a slight smile, and said again lightly, the strong men of the previous era have not disappeared at all. Another thing worth noting is that your old captain is not dead now. This news can be regarded as an extremely important matter. Once it spreads, it may cause an unknown amount of shock in the sea. Whitebeard just smiled contemptuously when he heard this, and then said, which captain are you talking about? Is it possible, old man, that you still have many captains? Are you talking about rocks? There is also a 7th floor in the Impel City, which is inaccessible to ordinary people and the Navy. Lox is living there now. Chang Nyo looked at Whitebeard and said. Although he couldn't believe whether this kind of thing was true, Whitebeard corrected his state. In his understanding, Rox had died long ago in the Battle of God's Island, but the news conveyed by Emperor True in front of him still made him a little unbelievable in the final analysis. After all, even if Rox lives to this day, he is almost 100 years old. For the former maritime overlord, neither the Navy nor the world government can keep him alive for so long. How did you know this news? Whitebeard was not too surprised, but asked seriously. Because he has been traveling across the sea for decades, he has never heard of this news. In comparison, he did not believe that the true empire was so capable and could even explore the situation below the Impel City. You don't need to know whether the news is true or false. But when the war starts, I will go to Impel Down City first. Is the news true or false? You will know after taking a look. Chang Nyo said calmly. That's true. The Navy doesn't matter. It's just that the world government feels too mysterious. There are many things that cannot be explained. It is reasonable to find some particularly powerful people. Whitebeard said. Golden Lion Chiji also said this before he died. He said that the world government is not as simple as it seems. There must be something behind it that all of us don't know. Although I don't know what he was talking about, but one thing is absolutely certain, and that is that there are extremely powerful people behind the world government, and this power is so powerful that it can even make you and me despair. Changyo thought about what he knew. In this world, the four emperors were not the most powerful beings. There were indeed more powerful people, and no one knew how powerful they were. But it is conceivable that the ending must be related to Ralph Drew. Changyo still remembers everything recorded on it, but it's just that it hasn't been made public yet. Shiki is right. In order to explore the secrets of Ralph Drew, Shiki personally challenged the world government. You must have seen it. If you want to change the world, I guess I can only leave it to your hands. Here, you have a lot of people on your shoulders, too, boy true. With a smile on his face, Whitebeard put the blue pill that Changyo had just given him into his pants pocket. Marco just stood there with a confused look on his face, listening to the chat between the two. He couldn't say a word at all, and he didn't even understand what was being heard. I can only stand there silently and try to understand as much as possible about the communication topics between them. The people standing outside were all looking inside carefully, but no matter how loud the noise was inside, they couldn't hear it. Everyone can only stay outside and wait, so that they can inform them of the matter as soon as they come out. Changyo's purpose of coming here can be considered to be perfectly achieved. Regardless of whether other members of the Whitebeard Pirates will join the Taru Empire in the later period, this kind of thing doesn't matter anyway. What Changyo wants to do is being perfected step by step. At least this time, he still wants to directly cause turmoil in the entire pirate world. At the same time, the protagonist group that has attracted much attention has now arrived at the bottom of the Sky Island. Their group had not encountered any major setbacks along the way, and now that they were at the bottom of the empty island, they were beginning to accept the direction indicated by the record pointer. They are different from pirates. They want to make a fortune in this sea, so they naturally need to travel to places unknown to others. Today's Sky Island is no longer what it used to be. Although it is still a gathering place for some pirates, at least it is not as unscrupulous as it used to be. It is all a pirate's life. The Toru Empire had unconsciously taken over the management of this area a long time ago. Although Gaia Island is not very big, it is currently the fastest way to Sky Island. For the true Empire, which has absolute control over Sky Island, almost all areas that can enter the location of Sky Island have exhausted all means to control it. Chapter 408 The Straw Hat's New Direction. Even though this place is still a lawless zone where pirates are rampant, most of the shops here are controlled by people from the South Blue Sea. In normal times, they are no different from ordinary people, except that most of the time they are the people who come here immediately. Especially for those who may talk about going to the Sky Island, these shop owners will try their best to stop them. The purpose is to make them retreat and tell them that there is no such thing as an Sky Island in the world. After a long period of exaggeration, everyone gradually understood that there is no empty island in this world. However, those who know these things are basically concentrated in the upper-level power people. For these ordinary pirates, whether they know it or not, it's not that important anymore. Gaia Island looks much more prosperous than before. Not only does it have pubs, restaurants, and even several hotels. At least those who have always been willing to stay in this lawless zone, each and every one of them, for some reason, still follow the rules here. In most cases, they will not attack each other on Gaia Island. Even if they are pirates, in many cases, most of the people living here are no different from ordinary people. After all, people who can become pirates, more in fact, they are ordinary people. If they couldn't survive, they wouldn't choose to take this road. Staying on Gaia Island can at least satisfy their warm life, so in the past few years, the permanent population on Gaia Island has also been increasing. No one knows whether all this peaceful life will be broken by the arrival of the Straw Hats. Luffy, do you think there really is an empty island? Even people living here have never heard of it. Is there really no such place? In the hotel, Nami asked Luffy, who was walking in front of her in confusion. Sky Island? I don't think there is one. Usopp said. If there really was such a place, wouldn't there be a lot of delicious food? Chopper said with drooling eyes. Because until now, no one dares to confirm whether the Sky Island exists, and they don't know from what kind of place one can get up. But according to the instructions on the record pointer, their next destination is indeed heading upwards. With just this piece of information, they are not sure which direction they should take next. Sky Island really exists, just 10,000 meters above Gaia Island. When everyone was still confused, Robin said directly and lightly. How do you know? Could it be that you have been to Sky Island? Zoro asked. I have never been to Sky Island, but this place does exist. The only way to get to Gaia Island is to enter through the sky current. However, this situation is very dangerous, and the chance of successfully going up is only 100%. It's just 1%. Robin said, still smiling. Sky current? What is this? Luffy turned his head and asked in confusion. Isn't this the right time to talk about this now? Robin, why do you know this kind of thing? Nami asked equally curiously. That's right, Robin. Usopp said. Have you forgotten where I come from? Robin continued to smile and then opened his mouth to speak. I remember, Robin, you seem to be from the West Sea, but you are from the South Blue Sea. Nami said. Kandao is now a military base of the True Empire. If we can't go up there, we'll try our best not to go up there. Robin said. Sanji was the only one among these people who knew Robin's identity. He never mentioned this matter from beginning to end, and could only look at each other silently. Now after such a long voyage, they have already recognized each other as partners. As for what kind of identities they have, this thing no longer matters to them. After all, Ace wanted to reveal Robin's identity a long time ago, but in the end it was Luffy himself who stopped him. Although everyone was shocked when they heard the news, they were not overly surprised. After all, along the way, they had gained some understanding of the huge power of the Toru Empire, and they would not be sad because of such things. But the moment they heard that Sky Island really existed, several people couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It turns out that this is a military base of the True Empire. It seems that it is better for us not to go up there. Otherwise, if we are caught by others, then wouldn't it be impossible to move forward? Usopp said a little guilty. No, since we are already here and the record pointer is pointing upwards, I must go to Sky Island. Luffy said seriously. True Empire? It seems that we have a chance to get in touch with their powerful people. Zoro stood nearby and said excitedly. What's going on with you two? Don't you feel terrible? Chopper's attitude was actually similar to Usopp's. He would not cause trouble if he could. The most critical thing is that life is at stake, and the most important thing is that Robin has proposed that the only way to go up is only a 1% chance of success, which means whether they can go up is still a question. Robin, the fact that Sky Island is a military base of the True Empire must be a military secret of this country. If you know this, you must know someone, right? Nami winked at Robin and said, showing a flattering look and leaning a little closer in Robin's direction. If you are not afraid of the danger brought by the soaring sea currents, I can take you to the Sky Island to have a look. Robin said with a smile. I don't know how to determine the current of the sky. How to go up? Usopp covered his head and thought for a moment. But while they were thinking, the owner of the restaurant where they were staying quietly walked over. He looked at the appearance of this group of people, and then said with a smile, everyone, from what you said, it seems that you want to go to Sky Island? But I do know a little bit about the cliff at the edge of Gaia Island. There is a guy named Mont Blancolikai living nearby, and he has been studying this matter. Maybe if you ask him, you should be able to find the way up. Is what you said true? Luffy stood up in excitement. Looking at the hotel owner who was talking, the smile on his face began to twist. Of course, no one in the entire Gaia Island believes in the existence of Sky Island, and only Mont Blancolikai studies this kind of thing every day. The hotel owner said. Chapter 409 How to Get Up? The few people who got the news were even more excited now, and Luffy could hardly stop grinning. Several people also ate in a hurry, looking forward to the next move. When they reappeared, several people had followed the hotel owner's guidance to almost the edge of Gaia Island, where there were obvious signs of a cliff tearing. As for the other half of the land area, it should be just enough to connect to Apaidu on the empty island. But when they first came here, they didn't find anyone there. They just found a very strange-looking building on the edge of the cliff. We must have come to the wrong place, right? Zoro asked. At least they were coming in the right direction. This place was exactly where the hotel owner said it was. They could also see a building, indicating that someone must live here. I think we are not in the wrong place. I guess the man named Mont Blancolokai who lives here should be out for something now. We might as well wait here. Usopp said. Then just wait a minute. It's very exciting to think that we will be able to enter the Sky Island soon. Luffy said with a smile. By the way, Robin, you said Sky Island is now the military base of the True Empire, but how did they get up there? Nami asked, suddenly confused. Several other people also turned their attention, but Robin walked slowly to a stone stool, and then sat down gently. In response to their questions, Robin smiled and said, I'm not very clear about this. The fact that the True Empire's military base is on Sky Island is no longer a big secret. The only thing is how to get to Sky Island. Not many people know this. So that's it. Then when we get to Sky Island, can't we investigate it carefully? Chopper said. Things are probably not as simple as we thought. Although I have never been to Sky Island, as a military base of the True Empire, we are definitely not allowed to go there casually. Robin said with a smile. I think Robin is right about this. It can be called the military base of the True Empire, and it will definitely be strictly guarded. But it seems a bit early to discuss these issues now. It is better to think about how to get to the space first. Let's talk about the island. Sanji opened his mouth and said. As for the soaring ocean current that the hotel owner mentioned, isn't it quite exciting to think about it? Luffy said with his mouth open. Now he was the only one showing an expectant expression. Others, especially Chopper and Usopp, had already started, lest they could avoid it, and they also said that the success rate was less than 100%. First, if it flies into the air and then falls down, it will almost end in a burp. I really want to see how powerful the swordsmen of the True Empire are. If I can really go up, I must challenge them. Zoro also said with excitement. A group of people sat directly at the door of someone else's house, and it even felt like their own home, chatting and laughing. As for Mont Blancolique himself, there is still no news. Robin looked at the excitement of this group of people, with a smile on his face and a look of helplessness on his face. It was exactly as she said. Even though he had become the true Emperor's concubine, he had never set foot on the Sky Island in the past few years, let alone how the True Empire reached the Sky Island. Although I have some speculation, I have never witnessed all this with my own eyes. Although the space portal in the mountain behind the True Empire Palace is not very far from the palace, this place has almost always been classified as a forbidden area. Except for a few high-level personnel of the Empire who have permission to pass, other people want to entering the back mountain is completely inaccessible without relevant matters. Now that Robin has become the imperial concubine, she will not get involved in many institutional matters in the country, let alone wonder about military restricted areas. So far, the pace of the Straw Hat Crew's progress is almost the same as in the original plot, but it is much faster in other aspects. Many details have been changed, but their general direction and process are still proceeding according to the original plan. On the other side of Gaia Island. Marrow, you said they are going to Sky Island next. How are we going to get there? Could it be that they also rely on the sea currents rising to the sky? Enelu asked doubtfully. After all, his main purpose is to follow this group of people, but according to the size of the infinity, it is definitely impossible to reach the empty island just by relying on the sky current. After all, such a huge behemoth cannot be compared with their wooden ship. The infinity is already countless times heavier than the melee. After Marrow, who had been sitting there, heard what Enel said, he was stunned for a moment and then started laughing. Then he looked at Enelu with disdain and asked, "What is the purpose of His Majesty the King asking you to follow them?" "Protect the safety of the imperial concubine," Enel said directly. "That's all right. Your task and mission is to protect the safety of the imperial concubine. The key is where is Sky Island? It is the military base of the True Empire. Most of the people above know the imperial concubine. You don't have to worry about her. What problems could arise on the empty island?" Marrow said with a speechless expression. "Yoshi, Marrow, why didn't I realize that you have such a useful brain before? Then we can just wait down there. You think everyone is just like you. Sometimes you are so stupid." Marrow said sarcastically again. "Do you want to have a fight?" Enelu stood up and looked at the other party, his body flashed with lightning. But Marrow did not follow his habit. Although he was still lying there, he said with a smile, "It is such a boring life, and I also want to have a more passionate battle, so I will do as you said." Marrow's body began to emit bursts of smoke, but now it was their turn to start fighting. Just at the beginning, Hai Ling instantly appeared in the middle of the two. You two, don't forget where this place is? This is the exclusive property of His Majesty the King. If it is damaged by you, the consequences will be quite serious. Hai Ling said slightly mischievously. Chapter 410 People Who Know. The two of them didn't really want to fight. They just stayed on this boat. The boring life made them feel lonely. After all, I have to follow a bunch of losers every day, and I really can't find any ideals or pursuits. Especially for people like Analu, who almost suffers from ADHD, there should be nothing wrong with such a boring life for 10 or 8 days, but this kind of life has been going on for several months, hiding in the dark every day. The silent monitoring of the situation in front really made them feel irritated. But the mission must continue, after all, this cannot be changed. On Gaia Island, a group of people sat in front of the house in Mont Blanc for more than 2 hours, but they still didn't see anyone come back. It would be a lie to say they were not in a hurry. But just when they were getting ready to get anxious, they saw a man who looked tall and thick, with a hairstyle like a chestnut, a diamond-shaped face, a shirtless upper body, and a pair of large black pants underneath, followed by 2 gorillas. The guy came back slowly. This man is the Mont Blanc colleague they have been waiting for, a dark-skinned and strong man. However, the 2 stars following him were holding a huge gold object in each hand. Anyway, just looking at it could already tell that it was valuable. Mont Blanc, who had just arrived at the door of his house, immediately spotted these people sitting at the door. Although he was a little confused, he walked over directly. Who are you? Why are you staying at my door? Mont Blanc asked directly. The 2 gorillas following him also showed wary expressions, and even covered the gold in their hands tighter, fearing that the other party was coming for this thing. You must be Mont Blanc, right? My name is Luffy, and I am the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I came here this time to ask about Sky Island. Luffy walked up and said with a smile. But at this moment, Mont Blanc seemed to have heard a joke. He paused and then burst into laughter. Where is the empty island in this world? Don't be deceived by others, said Mont Blanc. How is it possible? Our record pointer is pointing upward. Sky Island definitely exists, and Robin is sure that Sky Island does exist. Nami stepped forward, showed him the record pointer in her hand and said. Listening to what Nami said, Mont Blanc's expression, which had been laughing just now, suddenly became serious. Then he looked around at everyone and said, I don't know about Kangdeo. You'd better go somewhere else to say hello. After Mont Blanc finished speaking, he walked directly through the crowd and returned to the room. When he entered his home, he looked at everyone's expressions again when he closed the door, but in the end he closed the 2 doors ruthlessly. The same goes for the 2 big stars, who followed him in, obviously not saying anything more to the Straw Hats. The people staying outside also looked at a loss. It was clear that everyone had found this place, but the other party was unwilling to pay attention to it. But for them, if they wanted to go to the empty island, they could only ask the other party for help. But now looking at the other party's attitude, they don't want to communicate with their group at all. Even for them who have the halo of the protagonist, they are suddenly in trouble. But the halo is the halo, and there is no way it will go out that quickly. Just when they were sitting down to discuss, the 2 gorillas who originally went in ran out instantly. Seeing that Luffy and his group were still there, one of the gorillas asked anxiously, Do you have a doctor here? Dad has fainted. I'm the doctor, let me go over and take a look. Chopper quickly stood up and said. As if they had found a savior, the 2 gorillas dragged Chopper directly and started to walk into the room. However, at this moment, Mont Blanc was completely unconscious on the ground, his face was a little blue, and his lips had begun to turn purple. In this situation, if it cannot be treated in time, I am afraid that just this one time can kill the other party. Luffy and the others also followed behind them. Looking at Mont Blanc lying on the ground, Luffy asked Chopper directly, What's wrong with this guy? It should be diving disease. If you stay in the sea for a long time, it is easy to develop this disease. If it is not treated well, you may die directly. From the looks of it, it is already a serious diving disease. Chopper said. So can you save Dad here? He also often dives into the water to find gold. The symptoms of this disease were already there 2 years ago, but now it is more serious, said a gorilla. It can be treated, but after treatment, you can never dive again, otherwise no one can save it when it relapses again, Chopper said. I don't want to dive anymore. This is already the case. Why should I go diving? Another gorilla also said. From the anxious looks on their faces, they knew how important this man lying on the ground in front of them was to them. Now that he had received the answer, Chopper began to treat him. It is very difficult to treat a diving disease like his. Now we can only start to gradually eliminate the excess waste gas in the other party's body, especially the gas in the lungs. After diving into the water, it was not discharged in time when it came out. If it happens over and over again, it will easily lead to the lungs becoming larger and making it difficult to breathe. In a severe form like this, if not treated in time, it is very likely that you will end up belching coldly. Chopper, are you sure about this? Nami asked nervously while standing behind her. Don't worry, everyone. Fortunately, we've been staying nearby, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Chopper said, looking at everyone with a smile on his lips. Robin was sitting quietly outside at the moment. She did not stay in the room like everyone else. Similarly, Sanji happened to be sitting opposite him and did not go in with the others. After all, the room inside is not particularly large. If a group of people squeeze in, it may cause Chopper to improperly rescue people. Robin, I guess there won't be any danger to us after we get to the empty island, right? Chapter 411, the place where I first arrived. They are also pirates, and Sky Island is their opponent's military base. Regarding this kind of news, Sanji is quite serious. Mr. Sanji, I think there shouldn't be a big problem. If you are willing to stay on Sky Island, you can also experience the pace of life on Sky Island. Although Sky Island is the military base of the Sky Island, only part of it is the living area of the Aboriginal people of Sky Island. The Sky Island will basically not get involved in this. The key is whether it can deal with the war when entering the gate of Sky Island. Go in? It's hard to say this kind of thing. Robin said with a smile. What kind of country is the true empire? If I were to describe it, it should be regarded as everyone's ideal country, a country where there are no disputes, no need to worry about safety, and people live and work in peace and contentment. At least there won't be any starvation or freezing to death in this country. Everyone has their own place to live. They don't have to worry about being blackmailed endlessly by the king or palace ministers like other countries. There are no taxes in this country because the country can become very wealthy just by relying on the industry and commerce that belongs to the empire. Perhaps more things can only be experienced by yourself. Robin said. Yes, isn't this kind of life what all people long for? Sanji is no exception. He has seen too many intrigues and deceptions and too many people living in dire straits. However, after hearing the story about the true empire from Robin's mouth, he can indeed do what the other party said. A country that everyone longs for. Sometimes I really want to take a look. Sanji suddenly smiled and said. He was smoking a cigarette in his mouth, looking thoughtful. After all, this country is no longer where they can go if they want to. Mr. Sanji, if you wait until Luffy becomes the Pirate King in the future, maybe you can have a good experience of life in the Taru Empire. Robin said again. Do you really believe that Luffy can become the Pirate King? But we don't know how difficult the next road will be. Sometimes it is even beyond our imagination. Sanji said seriously. He will definitely know it. You don't understand many things, and neither do I, but as partners, we really don't need to understand too much. Robin said. Sanji stood there smoking a cigarette and looking at Robin. There were too many things he wanted to ask in his heart, but all the words turned into smoke when he reached his lips. There are some things that you only need to know in the end, and there is no need to tell too much to the outside world. Especially for Sanji, it is enough to know things, and there is really no need to tell them. While the two were chatting outside, Mont Blancolokai, who was staying in the house, had already woken up. After being rescued by Chopper, Mont Blancolokai was no longer as resistant as before. At least he had begun to tell his so-called history and the way to get to the Sky Island just like in the original plot. Moreover, this news has provided great help to everyone, and even the time and place where the soaring sea currents may appear are clearly stated. The root of the original plot development has returned to the historical point here, and even the method of entering the Sky Island has not changed at all. As the plot has developed to this point, the only thing that has changed is that Blackbeard has not appeared. Even Bellamy, the spring fruit user they met, still appears here according to the route in the original plot. At least at this moment, the trajectory of the original plot is completely consistent. Early the next morning, Mont Blancolokai personally drove the boat and took the Straw Hats to the location where the soaring sea current appeared. In line with the direction of the original plot, they began to move towards the location of the Sky Island. Faced with such a situation, everyone was filled with excitement. After all, none of them knew the dangers caused by entering the Sky Island in this way. But the good thing is that the halo of the injustice plot is still shrouding them. At least at the moment when the sea current rises up, they have begun to move forward steadily to the 10,000 meters position of Kangdeo. But this time they go to Sky Island and it will not be the same as the original plot. Now the changes in Sky Island are really different from before. At least when they entered 7 kilometers, the gate of Sky Island has also undergone huge changes. When they reappeared, the group of people had already appeared within the Bibai Sea, not too far away from the gate of Sky Island. Is this an empty island? I didn't expect that ships can sail above 10,000 meters. I'm really looking forward to it. Luffy sat in his exclusive sheep's head seat on the Mary, looking at the endless white sea, and said with excitement on his face. Others kept looking around, at least at this moment they had created a miracle. Captain Lu, this is just the White Sea, located about 7 kilometers away. There is still some distance before we actually reach Sky Island. Robin said at this time. Although she has never been to Sky Island, she at least knows a lot about the things on Sky Island. After all, this place now belongs to the family, so it is normal to know something about it. Robin is right. The record pointer is still at the top. It seems that we still haven't reached the area we are in. Nami said. Anyway, we have reached this position now. It must be a certainty to enter the Sky Island, right? Zoro asked. You said that we will fall when we reach such a high altitude? What should we do if we fall? If we stay at an altitude of 10,000 meters and fall into the sea, wouldn't we be smashed into pieces of meat and even fished? Eat it. Usopp asked with some fear. There was another little guy who was as scared as him, and that was Chopper. He didn't feel much at first, but when he heard Usopp say this, his whole body immediately pounced on him. Stop talking, it feels so terrible. Chopper's nose and tears came out together, and he said with even more fear. Mr. Chopper, you can climb up those white clouds on the Bibai Sea, and you don't have to worry about falling. More importantly, the white clouds are very soft. You can try it. Robin sat there, holding his face with his left hand, looking at Chopper and saying with a smile. Really? The first person to ask this question was Luffy. This guy asked with excitement on his face, but before he could say anything else, he had already jumped up and started jumping to those fixed on both sides of the river. On the white clouds on the side. Chapter 412 Today's Sky Island. Luffy was having so much fun that he even forgot the purpose of his trip to Sky Island. Chopper, Usopp, you really can't fall down here, and this cloud is so comfortable. Luffy stayed on the white clouds and shouted to Chopper and the others on the boat. It seems to be true. Chopper changed his fear just now and became a little excited and a little expectant. Afterwards, he stood on the edge of the deck and jumped hard towards the white clouds floating next to him. Immediately afterwards, there were 3 more figures on the continuous white clouds. Several people were jumping there happily, feeling the environment here. Robin, why is this Sky Island so strange? Why can't you fall off even if you jump on these white clouds? Nami asked, confused, walking to the edge of the deck and looking at Robin. I'm not very clear about the specific situation, but Bibayun is also a specialty of Sky Island. This thing can also be called Island Cloud. Most of the buildings on Sky Island are made of this. True Imperial also has mattresses processed using Shima Cloud, which are indeed soft and comfortable. Robin said. According to what you said, this thing should be very expensive. Why haven't the outside world heard about these things? Sanji came over with the same puzzled look on his face. After all, the True Empire started out as a business, with huge products spread almost all over the world, but they have never heard of such products. Zoro is purely a martial artist. He has no curiosity at all about these things and is still exercising there. There is even a sense of indifference to the situation outside. Robin looked at the confused looks of the two of them, smiled slightly and said, as for the items on the Sky Island, the Empire has had regulations a long time ago, and no items from the Sky Island are allowed to flow into the outside world. So even if the mattress is made by Kangdeo Bibayun, it only exists in a very small number of families. Robin, I really want to know what your status is in the True Empire. According to what you said, these things should only be used by some nobles, right? Nami said coquettishly. The light of money began to shine in his eyes, and Sanji next to him felt goosebumps falling from his eyes. It's almost as you said. However, there are no nobles in the true empire. Those who can use these things cannot be purchased with money. Nowadays, these Bibayun products issued in the true empire only have some generals and ministers. Only then can you have it, Robin said. I really didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. If we get it, wouldn't we make a fortune? Nami said with some excitement, looking at the white clouds floating all over the place in front of him. It was already like bundles of money in his eyes. If this kind of thing is really cut and sold to the bottom, it is indeed very possible to make a lot of money quickly, but if you think about it, this kind of thing is almost impossible to happen. Let's not talk about how to transport it, just relying on the Straw Hats to enter the Sky Island is a huge problem. Although they were lucky enough to get to Sky Island this time, it doesn't mean they will be so lucky next time. After sailing on this white sea for a while, Luffy, who was still playing on the white clouds, suddenly shouted, Nami, there is a gate ahead. It seems that it is where you will enter the Sky Island. Sail there quickly. Luffy's words instantly attracted everyone's attention, because looking in the direction he pointed, there was indeed a huge gate in the distance. This is indeed the entrance to the Sky Island. The material is also compressed and made by the guide. The white door gives people a very noble feeling. However, there are pedestrians on both sides below the gate, but there is a huge river in the middle, which must also be left for ships to navigate. After saying that, the three of them quickly jumped back on the boat, but when they got closer, they discovered that although the word Air Island was written above the gate of this huge Sky Island, there was also a sign below that said no entry unless invited sign. After seeing these words, Nami stood at the front and curiously asked Luffy, do we still want to go in? Everyone is already here and must go in. I'm really looking forward to what Sky Island looks like. Luffy said with a smile. Robin. Nami turned her gaze to Robin again, looking at the other person's face, wanting an answer. Go in, wait a moment, and I'll communicate with them. Robin said with a smile. After receiving Robin's guarantee, Nami dared to continue sailing the melee forward with confidence. Because after crossing the gate in front of them, they officially entered the area where Sky Island is located. But everything was not as smooth as expected. For a long time, although few people came to the empty island, or no one came at all. However, there are still Sandians guarding the gate. Their main job and responsibility is basically to prevent anyone from entering the Sky Island at will. It's just that after so many years, no one has set foot on Sky Island, so their management of this aspect has been relatively lax. The Sandians spend most of their time fishing for some wind clams or other shellfish in the Bibai Sea to exchange for money. At least apart from guarding the gate, which can maintain food and clothing, it can also give them a good income. This is the life of this group of people today, but it does not mean that there is no one guarding the gate. At least the moment the melee was about to enter the gate, a figure instantly appeared on the melee. No one is allowed to enter the land of Sky Island without an invitation, and pirates are not allowed to enter. The voice was very cold, but beyond their imagination, the person guarding the door was actually just a child less than 10 years old. But judging from the action of the opponent just jumping on the boat, it is obvious that he still has some strength. Wow! It turns out to be a little sister. I was really shocked just now. My name is Luffy, and I am the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. We just want to visit Sky Island. Luffy said with a smile, looking at the little girl in front of him, obviously not arousing any defensiveness in him. In fact, the moment the little girl came up, Zoro and Sanji were already on guard. No, if you go in, Brother Weber will definitely be unhappy, and I'm afraid he will blame me. The little girl looked at everyone's faces and still refused. Weber? Which one is Weber? I can just ask him personally to say no. Luffy asked. Brother Weber is above the Sky Island right now. He won't come down for a while. Even if he comes back, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 hours. If you want to find him, just wait here. The little girl said. What's your name, little sister? Nami stepped forward and asked. My name is Aisha, how did you come to Sky Island? The little girl Aisha asked with some confusion. Chapter 413 Gatekeeper. The main reason why no one is allowed at this gate is because of this. Because for them, from Qinghai below to Kongdao, almost everything coming in from this position comes through the Chongtian Sea. But no one has set foot in this place for several years, so these people slowly relaxed their vigilance. But I didn't expect that today would be like this. A group of upright people would appear here. Although Aisha is just a little girl, at least she knows a lot of things. Since we can't get in now, little sister, can you introduce us to the current Sky Island? Nami asked again. Aisha didn't take much precautions when she heard this. After all, apart from the people on the empty island, it was her first time to come into contact with those who came from Qinghai. The training personnel of the true empire rarely appear outside Apaidu. Even the supplies sent are sent to Apaidu by regular personnel on the empty island. So at this moment, there was more of curiosity in her heart. While facing Nami's gentle words, Aisha also let down all her inner guard. Sky Island? But I haven't been there for a long time. Today's Sky Island is a beautiful place, but the number of times we go up is limited. Most of the time, Brother Weber takes us up. They are usually very if we are busy, we only have the opportunity when we are free. Aisha said a little aggrievedly. Aren't you from Sky Island? Why can't you get up there? Chopper walked over and asked curiously. It's so cute. There is actually a talking tanuki. Elsa looked at Chopper in surprise and said. You bastard! I'm a reindeer, not a tanuki. Chopper yelled angrily. Reindeer? But you don't look like one either. Elsa said with a smile. Forget it, my name is Chopper, nice to meet you. Chopper smiled and stretched out his hand. In Elsa's opinion, this look was quite kawaii. So cute, my name is Aisha, I am a Sandian from Sky Island. Aisha said. Hey? Is it possible that there are multiple ethnic groups on the Sky Island? Chopper asked. No, there are currently only the Angel clan and the Sandia clan on Sky Island. According to Brother Weber, there are many people from Sky Island on Apaidu, but I have never seen them before. Elsa said. It seems that the people in Qingdao he is talking about are those at the Trul Empire's military base. Zoro was shirtless, with sweat still dripping from his body and forehead because he had just finished training, and he walked over leisurely and said. True Empire, it turns out you also know about it. When she heard Zoro mention the True Empire, the expression on Elsa's face was obviously different, and she still said with a smile. What happened to the True Empire? Nami asked with confusion on her face as she looked at Elsa. The True Empire is very good. After all, we now rely on the True Empire for our food, clothing, housing, and transportation. They have given us a lot of delicious food. Brother Weber said that the True Empire not only solved the 400-year-old problem on the empty island war, and at the same time giving us jobs and food, everything in front of us was actually given to us by the True Empire, and even the place we live in is a large island cloud they brought from other places. Aisha said with some pride, she didn't care what kind of person the other person was, after all, even if the pirate flag was hung in front of her, she probably wouldn't recognize him. Is the Taru Empire so good? You must go and see it when you get to Sky Island. Luffy said. What you can't see is that Apaidu is an absolutely forbidden area on Sky Island. Except for a few special people, no one can set foot in it. Even if we go to fish for seashells, we can't get close to Apaidu. Within miles. Aisha said, obviously she was used to this kind of thing. After all, when the True Empire came over, she was probably only 2 or 3 years old. The reason why I have such a reaction is basically what others have told me since I was a child. For the new generation of Sky Island people, Apaidu has indeed become an absolutely forbidden place. Without special circumstances, no one is allowed to set foot on it. So that's it. I thought I could get over it. Luffy said. Don't talk anymore. There isn't much food on the ship right now. Let's just eat whatever we want. While they were still chatting, Sanji brought some food directly. Although it wasn't anything good, it was still made quite delicately by his hands. A few people didn't use any tables, chairs, etc. and just sat on the floor on the deck, with such a large plate of sumptuous food in the middle. Aisha couldn't help but swallow her saliva after seeing this scene. Perhaps it was the dignity of the Sandians that forced her to watch here, but as a member of the Straw Hats, they were not stingy enough to do this. Degree. Aisha, sit down and eat something together. Sanji's cooking is delicious. Luffy said with a grin. Can I? Seeing Aisha's cautious look, Robin touched his head directly, and then said with a smile, just eat it, others won't say anything. Then you're welcome. Aisha said happily. She was no longer restrained at all. At least for this girl, this group of people now seemed to have become her friends. Although everyone is very curious about Sky Island, they can still only stay at the gate of Sky Island. Even though they have great expectations, there are some rules that they don't want to break. After all, since you are on someone else's territory, you still need to follow the other person's opinions on some things. Although Luffy is a carefree captain, it doesn't mean that he is stupid. At least sometimes, this big boy can still weigh the importance of things. Since Sky Island can be used as a military base for the true empire, there must be countless powerful people here. They just come here to take risks, and there is no need to put themselves in complete danger. Indeed, just as Aisha said, after everyone had been waiting here for nearly 2 hours, a few people slowly began to arrive at the gate of Sky Island from above. It's not like everyone in Sandia has phone bugs when they stay here, and it's normal for them to communicate poorly with each other. Chapter 414 The Unclear Plan. Although he said this, Weber's strength today is not at the same level as before. Although the Toru Empire only asked them to guard the gate of Sky Island, even if few people can usually come up, the order here still needs to be maintained. But in those free times, Weber and the others would also take people to the military base for some simple training. Even if their strength did not meet the training standards of the true empire, at least based on Weber's training level, after several years after spending a lot of time training, his strength is at least comparable to that of some lieutenant generals. When they arrived at the gate, they had already discovered the existence of the melee from a long distance away, but this time Weber would not make any unnecessary moves. After arriving here, Weber had a serious look on his face. When he saw Aisha staying on the boat, Weber's face turned even more livid. Aisha! Weber, who was standing on the edge, shouted directly to the melee with a serious voice. At this moment, everyone stood up and stood at the edge of the deck, looking at the people coming over. Luffy jumped directly from the boat and stood next to the dark-skinned and serious-faced Weber. He said with a smile on his face, "My name is Luffy. I came up from below. I want to enter the Sky Island to take a look. Since you have already came here, I wonder if we can get there now. Brother Weber, are you back?" Aisha also jumped down, with a smile on her face, and quickly ran to Weber's side and said, "Do you know who they are? How dare you get on their ship? I told you this every time." Weber looked at Aisha and said angrily, the expression on his face said everything. The tough aura exuded by the opponent at this moment even shocked Luffy next to him. After Aisha heard this, she lowered her head silently, blaming herself for not daring to say any explanation. "Why are you like this? Aisha just stayed on our ship for a while, you..." Bang! Before Luffy could finish his words, he was greeted by Weber, who punched him in the stomach. The strong inertia instantly sent him flying 5 to 6 meters. When he landed on the ground, Luffy still had a painful look on his face. Holding his stomach. Seeing this scene, everyone else on the ship, especially Zoro, instantly drew out the knife in his hand and began to prepare for a big fight. But at this time, the Sandians who were standing behind Weber were also prepared. Just when Zoro was about to go up, Robin shouted directly, "Stop!" Robin has never shown his strength in front of others. No matter what situation he encounters, he always sits there and watches the show. Although the Straw Hats are her partners, more often than not, Robin remained quiet. But at this moment, the majesty that Robin suddenly exuded instantly made everyone stunned. After hearing the sound, not only Soran stopped preparing to attack, but even Weber and the others who were staying below the ship quickly lowered their heads. "Luffy, are you okay?" After seeing everyone stop, Chopper, who was already at a loss, quickly jumped down and ran to Luffy's side, who looked in pain. "It hurts." After calming down for a while, Luffy said these words in pain. "How is that possible?" Nami listened to this in disbelief. After all, in their understanding, Luffy is a rubber man, and no matter what the situation, they should not say it hurts. But the scene in front of her now really subverted her imagination. Sanji stood on the deck, smoking a cigarette with a serious face, watching all this silently. Through Weber's actions just now, Robin can generally confirm that the other party must know him, otherwise he would not have acted like he just did. At least it can explain one thing, that is, others must have already known that they came to the empty island. "We have no malicious intent, we just want to come to the empty island to have a look. Once the recording pointer in our hands is magnetized, we will leave naturally and will definitely not cause any impact on the empty island." Robin said with a serious face. At this time, Luffy was also slowly helped up by Chopper. He himself looked at this scene in disbelief. The punch that hit him just now made him confused for a moment. Why is Luffy crying in pain? Usopp also looked at this scene and said in disbelief. Zoro frowned even more. Although he did not attack again, he kept his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist. Brother Weber, Luffy, and the others don't mean any harm. Aisha also started to speak kind words to them at this time, but Weber didn't care at all what this group of people were here for. After all, just as Robin thought, the people on the island had already received the news before they arrived at the island. The reason why Weber punched Luffy was simply because he wanted to know what kind of strength these people had. I hope it will be as you said. Sky Island has its own rules. You can go in and visit, but sometimes there are places where you are not allowed to participate. Weber said, looking at Robin again. Even so, his eyes were still full of determination. After finishing speaking, Weber looked at Aisha who was standing next to him again, and this time he said in a somewhat friendly tone, in the future, you must remember that people who fly such flags on ships are all pirates, and not many pirates are good. I see. Elsa whispered. Luffy didn't show any anger after receiving this punch. Perhaps he had realized that he seemed to be no match for the gatekeeper. Although he didn't know what kind of ability the other party had, if it hit him, he could actually cause the same attack as his grandfather Garp, but he was still confused. After hearing these words, he jumped on the boat directly. Nami, start heading towards Sky Island. Luffy said seriously. But this time there was no one to stop them. Weber and his people stood nearby and watched. At least until they started to move away from the gate of the Sky Island, Weber began to say leisurely, I really don't know what the people above want to do. I'm sorry, Brother Weber. Aisha lowered her head in shame and apologized. Well, it's brother who should be the one to say sorry. His tone just now was a bit harsh, but it's just like what brother said, they are all pirates, so try to stay away from them in the future. But this time the situation is different. There is a person staying above who we cannot afford to offend, although we don't know what they are up to. But wait a minute and my brother will treat you to something delicious, okay? Chapter 415 Explanation on the use of domineering. Weber's sudden change of attitude caught Elsa off guard, and she was completely unable to understand what this guy meant. But now she still doesn't care about these things. When she heard that the other party was willing to take her to eat delicious food, Aisha nodded quickly. After all, the only way to eat delicious food here is to go to the top of the Sky Island, and only there will be some unexpected delicacies. Aboard the Mary. Luffy, are you okay? Usopp asked worriedly. After all, everyone could see the pained expression on Luffy's face at the beginning, and it was obviously not an act. Nothing's wrong anymore, but it was really painful just now. Luffy said with a grin. He can still laugh now, and even others are sweating for this guy. What exactly is going on? Luffy is not a rubber man, why does he feel pain? Nami asked with some confusion. Devil fruit users are not invincible. They won't feel pain. That's just because ordinary people's attacks have no effect on devil fruit users. What Weber used just now was haki, an ability that can directly harm those with natural devil fruit abilities. This kind of thing is not a devil fruit ability. As long as a person's cultivation reaches the extreme, he can burst out armed haki. Robin sat aside and said leisurely. Although these words ignited the hearts of several people present, especially Soran who always valued strength. Originally, he had always had some doubts about Robin's identity. Although everyone on the boat was all friends, Zoro was the only one who always maintained a certain distance. But at this moment, he stepped over everyone and ran to Robin, asking expectantly, Haki? Tell us what haki is. Luffy was also a little excited, and even Sanji couldn't sit still and flicked out the cigarette in his hand. Robin looked at them and smiled slightly. Instead of talking more, it's better to practice it directly. Robin was still sitting there, and then stretched out his white right hand. Under everyone's gaze, the white right hand was instantly covered with a layer of black in the next second. This thing is haki. There are 3 types of haki. The first is the armed haki that can be used in attack. This kind can not only enhance one's own defense and attack capabilities, but also directly capture those with natural devil fruit abilities. Nowadays, almost most of the powerful people in the New World can use this method. Robin said, then stood up and walked to Luffy's side, and then flicked the other person's head with his dark right hand. At this moment, Luffy seemed to have been hit hard, and he immediately screamed again and covered his head. At this moment, everyone finally realized how powerful the so-called armed color haki was. What about the other two types of domineering? Usopp asked curiously. In addition, there is the haki of seeing and hearing, which can be used to defend and dodge through perception, especially the ability to perceive dangerous situations at very long distances. These two types of domineering energy can be achieved by ordinary people through acquired learning, but the third type is overlord domineering. This kind of domineering power can hurt the enemy with its momentum, but it cannot be learned through the day after tomorrow. In the end, it can only rely on personal genetics or domineering level. Generally speaking, having one among a million people is already very good. Each of the Yonko in the New World possesses Overlord Haki. The most powerful user of Overlord Haki in the New World is known to be the red-haired Shanks, but similarly, he is not the most powerful user of Haki in the world. People. Shanks. When Luffy heard the name, he instantly felt familiarity welling up in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Robin was interrupted for a moment, but he didn't mind at all, and then continued, before entering the New World, if we cannot master the use of Haki, then anyone in the New World may defeat us. I see. Robin, since you know how to use Haki, can you teach us? Zoro asked expectantly. Mr. Swordsman, whether it is armed color Haki or sword gate cultivation, it is not as simple as you think. Generally speaking, it will take at least a year to cultivate Haki to a state where you can defend yourself against enemies. When the time comes, I can leave the method to you, but I'm afraid you will have to learn it yourself. Robin said with a smile. Robin, I didn't expect you know so much. Nami said with a smile. If you have the same life experience as me, you will know these things. Robin said. I see. Luffy suddenly said with surprise. Listening to what Robin said, it seems that the New World is really scary. Also, is Robin actually so powerful? Usopp was still immersed in surprise, thinking about Robin's appearance just now, and opened his mouth in a daze. Robin is really scary. Chopper also said. It's just that I feel safe when I stay with Robin. At least when I encounter danger in the future, I can just hide behind Robin. Nami said with a smile. Don't say that. My strength is not as strong as you think. It's just that compared to the first half of the Grand Line, there are very few people who can use Haki, but it doesn't mean there are none, at least among the Navy. There are many people who can possess domineering abilities. Robin said. It's better not to talk about these things now, Sky Island is coming. Sanji directly interrupted their conversation and said that the main reason was that the white clouds in front of him had changed, and those buildings could be seen further ahead. These buildings are almost consistent with what Aisha told them at the gate of the Sky Island. The entire Sky Island looks very peaceful, giving the impression that there are not too many worries. At least for them, this is considered as officially stepping into the realm of Sky Island. Kangdeo is so beautiful. I really want to live here for a while. Chopper said with eyes shining. In their eyes, Sky Island is indeed beautiful, with a pure white site, and even the architectural structures of the houses are made of white. At least for them looking at it from a distance, this was the first time they had seen such a place. Sky Island has indeed lived up to their high expectations. Every inch of the place feels particularly different. No one stopped talking about the topic just now, and instead focused all their eyes on the front. Chapter 416 The Great Prince of the True Empire. In the True Empire, Chongnyo, who had ended his communication with Whitebeard, had returned to his own country at this moment. Inside the royal palace of True. Your Majesty the King, everything is as you guessed. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, has been captured by Whitebeard and his men. It is estimated that if it goes according to what you said, it should start being sent to the Navy in a few days. In the palace, Abena stood there and said to Chongnyo, who was sitting on the sofa. He is responsible for all the external intelligence. Since half a month ago, the True Empire has begun arranging people to follow Ace all the time, just to know the process and steps of the next development. When Chongnyo was communicating with Whitebeard, Ace had already met Blackbeard. From a strength perspective, how could Ace be Blackbeard's opponent? The other party has been able to hide in this pirate group for so long, and was able to severely injure Shanks, who is now the 4 Emperors, more than 10 years ago. No matter from any angle, Blackbeard is definitely not as weak as he appears. This kind of thing can happen, let alone the fact that Chongnyo knows the rhythm and development of the plot, just relying on the opponent to hide from the Whitebeard pirates for 12 years, and being able to severely damage Shanks many years ago, among them as many things have been explained. What's going on with the Whitebeard pirates? Chang Nyo asked. No news has come back yet, but judging from their appearance, it seems that they have begun to prepare. After all, His Majesty has communicated with them before. Next, more people will be sent out. I want to know how other forces will react after knowing this situation. It is estimated that it won't be long before Blackbeard will send Ace to the Navy. I really look forward to the scene then. How is it like? Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. After all, what happened next was what he had planned all along. Then do we need to make any other preparations next? No need for the moment, leave your affairs to Junhee first, and start paying attention to other situations. There is not much we have to do now, at least before the next incident occurs. Our true empire needs to maintain absolute calm. Chang Nyo said. The operation of His Majesty the King really left Abena a little confused and couldn't figure out the reason. However, they were able to judge something from the information they got from Xiaoli. After Chang Nyo finished speaking, he leaned directly on the sofa and closed his eyes, and began to think about the next plan. For this time, Chang Nyo has been preparing for nearly 10 years, and all developments revolve around prepare for what happens next. After all, after the top, the pirate world will undergo huge changes. This is what he has to consider. This side of Sky Island. Luffy and his party slowly docked the boat on the shore. Unlike other places, there is no port on the Sky Island. They can only stop at some diving areas. As for the remaining 10, it's only a few meters away, just jump over. However, when they approached the edge, there were actually many people waiting here on the shore. As soon as they landed, before they could take a closer look, a child who looked about 4 or 5 years old rushed over. This is a man who is wearing relatively gorgeous clothes, has exquisite short hair, and has a very handsome and cute face. Mom, you're finally here. The little boy ran over and jumped on Robin's body, shouting very affectionately. Mia, why are you here? When he saw the boy, Robin was very surprised. As the boy rushed over quickly, Robin hurriedly knelt down and hugged the boy. Luffy and the others looked at this scene with dumbfounded expressions, not even fully understanding what was going on. I've been here a few days ago. The main reason is that my father said that you should arrive at Sky Island in the next few days, so I told my mother to come here and wait for you. After all, staying at home is too boring, so I'd better stay with my little mom. We are happiest together. The little boy Mia said with a smile. This little guy is Chang Nyo's eldest son, and the key is that he was born to the pirate Empress Hancock. They are now almost 5 years old. Due to Hancock's identity, Chang Nyo has not been able to give him a formal identity until now. Fortunately, Hancock does not mind this situation. But the rules on the Daughter's Island have always been there. All children born, as long as they are boys, must leave with their father. Except for Mia, he is almost universally loved on the Daughter's Island. Mia has already shown extraordinary talent at a young age, but in this world, Robin's knowledge is already considered the highest, so many times, Mia will go to the true empire through the space portal. Learn from Robin. Robin, this kid is... Nami finally couldn't hold it back and asked curiously. Everyone else's eyes were attracted to this little guy, mainly because no matter from which angle they looked at it, the identity of the other person was not as simple as they imagined. Because at this moment, there were several men standing not far away who were probably here to protect Mia. This can be considered my son, but he is the son of my husband and other women. When he said this, Robin still looked happy, but to other people's ears it seemed that it was not the same thing. Only Sanji looks relatively normal. I really want to know what the person behind you is like. Nami whispered softly. No matter who is behind him, Robin is our partner, but this little guy is really cute. Luffy said with a grin, and then began to walk towards the little guy. But before he could get closer, a man in black appeared from nowhere and stood directly in front of him. Don't be so guarded, these are my partners. After seeing this scene, Robin immediately opened his mouth and said. Especially the tone of his voice that could not be rejected. However, the man in black disappeared in the next second after hearing this. The scene just now really shocked the Straw Hats. They could sense how powerful the opponent was without fighting. Chapter 417 Thoughts on Dominance. The people guarding Mia had left, and everyone felt a weight of relief on their shoulders. Luffy himself wanted to touch this little guy, but unexpectedly Mia suddenly raised his head and looked at Luffy and said, "You must be Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats, right? My name is Mia, nice to meet you. You know me?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Of course, I know all of Mom's friends. I also know Nami, the swordsman Zoro, the chef Sanji, and a little tanuki named Chopper, right? I'm a reindeer, not a tanuki." As soon as Mia finished speaking, Chopper, not far away, shouted, "Anyway, it's nice to meet you all. Since we have arrived at Sky Island, let me entertain you," Mia said with a smile. "Mia, you haven't said why you ran to the empty island yet? Does your mother know?" Robin asked worriedly. "Mom? She must know, don't worry about that," Mia said with a guilty smile at this moment. Robin had been in contact with him for a short period of time, and the look on this little guy's face made it obvious that he was lying. But Robin didn't want to expose the other person anymore. Instead, he stood up and hugged him in his arms. He said with a doting look on his face, "Be careful to let your mother know the price of sneaking out. You will inevitably get a beating when the time comes." After hearing this, Mia stuck out her tongue and said nonchalantly, "I came to Sky Island, what does she have to worry about? Besides, my father knows that I came to Sky Island to play." At the end of the sentence, Mia whispered directly into Robin's ear. On Nami's side, looking at the deep love between mother and son, she couldn't help but curiously asked Sanji next to her, "I always feel that Robin's identity is definitely not simple." "Oh, I've said it before, why bother with this kind of thing? Think about it, Ace already said that when Robin got married, the Whitebeard pirates sent representatives there, and they could do it with their feet. Have you thought of something?" Sanji said speechlessly. "That seems to be true," Nami said a little embarrassed. "Mia, you are entertaining us today, where are you going?" Robin hugged Mia and asked as he walked forward. Now they have all landed on the Sky Island. Fortunately, the people on the Sky Island now have no resistance to the people coming from the Sky Island, especially since the life on the Sky Island is no longer unknown to them compared to before. How many times? The housing architecture here has also changed a lot compared to before. Many island cloud buildings with 2 floors or more have appeared. This is the first time for Luffy and the others to come to Sky Island. In fact, it is also the first time for Robin to come to Sky Island. Although Robin has always known that the location leading to Sky Island is at the back of the palace, she never set foot there. But this time, setting foot on the soft clouds of Kangdeo gave people a completely different feeling. Now seeing the appearance of Sky Island, Robin didn't show much surprise. After all, many people had told him about the appearance of Sky Island before he came here. Now it seems like it's just a matter of following the direction in my memory. "Mom, let's go to Yun Palace. I think the food there is a little better," Mia pouted and said. This place was built on an empty island, but the cooking methods were all passed down from the true empire. Although the whole structure is still built by Daeyun, the only difference is that this building is almost 6 stories high, making it the tallest building on the entire Sky Island. At the same time, it is also a place that thousands of people on the entire Sky Island must go to in their free time. Let's not talk about the delicious food. Just the environment inside gives people a feeling of lingering. Mom has never been to Kangdeo. It looks like Mia will be needed to lead the way later, Robin said with a smile. No problem. The 2 people in front, the older one and the younger one, were walking happily chatting with each other, but the key thing was that the few people behind them had bitter expressions on their faces. Zoro still had 3 knives coiled around his waist, and looked around with extraordinary eyes. Before going to the Sky Island, he had never felt that he was weak, but compared to the strong men on the sea, especially Mihawk, he was the only swordsman in the world that he had ever fought against, but just by coming to a place like Sky Island, he had already seen 2 beings that could make people despair in just a short time. What Robin said on the way to Sky Island has been swirling in his mind. The practice of domineering can increase the attack and defense power dozens of times. For a martial arts idiot, this thing is simply irresistible. Green Algae Head, it seems you are still thinking about domineering things, right? Sanji walked to a position alongside Zoro and continued to move forward, asking as he walked. Sanji is probably the one who knows Zoro best on this ship. Although the 2 of them usually talk about being unforgiving, for the 2 of them, they are definitely more familiar with each other than Luffy is. Zoro knew better. Zoro turned his face, glanced at Sanji, and said with a melancholy look in his eyes, is it possible that you don't have any ideas in this regard? There must be some, don't tell me you don't have such thoughts. Zoro asked. After hearing this, Sanji suddenly stopped, but only paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. But at this moment, the expression on his face had completely changed. Then he said quite seriously, do you know what armed domineering means to a force? There is almost a mutual understanding among the major forces. It goes without saying that it is almost impossible to spread the cultivation method of armed haki or witnessing haki, so who do you think can teach us? When Sanji said this, he immediately remembered his childhood. After all, although he had been living in the East Blue Sea, he still knew his own life experience quite well. Being among the big forces, he can easily understand what these domineering cultivation methods mean. For ordinary people, it is impossible to come into contact with things at this level, which is why the possibility of domineering appearing in the first half of the Grand Line is very low. Chapter 418 The Empress Who Came to Sky Island. Sanji even had every reason to believe that even Robin would not be able to teach them how to practice haki. After all, once it spreads, something that ordinary people can practice, there is no telling how serious the consequences will be. As a result of. But he knew it, but he would not tell others about it. Sanji, it seems you know a lot of things too. Zoro just said calmly, and then a sinister smile appeared on his lips. But this smile is only for partners, and there aren't even many other thoughts. Fortunately, the area of the Sky Island is not very large, and after a group of people walked for a while, they were almost at their destination. Yun Palace can indeed live up to its name. It is built on a separate empty island. And it has two huge chains that can be pulled directly to prevent this small island from floating far away in the wind. The road into the Cloud Palace is a long and flawless-looking step. Based on this step, it seems that the Cloud Palace in front is at least 200 meters in the distance. Not only is the building made of pure white, but also the outer decoration and handrails are all made of white. The design of Shima Cloud can be various, and as long as the correct processing method is adopted, it can be made into any shape. At least the palace in front of you feels extremely luxurious. But in fact, not many people come to such a place. After all, the living standards of these people staying on the empty island have been greatly improved compared to before. At least at this stage, only one person can enter the Cloud Palace. Just once a month. This is why Aisha, who stayed at the gate of Sky Island, has only been to Sky Island once from beginning to end. It's just that today's Sky Island may not be as quiet as imagined, at least it is still relatively quiet at the moment. But as soon as they entered the Cloud Palace, something uneasy happened. The Yun Palace Hall is an open hall that seems to be at least 20 meters high. The interior is extremely luxuriously decorated and looks so elegant. But before they had time to appreciate it, an impatient woman had already entered from outside the Cloud Palace. The moment she first came in, Sanji's eyes were transfixed, and even the nosebleeds on his face began to slowly flow out. This woman is so beautiful. Chopper, the only non-human member of the Straw Hat Pirates, also looked on dumbfounded. The main reason is that the woman who came in was Hancock, the Empress of Daughter Island, and she walked in with a serious and domineering face. It just so happened that they were still standing in the hall at this time. After Hancock walked in, he only looked at the Straw Hats, and then looked directly at Robin. At this time, Mia had already stuffed her head into Robin's arms, as if she was deliberately avoiding Hancock. "Mia, I'm already here, where are you going to hide?" Hancock shouted in a serious voice. "Mia, your mother is already here, is it possible that you still don't plan to come down?" Robin asked with a smile. After all, they were still facing Hancock at this time, and no one would have thought that this woman would come over so quickly. But think about it, after all, Mia has been away for nearly a day. Although Hancock can imagine that this little guy Mia has come to the Sky Island, and there is no need to worry about his safety at all. My daughter has a small space channel that can directly connect to the Sky Island in the morning. In fact, the Cloud Palace where they are located can be regarded as built for Hancock and the others. The only thing that Hancock didn't expect was that this little guy stayed away all night, as if he didn't even plan to come back. Mia hid in Robin's arms, raised her head slightly, revealing a pair of innocent eyes, and her big eyes reflected a different kind of bitterness. "You don't have to look at me, I really can't be your mother's boss in this matter," Robin said to Mia with a smile again. "Mia, come down quickly." Hancock's voice lowered his tone slightly, and he took 2 steps in the direction of Robin. Today's Hancock is very different from the image in the plot. At least the clothes on his body are not as revealing as imagined. Instead, he wears a long skirt directly to the bottom, a red and white skirt, plus a round hairstyle, and a face. The bangs hanging down in front of his face are all bonus points for Hancock. After hearing another call, Mia finally stood beside Robin helplessly and reluctantly, her eyes peeking at Hancock as he walked over. Mia, you came here as soon as you said you would. Why did you stay up all night? I don't want to go back, I just want to spend 2 days on Sky Island. It's safe here and I don't have to worry about any danger. Mia said to Hancock with a sweet voice. This woman is so beautiful. I wonder who she is. While Hancock and Mia were chatting, Sanji, who was standing not far away, wiped the nosebleed on his face and asked Robin next to him with curiosity and doubt. You're such a perverted cook, you can tell right away that you have bad intentions. Zoro said, and then started walking directly into the Cloud Palace. As he walked, he looked at the environment here. Although the 20-meter-long hall on the first floor was only filled with decorations and did not have any dining tables, almost all of the 2 sides of the hall on this floor were restaurants. Look! If Zoro were to walk in such a large mobile building alone, he would probably get lost in this place. Sister Shiji, long time no see. In the hall, Robin shouted affectionately to Hancock. The two of them are now considered a family. Although they don't have much politeness, they feel very familiar with each other. Hancock, who was still angry just now, had a smile on his face after hearing Robin's words, and asked with some confusion, these must be your partners, Robin. Yes, you came here mainly for little Mia. Robin asked rhetorically. Let's not talk about that now. I will leave Mia with you for now. Wait a moment. I'm going to the palace. Is there anything I need to bring to Michelle? Hancock asked calmly. Michelle is Robin's daughter. She is less than 1 year old now. Although Robin wants to go back, there are just some things that make her helpless. Chapter 419 Military Meeting. Nami has always been different from others. She has always been curious about Robin's true identity. But in fact, there is no need to think too much. Everyone can already guess that Robin's identity is definitely closely related to the true empire, and whether it is from the other party's speech, behavior, or other behaviors, it is even very likely that he is a special person. A senior figure in the Lu Empire. This time Nami was only slightly curious. She leaned against a pillar in the Cloud Palace, raised her ears and began to listen to the conversation between the two. Maybe she doesn't know that as long as the other person is willing, he can know his movements at any time. It's just that Robin doesn't mind at all when his identity is exposed. Anyway, Chang Nyo had already said this before joining the Straw Hats. Hancock stood there and glanced in the direction of Nami, then looked at Robin again. Sister Hancock, you don't need to bring anything with Michelle. She is still young and there is nothing to prepare for the moment. It's just that I haven't seen her for so long and I really miss her. Robin said with a smile. I'll take a look at it for you when I get back. It's already a troubled time, and that guy is probably very busy every day. According to the plan, you should be able to see Michelle here soon. As Hancock said, Mia next to her kept lowering her head, even looking like she didn't even dare to breathe. I don't want to get too involved in his affairs, although I don't know what the purpose is. Maybe my sister is the only one who can help her. Robin said. Let's do this first. Hancock comforted Robin with a smile, and then the expression on his face turned serious. She knelt down, looked at Mia, who was still lowering her head, put her hand on her head, and sighed helplessly. He took a breath and said, just stay on the empty island for now. Don't let me run around if you have nothing to do. I'll clean up this little thing like you when I get back. Don't worry, sister, I will take good care of Mia these 2 days. Before I leave, I will ask others to send him back. Robin said with a smile. Now he is very troublesome. I will leave him here for 2 days and I guess he will be back soon, Hancock said. Go and get busy. Don't keep him waiting. There might be something important waiting for you to do. Robin said again. Hancock did not refuse this time, glanced at Mia again, and then walked towards the outside of Yun Palace without looking back. Your mother is gone, shouldn't you put away your little grievance? Seeing that Mia was still lowering her head, Robin asked helplessly. Have they gone? Mia raised her head instantly, and the haze that was still hanging on her face a moment ago had disappeared without a trace the next moment. When she saw that Hancock had really disappeared without a trace, Mia suddenly showed a smile on her face, then turned to look at Robin and said, I was scared to death just now, I thought I was going to get beaten again. Woolen cloth. Your mother won't beat you often, okay? Robin said, rolling his eyes. You don't know, now I have to learn to write, exercise, and a lot of other things every day, and I can't even come out to play even if I want to. Mia complained. Then what is your dream for the future? Robin asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe I will become a big shot like my father, or maybe I can take a good look at the world. Mia thought deeply for a moment. For someone of his age, he really couldn't think of any better ideals. It was more about just playing. After all, it's normal to think about it. How can a 5-year-old child have any particularly innocent thoughts? I just want to eat more delicious food, have fun, and have a perfect childhood. What a difficult little devil, let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to entertain us? I'll leave it to you now. Robin stood up, stroked Mia's little head with his right hand, and said with a doting look on his face. At this moment, Nami, who had been listening in the corner, quickly turned around and started walking in another direction. Robin just raised his head slightly and glanced in her direction. A smile slowly appeared on his lips, but he didn't say anything. The environment on Sky Island is indeed extremely beautiful for those who have never been there. It was built before the True Empire, and the oxygen content is almost the same as that in the sea below. So even if you suddenly come to the Sky Island 10,000 meters above the sky, these people don't feel depressed because of the thin oxygen. After so many years of adaptation, the people on the empty island have gradually begun to accept such an environment. After all, life is nothing more than a piece of chicken feathers. After adapting, everything is still life as usual. It's just that the military base on Sky Island is very different from before. Now the entire South Blue Sea is under the control of the True Empire, so the substantial role of the military base on Sky Island has been relatively reduced. But the military base in this place is still maintained. It is nothing more than the stationing of some troops, and there is no large-scale personnel training. It is still concentrated on this. But even so, today's Sky Island is still used as a place for the handover between the True Empire and several other space portals. Its purpose is to prevent others from directly entering the True Empire through the portal to cause trouble. In the blink of an eye. In the palace of the True Empire, Hancock was almost pressed against Chongnyo. The two of them looked at each other without saying much. Although they met occasionally, only a few people in the Toru Empire knew that the pirate empress was the woman of Emperor Toru. Even now that Hancock has given birth to Chongnyo's eldest son, this kind of thing is almost only spread among high-level officials. Why didn't you come to me for so long? As soon as the two people hugged each other, Hancock pushed Chongnyo away and asked slightly angrily. There are still many people inside. I will talk to you about this later. Let's deal with the current matters first. Chongnyo said with a slight smile. They are now in the entire palace hall, but the conference room next to the hall is almost full of people at this moment. Upon hearing this, Hancock immediately calmed down his expression and glanced towards the conference room with the door open. There are indeed many people sitting there in the room at this moment, especially those sitting on the edge of the door who can directly see the two of them. Now all of them wish they had not seen anything at all. Am I wearing something too casual? Hancock asked in a low voice. Chapter 420 First Class Secret. There was no preparation for this kind of thing in advance, and even the clothes he wore this time were just to give his man some surprises. But under the current circumstances, Hancock's clothes were indeed not formal enough. Just when she felt a little melancholy, Chongnyo said directly, "It doesn't matter, it's fine just like this." After finishing speaking, Chongnyo even touched Hancock's face, and then said again, "Let's go, I'm waiting for you." "Oh." Hancock answered quietly, then silently followed Chongnyo and started walking towards the conference room. Before the two people reached the door, everyone sitting in the conference room stood up collectively and looked forward calmly. Of course, some glanced at Hancock from time to time. After all, this woman's appearance is indeed perfect. Even if she has already given birth to a child, Hancock can still be regarded as the most beautiful woman in the pirate world. Most of the people here are men. Although they have tried their best to restrain themselves, they still can't stand the charm brought by Hancock. When Chongnyo walked to the seat at the front, many people's eyes were still on Hancock. Chongnyo could only express his helplessness by saying cough cough twice. The moment everyone came to their senses, Hancock sat down next to Chongnyo. As the two of them sat down, everyone else followed suit. There were about 50 people participating in the conference room this time. This was considered a rare military meeting in the true empire. Although Hancock's arrival attracted everyone's attention, it also made many people very confused. Doubts. They all know that Hancock's current identity is not only determined by the fact that she is the woman of Emperor Toru. The more important reason is that Hancock is the current Shishibukai and the pirate empress. From the outside, a woman who can't compete with the true empire. The reason why this group of people are confused is mainly because this meeting is a milestone moment for the true empire. What is the woman in front of me, a pirate, doing here? But Hancock ignored everyone's expressions and sat down directly. Chang Nyo sat there, also looking at the doubts on everyone's faces, and then opened his mouth and said directly, I guess you are all wondering why Hancock came here to participate in the meeting? Mainly because he will participate next. When? After hearing this, everyone put aside their inner doubts a little. However, Yuxiao, who was sitting on the other side, said with a serious expression, you don't need to mention the previous matters. I would like to ask His Majesty the King to tell you about the next arrangements. During this meeting, almost all the top military generals of the true empire were gathered in this place, and everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. After all, for them, during the years they stayed in the true empire, they had never used their abilities. It was rare for them to hold a military meeting this time, and each of them was already very excited. So now even if Hancock is sitting here, no matter in which capacity he is, these people don't mind at all. Before starting the meeting, let me emphasize one point, that is, no one is allowed to reveal a word in advance about the content of this meeting, even the most trusted person. At the moment when no order is issued, this incident needs to be disclosed. Listed as a first-level secret among the top military officials of the true empire. Yes. Chang Nyo said seriously. The moment his voice fell, everyone stood up and shouted loudly. After all, the true empire holds a high-level military meeting. This kind of situation is not common in this country. He does not need to say more. Since these people can already achieve this position, each one of them is very clear. They are already high-ranking military officials of the true empire. Normally, everyone understands the rules regarding the content of these military meetings. Since we can bring all these people together, it means that something big must have happened. In addition, His Majesty the King could personally say such words, not to mention them, even the expression of General Yuxiao had gradually become serious. Everyone, sit down. Charlie will tell you what happens next. Chang Nyo said looking at Xiao Li sitting in the crowd. Although this woman is a mermaid, it does not hinder her movements after leaving the water, but her huge size is too conspicuous here. She didn't even need to stand up, she was already a head taller than the others, and her huge body had obviously become his biggest advantage. It's just that there are still several glasses of water in front of him. Although the mermaid can live a normal life after leaving the water, at least to ensure that the body's moisture is not too dry, it still needs to start to replenish the body's water loss from time to time. Xiao Li's image at this moment is still the same as before. He is dressed in black and purple clothes, his hair is still slanted to one side, and one eye is always covered. As the current great prophet of the true empire, although Xiao Li does not have any substantive rights, he can at least be respected by everyone. And after several years of development, the South Blue Sea has already set up a separate island for those on Fishman Island who want to come and watch the world on the sea. In this regard, Chang Nyo also began to gradually improve the agreement between himself and Xiao Li. After hearing the king's words, Xiao Li slowly took out a crystal ball from his arms. There was a wooden tray under the crystal ball, which was covered with a piece of white cloth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the crystal ball in front of Xiao Li. Which one of them didn't recognize this woman? Naturally, you know what the other person is going to do next. The upcoming war between Whitebeard and the Navy is now only known to a few generals at the top of the true empire. The rest of the people are also confused and have no idea where the situation will develop. Step. Therefore, the current Xiao Li was just to demonstrate to them the battle that would happen next. After lifting the white cloth, a transparent crystal glass ball was displayed in front of everyone, but at this time, Xiao Li glanced at Chang Nyo, who was sitting in the front. In the next second, there was no need for her to say anything more. Chang Nyo directly raised a transparent blue barrier to cover the conference room. Just do what you want and don't worry about it getting leaked. Chang Nyo said calmly. Chapter 421 War in the Crystal Ball. Xiao Li focused almost all his attention on the crystal ball. Under everyone's gaze, he seemed to have some devil fruit ability. Next, the originally transparent and white crystal ball began to emit a different red light. As the light began to shine, Xiao Li began to slowly open her eyes, but it could be seen from the fear in her eyes that she must have seen something that frightened her. The moment he first came into contact with this reality, Xiao Li subconsciously wanted to let go of her hand, but how could she let her go at this time? Chang Niu was sitting at the top. The moment he saw Xiao Li trying to move his hand, he immediately knocked on the table with his right hand. In an instant, an invisible transparent light directly enveloped Xiao Li. The ability of the soul devil fruit completely brought back Xiao Li, who was already shrouded in fear, in just an instant. Even the opponent continued to use his abilities on the crystal ball as if he was out of control. In less than a while, the red light emitted from the crystal ball slowly began to condense into a picture, and even the characters in the picture could be clearly seen. This is the next battle at the top. Whitebeard's voice can be clearly seen by everyone. What was different from what they imagined was that Whitebeard's body had been penetrated by several holes at this moment, and even the Whitebeard he was proud of had been cut off in half. Such a situation made everyone present take a deep breath unconsciously. That is to say, General Yu Xiao could not perceive this scene, and his performance was relatively normal. Who else could escape the fear caused by this scene? A future war was unfolding in front of everyone, and the passion shrouded in this kind of war made everyone present start to glow with golden eyes. As the top military leaders of a country, the only way they can show themselves is to participate in the war, so they no longer need their king to explain things clearly. They can more or less understand the meaning of the high-level meeting held this time. Chang Niu saw that the time was about the same, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table again. The devil fruit ability that originally enveloped Xiao Li was withdrawn in the next second. But what followed was that Xiao Li received the backlash from this prophecy, and his nose and ears instantly began to bleed outward. "Are you okay, Charlie?" Mo Sank, who was sitting next to her, quickly stood up and asked. "Nothing's wrong, I'm just a little tired," Xiao Li said weakly. "Then you should go back and rest first. As for the rest, leave it to us," Chang Niu said calmly, then stretched out his right hand, and a blue light instantly enveloped Xiao Li's body, and then he completely disappeared into the conference room. The moment he reappeared, Xiao Li had already returned to his room. Although he was still a little weak, he just closed his eyes and sighed deeply. "Return to the conference room. Next, let Abina talk about this matter first, and then I will arrange everyone's tasks and priorities," Chang Niu said with a serious expression. He looked at everyone around him. This time, there were 4 generals gathered in this high-level meeting of more than 50 people, and the rest were almost all lieutenant generals. At least this was the arrangement in the true empire. With such a huge fighting power, Hancock should be the one who feels the most uncomfortable and suffocated. She is the only person who does not yet belong to the Taru Empire, but participating in such a high-level meeting, the domineering energy exuded by everyone is actually much stronger than him. Coupled with the atmosphere at the scene, even if as the Pirate Empress, she possesses the aura of a king, but at this moment she can only watch silently. Abina stood up and looked at everyone around him. He knew everyone here, but this time the situation was completely different. "Let me first talk about the situation on my side. His Majesty the King has started planning for this war a long time ago. At present, the true empire has sent nearly 30 teams to perform tasks, and combined with the predicted time, this battle will be a very important turning point for our true empire. I hope that in the coming time, everyone will be able to clearly understand this large-scale war. According to the current investigation results and combined with the content of the prophecy, the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy will be concentrated in the current Navy headquarters, Marinfondo, and according to the current scale of the Whitebeard pirates, in addition to his own pirate group of only 1,600 people, he also has 43 pirate groups under his jurisdiction. The total number of people can definitely reach a relatively strong state. The starting point of this war will focus on Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. He not only has this identity, but also has another identity, that is, the biological son of Pirate King Roger. Abina said directly and seriously, still looking at everyone, but other people who got the news could no longer close their mouths. This kind of news can simply make people's jaws drop, even General Yu Xiao is no exception. There is no need for others to say anything. Although most people are only in the South Blue Sea and have never left the sea area, this does not affect their knowledge of the outside world. At least that's the case today. Chang Nyo maintained a calm state from the beginning to the end. He had known about this kind of thing for a long time. Was he not surprised by anything? Abena paused, and then continued, in order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates this time, the Navy will definitely take away the most cutting-edge power in the entire Navy. Whitebeard's shock fruit ability can even break space with one punch. As the strongest being in the world, so far he can still claim this title alone. According to another team, regarding the investigation on Blackbeard's side who has captured Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, according to the normal next process, the other party will definitely hand Ace over to the Navy. As for the others, there has been no particularly big movement in terms of power for the time being, but we cannot relax our vigilance, at least this time. After Abena finished speaking, he nodded in the direction of Chang Nyo, and then sat directly there. Chapter 422 You are still young, wait a few years. Chang Nyo would not be surprised at all that they could perform like this. What happened this time was completely different from experiencing it with my own eyes. Abena has simply said this. This incident will cause a major turmoil in the world. By that time, there will be too many huge forces rising up in the wind, and the revolutionary army is not as peaceful as imagined, so in terms of the following detailed arrangements, I hope that everyone can do their jobs well. In any case, this time our true empire must take advantage of this opportunity to quickly develop its own strength. As for the more detailed arrangements, all of us will sit together and discuss them carefully. Chang Nyo sat there and still spoke calmly. Others no longer had any right to interrupt, and all of them could only listen silently. After all, the news they came across today was too shocking, and it was completely beyond what a force could bear. The Navy is about to have a battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Once this matter is publicized, there is no telling how serious changes it will make to the world. Such a high-level military meeting does not end with just 2 sentences. There are at least dozens of links in the middle, and each link is to deal with possible things that may arise. Because the times have changed, Chang Nyo is not sure that the next war on the top will be what he imagined. By that time, after the real thing happens, there will still be many hidden and unknown forces in this world. After all, how far has the revolutionary army developed so far? What are the hidden powers of the world government? As for the so-called Navy, Land, and Air Force, so far, they only know that the military is powerful and the army has nothing to do, but there is no substantial conclusion as to which aspect the Air Force belongs to. How will the pirates in the New World react? This series of various problems all troubles everyone. Even though the strength of the Toru Empire is now different from what it used to be, it is still not sure that everything will be as I thought. After all, as a king, any decision he makes may lead to risks that the country will face next. Even though he already knew where the next development rhythm would be, Chang Nyo still didn't dare to take the risk and rush forward like this. All he can do now is try his best to move everything to the historical track of the original plot. In this way, he can always stay at the forefront of things. As the king of a country, Chang Nyo carries more than just himself. There are tens of millions of people waiting behind him. The entire country and the South Blue Sea region are all looking up to his life. Once he does something wrong, this will happen. He couldn't even imagine the consequences and risks. So when faced with this kind of thing, he must prepare at least a few months in advance and put everything into effect. This is what he should do as a king. This side of Sky Island. So full. In the Cloud Palace, Luffy was lying on a sofa not far from the dining table. His belly had become an extremely exaggerated bulge. In fact, he is not the only one who behaves like this, even Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper behave in the same way. They were either lying on the sofa or lying on the ground one by one. Anyway, the sight in front of them made these 4 people speechless. At this moment, there are mountains of plates on the dining table, which can fully bear witness to the scene of the few of them eating today. Both the service staff and the kitchen staff in the hotel had sweat on their foreheads. Just serving these few people was already causing them a lot of stress. Hey, Sanji, the chef here seems to cook much better food than you. Zoro sat leaning against the wall and shouted to Sanji with a satisfied look on his face. At this time, Sanji was already sitting there elegantly drinking the drink in his hand. Unlike these people, he had never seen the world and could make himself look like this even after eating a little bit. I want you to talk more. Sanji sat there and frowned as he replied to Zoro's words. In fact, he himself knew that after tasting the food here, Sanji had already discovered that the cooking skills of the chef here were indeed amazing. At least much stronger than myself. Mr. Sanji, Don't be too frustrated. After all, the chefs here are only 1 in 1,000 in the Toru Empire. Each of them has cooked in the palace, or been trained there. Maybe if you have the chance, you can also go to the true palace and experience the real delicious food there. Robin looked at Sanji and said with a smile. Really, Robin? When you say that, I really want to go over and take a look. Luffy said as he lay there. The food cooked by Sanji is already very delicious, but compared to the food cooked by these people, it may be a little inferior, but I still like it very much. Chopper said as he was also lying there. Stop talking, I will definitely be much stronger than them in the future. Sanji suddenly said with a smile. I wonder if everyone is full? If not, we can order more. While they were talking, the little guy Mia stood up and walked next to them, especially Luffy. He bent down directly, touched the other person's bulging belly, and asked with a smile on his face. Mia, will our meal cost a lot of money? Nami asked suddenly. Well, it costs a lot of money, but you don't have to worry at all, as long as you can eat enough. Mia said. I really want a son like this. He is so considerate. Nami listened to what Mia said, then put her arm directly on Robin's shoulders, and said with a look of dumbfounding. After all, such a little guy can be so proficient in the world, and more importantly, he is still so rich. This has made Nami feel that the other person is a perfect little man. Then you have to work hard, but you are still young now. It won't be too late to talk about this topic in a few years. Robin covered her mouth and smiled slightly. Looking at Nami's cute look, she didn't know what to say. Chapter 423 Looking for Gold. Their meal lasted from noon to evening. Faced with these situations, the service staff outside the room could only secretly stick their heads out and look at the situation inside the room. As for the rest, they didn't do anything extra. The next day, the moment everyone gathered together, Luffy's face was full of energy. All the food he had eaten yesterday had been completely digested. When he appeared in front of everyone, Luffy was still carrying a straw hat, but he was carrying something in the shape of a net bag on his shoulders. Everyone, when I was on Gaia Island, I heard the chestnut-headed uncle say that there might be a lot of gold on the empty island. Should we set out on an adventure to find it now? When Luffy first appeared, he looked at the people present with excitement and said. After all, when he was on Gaia Island, he had already seen the chestnut-headed man fish out such a big gold piece from the sea. Because of this, he was full of excitement and wanted to see if he could fish it out of this empty space. Find more gold in the island. But right after he said these words, a group of people looked at this guy as if he were a fool. Luffy, have you ever thought that the Sky Island has been owned by the Toru Empire for so many years? Do you think that even if there is gold, it will still be our turn to look for it? Nami said that she has always been a woman who loves money the most, but she is not a very stupid person. Although she also knows that there may be a lot of gold on the empty island, the appearance of the empty island now, after a day of time counts, and I learned a little bit about it. Even if gold existed, how could it be the turn of people like me to come and look for it? I really don't know where this guy came up with his idea. Zoro opened his mouth and spoke casually, with a look of contempt on his entire face. Isn't it gone? Fortunately, I had a good dream this night. I thought I could go out today and look for gold. Luffy asked a little confused. Captain Lu, there was indeed a lot of gold on the Sky Island, but these things were taken away by the True Empire many years ago. Besides, even if they were not taken away, all of this gold is stored in Apia. There is no way for us to enter this place as it is a military base of the True Empire. Robin explained. Speaking of military bases, I really want to challenge the swordsmen of the True Empire. After hearing what Robin said, Zoro immediately touched his chin and said expectantly. Don't think about it. Your strength is too weak. If you stay in a military base, you can pick someone out at random and be enough to kill you instantly. The moment Zoro was still imagining, Mia walked out and spoke. This sentence did not leave them any sympathy at all, and he even said it with certainty. How could these people not understand? After all, the moment they entered the gate of Sky Island, they were already overwhelmed by the gatekeeper. Even if they didn't use their brains, they could guess what the opponent's strength was. Zoro's words were just words. He knew very well how much he weighed. Robin, is it possible that we really have no way to explore the area in Apaidu? Nami asked curiously. She actually meant more by asking. She just wanted to see if the gold there was still there. For such a woman who loves money, Nami didn't want to let go of any detail. I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I can't even go to Apayadu. I'd better spend a few days on the empty island and then find a way to leave. Robin said with a smile. Mom, it shouldn't be a big deal to take them there, right? Mia suddenly opened her mouth and asked softly. Mia, is it possible that you can take us in? Usopp asked quickly. It's okay to go, you just need to tell June and Uncle then. Mia said. Yoshi, it's decided, let's go to Apaya to see it again. Luffy immediately regained his energy and began to walk further and further on the road to death. But for them, sometimes being brainless is a good thing. Although Apayadu is an absolutely forbidden area on Sky Island, for a group of adventurous people, the more inaccessible the place, the more they want to see it. Look. Maybe this comes from their nature, but Robin is still worried about whether it will bring any trouble to the true empire. But now this group of people have shown such expressions. If they refuse again, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. But just when they were about to go and a group of people were ready, Mia was also excited to take them there. But before they could go out, a figure appeared in front of them instantly. It can be said that this person is known to several people. After all, this guy appeared directly when he met Mia after arriving on Sky Island. Apayadu is a forbidden area and no one is allowed to go there. The man who came had a cold and serious face and spoke directly to everyone. Modun, I have promised to take them to have a look. Mia said in a sweet voice. Your mother will be here soon. You can wait here. After he comes, you can tell him in person. Once he agrees, we will not have any idea of refusing. The man named Modun said with a serious face even when facing Mia. The little guy doesn't understand anything, but he is different. What kind of place is Apayadu? How could a group of pirates be allowed to watch? But they just want to go over and have a look. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Mia asked again. There is no room for negotiation on this kind of thing. The True Empire military base is a national first-class secret site. Outsiders are absolutely prohibited from entering, let alone a group of pirates. Modun said, but looked at Luffy and others sternly. For him, the only thing he could feel was that these people had deceived Mia, so they made the other party do such irrational things. Even though Mia is just a child, after all, his identity lies here. Robin watched all this without saying anything from beginning to end. Even though he didn't want to take this group of people to Apayadu, he didn't want Mia to lose face. Isn't there something mysterious about a place? Why don't we go and have a look? Usopp asked, his eyes widening. Chapter 424 Accepting Sauron's Challenge. Facing the confused expressions of everyone, Modun was curious, how did this group of people grow to be so big? As the chief guard of the Prince of the True Empire, Modun's strength should not be underestimated. With just his own ability, he could kill this group of people. If it weren't for the fact that the princess was accompanying them, Modun might not even be able to look at it. Not willing to take another look. Let alone him, this group of people might not even be able to enter the Sky Island gate, let alone go to the True Empire military base so leisurely. I have already said this, and you need to consider the specific circumstances yourself. Modun said in a cold voice and ignored the group of little guys. However, the moment he raised his head and looked at Robin, he immediately showed due respect. I think we should not go there. The gold is definitely gone, and it has no use in the past. It is better to stay here and take a good look at the environment of the empty island. We didn't do much shopping yesterday, so let's go out and take a good look today. Nami said with a somewhat embarrassed smile. After all, the current atmosphere has become like this. Although it was Luffy who first proposed to go to the land of Apayadu, he later strengthened his tone and said that he wanted to go there. That's right, I think it's better to stay here. The military base of the Apayadu Empire. It feels so scary just thinking about it. Chopper said. Can I meet your sword master? Sauron went the opposite way with them. What he longed for most was to have a powerful person to compete with him. He had already had this idea before coming to Sky Island this time. Now that he is here, naturally shouldn't be missed. At first, everyone thought that Sauron's words would dissatisfy the other party, but then Modun said with a smile on his face, this request can be satisfied. At the moment when others were not surprised, Modun shouted directly behind him, Quaranch, don't you like this too? This little guy has great potential. You should guide him well next. As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly appeared in the empty place behind him the next second. This guy is wearing the unique black combat uniform of the true Empire. The only difference is that there is a long knife hanging on his waist. He has long hair similar to that of a girl and is tied into a ponytail. He looks quite sharp. But the other party's deep eyes gave people a chilling feeling. Just by looking at him, Zoro could see the sharp aura exuding from the other party. There is no doubt that he is strong, but Zoran does not have the slightest fear. Even when facing the guy in front of him, he shows more blood and passion. I haven't seen such an interesting little guy for a long time. Kairanj looked at Zoran and said with a smile. Me too, it's really exciting. Zoro also showed a smile, and then took out a square scarf from his waist, and then tied the green square scarf around his head. After waiting, Zoro's eyes also showed the same as the other parties, not only revealing the powerful fighting spirit it is interesting, and more importantly, it also reveals a sharpness. His Majesty the King once said that in this world, the people who can make him feel good in swordsmanship are one is Hawkeye, who is now called the world's greatest swordsman, and the other is Senior Cow's hero who lives in seclusion. I just don't know how much you weigh now. Klonga looked at Zoro with a slight contempt and said, although the fighting spirit in his eyes was very high, but his words were very disdainful towards him. Kojiro. The moment Zoran heard the name, he was full of fighting spirit, but the next second he was completely stunned. Isn't the other person talking about his master? But once upon a time, I had never heard that the other party was powerful. But now that it was said from someone else's mouth, Zoro didn't feel that the other person was just joking. I see. Zoro suddenly smiled, and his favorable impression of the other party in his heart instantly improved. Zoran, do you really want to challenge? Usopp asked worriedly. Of course, as a swordsman, you must be fearless no matter what. Okay, there's nothing good about it. Kairanj, take this little guy to the small Sky Island platform. Moten said. The small Sky Island platform in the world is a battlefield provided by the true Empire for these armies. Although it is not particularly large, it is protected by a folding space barrier. No matter how big the attack they cause, they will not let this platform suffer no damage at all. Zoran, be careful. Before anyone started to leave, Luffy started to open his mouth to remind them. What do you have to worry about? Your Zoro will definitely not be in any danger, but injuries may be inevitable. Mia said. There is no need to think about this kind of thing. Since you can challenge it, you have already made preparations to sacrifice yourself. In the battle between Yang Fang, damage will definitely be inevitable. Can we go together? Sanji asked, looking at Moten. It's okay if you are willing to go. It will probably be over soon anyway. Moten didn't mind and said casually. Others are also curious. There is no reason to stay here for this kind of thing. Since it has passed, they can only follow behind. The distance between here and Xiaokong Island is not very close. If you just rely on walking distance, it will take at least half an hour. Along the way, Kairanj and Zoro chatted happily, not to mention that Zoro told the other party that his master was Cow's hero, which made the other party suddenly surprised, but Kairanj told Zoro that now special there were at least hundreds of people in the Lu Empire whose swordsmanship level was higher than his own. This incident made Zoran's eyes widen. For a little guy who has never seen the world, so many wallpapers are the goals he is pursuing. I heard Hawkeye say before that the most powerful swordsman in the world today may be Emperor True. I wonder if this is true? Zoro asked curiously. It's probably true. His Majesty the King rarely pulls out the knife in his hand, but the strangeness of the knife can make people feel very scary even if it is within a mile of it, and His Majesty the King never pursues it. These false names, after all, it doesn't matter to him. Kairanj thought for a moment and said seriously. Chapter 425 The Strength of the Emperor. Kwarong's words directly made the little guy Zoran seem to see a different sky, and his passionate passion also opened up at this moment. I really want to meet His Majesty the King you call him, but I don't know what kind of person he is. In the future, maybe one day I will have to challenge him. Zoro said excitedly. You little guy. Klonga smiled silently, and then continued, as your strength grows, His Majesty the King's strength will definitely grow as well. The most important thing is that he is not a few years older than you. So far, our king's strength has also grown. He's only 25 years old. How can it be? Zoro was immediately surprised. It was really hard to imagine what a person who had achieved such an achievement at this age looked like. Our king became a king at the age of 14, and was able to conquer the ocean at the age of 18. At your age, his achievements can already shake up the entire ocean. The title of 4 emperors and 1 emperor, it's not just what others say. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. His Majesty the King often said this. When we were training, the general would remind us every time he came to speak. We should guard against arrogance and impetuosity when doing things. Don't think that a little strength can make you invincible. There are more people than you can imagine. Klong said as he walked, his eyes full of pride. What he is proud of is that he is in the country of true empire, and all these great principles are the result of long-term brainwashing. The people following him were all following closely behind. What Kairanj said while walking in front could be heard by those behind him. Mia was riding on Moten's neck. For this little guy, he didn't know how long he would have to wait if he wanted to reach such a long distance. However, Usopp in the back heard the conversation of the people in front and said with some surprise, "Is Emperor True only in his 20s? Oh, I said you don't read newspapers?" Sanji asked with a speechless expression. "I occasionally read some, but what does this have to do with the Toru Empire?" Nami suddenly asked. "I still know a little bit about the Toru Empire. The country we are in almost relies on the products of the Toru Empire for its operations, and the other side's doctors are really strong, but I have never heard of their king." Chopper said. "So, you never read the newspaper? The True Empire has been active almost 8 years ago. For every issue of the newspaper about the True Empire, Barity Restaurant will put a copy there until when he left, there was already a thick pile in the old man's room, and there were many newspapers about news in this area posted on the wall. I have known about almost everything that happened in the True Empire from a long time ago." Sanji said with a sigh. "But why is this happening?" Robin asked. Sanji raised his head and glanced at Robin bitterly, then smoked a cigarette and said, "The old man in Bala's restaurant is a member of the True Empire. Seeing that his country is gradually developing and changing, he feels homesick in his heart, so that will force him to do these things." "That's it, but I've never heard of it before," Luffy said. "The old man feels that he has been a pirate. Although he is not now, he has no face anymore. He will return to the True Empire, so he continues to stay in the East Blue Sea and open his restaurant." Sanji said. "How scary. Does the True Empire hate pirates so much?" Chopper asked with his eyes widened in disbelief. "That's not true. It's just that in the beginning, when the Toru Empire was just the Toru Kingdom, the country was very barren and suffered from pirate intrusions from time to time. In the end, even one ship in this country could go to sea. There are no ships, and a country is so poor that it cannot even produce a single pirate. Can you imagine how poor it must be?" Robin asked everyone with a smile. "Mom, was our country so poor before?" Upon hearing this, the first person to react was Mia, who was sitting on Moten's neck. He turned around and asked curiously. "That's right, no matter how poor a country is, it shouldn't reach this point, right?" Nami also asked. "Actually, I'm not very clear about the specific situation. It's just that after I went to the True Empire, this country has gradually developed. But there is no way to compare that time with now. There are even many places where there are only just enough to maintain food and clothing. So even after you arrive in the True Empire, you will never see such a situation again," Robin said with emotion. She is right. In the early days of the True Empire, people starved to death every day. Many pirates were no longer even willing to patronize the True Empire because it was too poor at that time. Although His Majesty the Old King loved his people very much, after all, the country's strength was limited in the end. Later, after His Majesty the King came to power, a series of various rectification measures and his vigorous and resolute methods gradually changed the original situation. National form, so now, the people of the True Empire cannot allow anyone to hear anyone's dissatisfaction with His Majesty the King, because this is our belief. Moten spoke calmly as he walked. His voice and tone were very low, as if he had been recalling the past. "Wow, so my father is so powerful." Mia's eyes were filled with stars, and she really couldn't imagine the scene of her father's tall figure, but for a child, it was really good to have an idol. "Father." Nami stopped for a moment and murmured something in her mouth. "What is going on?" Usopp asked in surprise. "I'm not telling you, could it be that you haven't discovered that Mia is the prince of the True Empire until now?" Sanji was speechless at this time. Sometimes he really couldn't understand how the IQ of these people grew. Each and every one of them seemed to be thinking without thinking. As early as the beginning, Sanji had already discovered this matter. Not only did the other party have powerful guards to protect him, but more importantly, he wanted to take them to true. Among the imperial military bases. Everyone paused for a moment, with disbelief on their faces. Then these guys showed the same attitude and shouted "Nanny!" in almost uniform voices. Chapter 426. A woman who publicly admits. Zoro, who was walking at the front, turned his head and glanced when he heard the noisy voices of the people behind him, but he didn't seem too surprised. After just a glance, Zoro continued walking forward, but asked in a calm and slightly doubtful tone, "So Mia is the prince of the true empire?" "That's right, now the eldest prince of the true empire," Klonga also said with a calm smile. "Anyway, they don't have to worry about any dangerous situations. After all, although these guys are obviously pirates, their strength is simply the best. Whether it's Kairanj or Mao Dun, both of them are sure to kill them instantly with their own strength." "Oh." Zoro replied calmly and ignored this matter. Luffy and the others behind him all had their jaws dropped to the ground, and their surprised expressions could not go away for a long time. But then, Nami suddenly asked, "Mia is the prince of the true empire. I remember Robin once said that this is the child her husband had with another woman. Doesn't that mean?" "You guessed it right. Robin is the only publicly recognized imperial concubine in the true empire. She got married more than 2 years ago. We have read the newspapers at that time. She is almost the most powerful force in the world. They all sent people there, and Ace went there on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates." Sanji glanced at them and said, "Nanny." This time it was good. Before the shock in the front could get over, the shock in the back followed one after another. "I really don't know what you were doing every day in the past?" The true empire dominated the headlines of newspapers almost every time in the past few years. Even if you don't read these newspapers, you should know something about it, right? Sanji asked. "Is it possible that Sanji, you already knew?" Usopp asked curiously. "I already recognized each other when we first met. After all, we met through the newspaper. Later I learned that Ace had attended Robin's wedding, so I was even more convinced." Sanji said. "Haha. I didn't expect Mr. Sanji to have recognized him a long time ago, but there is really nothing worth hiding. When Captain Lu asked about it, I was ready to say it, but I was interrupted later." Robin said with a smile at this time. Several other people have never thought about this kind of thing. Their long-term partners actually have such a big background? But now that things have been talked about, they all accept it calmly, especially Luffy. Although he was surprised just now, he still smiled and said, "We are partners, it doesn't matter what status we have." Although he said this, Luffy's face suddenly turned gloomy. He lowered his head and then raised it slightly. He looked at Robin seriously and asked, "Then will you still come with us?" "Don't worry, Captain Lu. Didn't I tell you before that my goal is to make you the Pirate King?" Robin said with a smile. "Really? Although I don't know why you believe in me so much, I also believe that I can become the Pirate King in the future." Luffy grinned and looked at Robin with a smile on his face. "Looking at Robin makes me feel so reassured," Chopper said movedly. "Wouldn't there be a lot of money in the future?" Nami stood aside, and Xiaojuju's heart suddenly burst out, but she didn't say such words. During the chat, as the pace of several people accelerated, they arrived at their destination in a short time. The small Sky Island platform is almost suspended almost 100 meters away from the Sky Island. There is only a lock bridge made of chains to connect here. It is exactly like the floating island in the world of cultivating immortals. Although it does not look grand enough, it gives people a completely different feeling. Although the distance between the entire lock bridge is only about 100 meters, looking down from this position, if you are afraid of heights, you may not even dare to take a step forward. Fortunately, there is not much wind blowing above the Sky Island. The lock bridge is suspended there, and it looks stable. Looking at the small Sky Island platform from the outside, it is a huge floating plane, and everything on it looks like nothing. It is empty. Zoro walked in the front and looked at the surrounding situation, especially the long ropeway, which gave people the feeling that he was trying to overcome the fear in his heart. "Let's go, ahead is the small Sky Island platform. The personnel training and battle on the Sky Island are almost here." Kairanj said, looking at Sauron, who stopped. Zoro turned his head and glanced at Kairanj. Without saying anything, he walked straight onto the ropeway without even looking down. Others followed one after another, and only Usopp and Chopper, who were at the end, walked tremblingly while holding on to the chains on both sides. As if he was afraid that he would fall in the next second, he mainly looked down as he walked, and the fear began to arise in his heart. Although the small Sky Island platform looked the same from the outside, the moment Zoro stepped inside, he realized that there was no one there as it seemed from the outside. After entering here, he passed through a light curtain, and there were not only one or two people displayed in front of him. There were hundreds of people training in this place, and each of them was fighting against each other, punching each other. With just one kick, one can feel the momentum that shakes the earth. This is where you usually train? Zoro asked in surprise. The main reason is that the people he saw in the battle did not hold back at all, and all their moves began to attack the opponent's vital points. How could this still be like training? More like a fight against massacre. Don't worry, everything you see is just the appearance. Quillange said with a smile. At the edge of the small Sky Island, all the seats are placed in a circle. This place can accommodate up to tens of thousands of people at a time. Everyone can choose to play directly, or just stay here to watch. For Sauron and others, if they receive 2 years of training in such a place, it is estimated that everyone's strength will reach an unprecedented level. Not to mention Zoro, who was surprised when he came in. Even Robin, who was the imperial concubine of the true empire, was also surprised when he saw this scene when he first came in. Chapter 427 Special Training Venue. Although everyone has arrived at the small Sky Island platform, it is not their turn to fight now. After all, there are at least 4 or 5 groups of people fighting on the site. The battle between these people is completely impossible for ordinary people to capture with the naked eye. Their movement speed and attack speed have reached a staggering level. Amazing! Usopp just sat on the chair outside, watching the people fighting inside. Although he didn't understand it very well, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's such an exciting battle, I want to go up there too. Luffy stood on the edge and shouted with excitement. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of him from an unknown direction. He looked at Luffy with cold eyes and said, "If you want to watch from here, don't talk. There are no rules at all." Sorry, our captain doesn't understand these rules." Sanji hurriedly stepped forward and said. "Captain? Are you pirates?" The man who spoke, his eyes became even colder, and the aura exuding from his body seemed as if he was about to take action in the next second. After all, this small Sky Island platform is not guarded by anyone, and almost anyone who is willing to come in can come. But none of the aborigines on the empty island will run up here for nothing. At most, some young men on the empty island will occasionally run here to watch the battle. This is not a good thing for their young people. It can be regarded as the only place where I can choose to vent. Please don't get me wrong, we are following the prince and concubine of the true empire," Sanji said again. After hearing this, the man with cold eyes seemed to realize something at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he said in a slightly calmer tone, "If you want to watch the battle, don't open your mouth and speak. This is not a circus show you are watching. Don't affect the audience." The people inside. Before Sanji and Luffy could react, the other party had disappeared without a trace in the next second. "What's the rule?" Luffy asked, still a little confused. "Don't think too much about it. If you want to watch it, just watch it here and don't make any more noise," Sanji said rather helplessly. "I see," Luffy said with a nonchalant grin. "Anyway, no one knows what he is thinking? Maybe it's this carefree personality, or maybe it's because he hides his heart too deeply. But the battle inside is still going on. Every punch and kick they make, including the opponent's attack and defense, the other true Empire soldiers who are watching on the stage are all watching extremely seriously. Even for fear of missing any detail. Zoro did not stay with Luffy and the others. Instead, he accompanied Kairanj to the other end of the venue. Aren't they 2 people fighting inside? When he first came here, Zoro was completely surprised, because there were 2 people fighting in the venue, and their appearance was exactly the same as the people standing on the 2 small platforms in front of him. The only difference was that the only thing is that these 2 people have their eyes closed at the moment, as if they can't feel the situation outside at all. Don't be too surprised. The 2 people fighting inside are also them. It's just different here. The battle here is completely based on life and death. Even if the people staying in the field die, it will never have any impact to themselves. As for the principle of this, I don't need to tell you any more. You will understand it after the battle. Kairanj said with a smile on his face. Because there are 5 groups of small circular countertops in front of us, and there are 2 people standing on each of them at the moment. From this perspective, both sides of the battle will stand on a small platform, and then their conscious figures will appear on the small platform. Central square before the endless battle begins. In fact, this method has been used in the Toru Empire for several years. The devil fruit obtained from the CP also allowed Changnyo to directly create this small sky island. Changnyo doesn't want to hand over the ability of the psychedelic fruit to anyone. No matter who controls this ability, he doesn't know what kind of methods the other party will use in the future. Instead of worrying so much, it is better to directly inject these things into a person. Among the appliances. Of course, this small sky island does play a very important role. The confrontation between everyone can be carried out at will, and it is just like the actual battle. It is nothing more than that in the end, the people on both sides of the battle will not be injured or injured. It will just die. The 5 teams of people fighting in the middle of the square each seemed to have their own fighting space area. The sounds caused by fighting with each other were not affected. The sights seen by people outside were also frightening. Staying inside and fighting did not affect them at all. The fighting power of each individual's whole body was almost in an all-out fight with each other from the very beginning. In less than a moment, the battle between the 2 of them ended with a loud sound. However, at this time, a huge pit had appeared in the place where they originally fought. One of them had been beaten into the pit by another person at some point. After a while, the 2 people in the space they belonged to disappeared instantly, followed closely by the deep pit that originally appeared on the ground, which began to slowly heal in the next second. Zoro's face was full of disbelief, but then the real 2 people on the disc connected to the 2 people fighting just woke up immediately. One of the men, who looked thinner, shouted angrily at the person in front of him, "Jibo, you bastard! Do you know how painful the punch you just punched?" The person who spoke was probably the one who was hammered into the pit by another person just now, but judging from the tone and expression of his words, this person was completely fine. The guy standing opposite him could only smile awkwardly and said nothing. "What's going on?" Zoro looked at the scene in front of him and asked Klonga curiously. "Didn't I tell you just now? Although you can't hurt yourself in the battle here, you will still feel a strong pain, and this pain will still be vaguely felt even after it comes out." Kairanj said with an innocent smile. It seems that this place is indeed not as simple as imagined. Zoro couldn't help but think after hearing this. Chapter 428 Communication on Kendo. After they came down, the platform that was originally connected to the venue was now empty. Kairanj stood behind Soran, patted him on the shoulder, smiled and said, "Let's go, it's up to the 2 of us to play the rest." Zoro had a puzzled look on his face. To be honest, he still didn't understand what the principle was, and he even seemed at a loss. But he couldn't bear it and Klonga was already walking in front, so he could only silently follow behind him and walk towards the platform in front. This platform is completely a circular tabletop made of special materials. The overall area is about 4 square meters. In the middle is a tall cylinder. Above the top of the cylinder, there is a similar it's like a diamond, emitting a faint pink light from time to time. There are a total of 5 such circular countertops in this row, and the settings on each are the same. There is a fence in the middle of each circular countertop to prevent the 2 parties from disturbing each other. After Kairanj found the circular tabletop, he turned to look at Soran again, and then directly raised his legs and walked towards it. Zoro followed closely. When the 2 of them went up together, Kairanj smiled and said calmly, "Hold your hands on this pole." Zoro didn't refuse, and just held it with his right hand, but then something beyond his imagination appeared. Because in the next second, the figures of 2 people instantly appeared in the central square. This was a space that looked quite large, not like what was seen from the periphery. Because people watching from the outside can enjoy the battle between 5 groups of people at the same time, once they come in, it seems as if the world belongs to the 2 of them, and there are no factors around them that can affect the decisive battle between the 2. Moreover, the scenes seen here are completely different from those outside. More importantly, this place almost imitates all the scenes of fighting in the outside world. There are mountains, water, and woods, but this time they appear in a huge forest. The line of sight between each other will also be somewhat obstructed. Get adjusted first. After all, this is your first time here. How do you feel about it now? Kairanj appeared in front of Sauron with a smile on his face and said calmly. What exactly is going on? Zoro asked with a shocked look on his face. This is the method of our king. Don't underestimate this battle platform. With the construction of this place, even the power of a general cannot cause any damage to this place. Klong said. However, those people watching the battle outside, especially Luffy and the others, as soon as they saw Zoro appear inside, their sitting bodies seemed to be out of control, and they stood up excitedly. Several people even walked directly to the edge, lying on it and watching. They seemed to have no interest in the other people's battles, and most of them looked at Sauron. How did they get in? Did you see it? Usopp asked curiously. We didn't notice when they passed by. This place feels so weird. Nami asked equally confused. Watch carefully, this is Sauron's battle. Luffy said, looking inside with a serious expression, without even blinking. It's not like he has never experienced such a situation. At least not long after he came out, when he met Sanji, Zoro was already the same as that time. Hawkeye, known as the best swordsman in the world, had fought such a duel. Before coming to Sky Island, Zoro had proposed more than once that he wanted to have a decisive battle with the Kendo masters from the True Empire after going to Sky Island. This time, it is considered to be in line with the opponent's inner thoughts, and he can have a good fight. But as the captain, Luffy would not stop him from doing this, but the worry in his heart still existed. From the outside, the battle in the central square looks like these people are just fighting on a platform. They cannot feel the atmosphere inside. The space where these people fight may be on the water, or between some canyons, or even it is possible to fight on any venue, but in order to adapt to attacks between navies, more scenes almost always appear on ships sailing on the sea. This can be regarded as a special effort to create all the scenes in front of them. The psychedelic fruit ability is actually connected to each other in their hearts, using the space fruit ability to create a mirror image. After Sauron and Kairanj stayed in this area for a while, at least while Sauron was familiar with the environment and methods in front of them, the two of them had a tacit understanding and began to retreat. I know that you are relatively powerful, but please don't hold back. Even if you die because of the sword, it will be an honor for me. Zoro wore a black silk scarf on his head, then pulled out the two knives at his waist and said in an attack form. Interesting little guy, don't tell me, I actually like you quite a bit. Klong said with a smile. After the words fell, he slowly put his right hand on the long knife at his waist. Then, a tornado-like shape instantly rolled up within a few meters centered on him. The fallen leaves on the ground were blown several meters away in an instant. Just the powerful aura was enough to create such a form. Sauron saw all this and couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart, but he still held the two knives tightly in his hands and looked ahead sharply. At this moment, he could no longer hear any external sounds in his mind, and his eyes were all focused on Klong in front of him to analyze any attack that the opponent might launch next. I am fortunate enough to have the guidance of His Majesty the King himself, and His Majesty has personally created several attack methods. I might as well show them to you today. Kwarong's body formed a lunge, his left hand was placed on the scabbard, and his right hand held the handle of the knife tightly. He stared sharply at Sauron in front of him. From a formal point of view, his actions were quite contemptuous of Sauron. After all, such a weak guy really couldn't bring himself to use his full strength. But from the bottom of his heart, Klonga was wary of his opponent's every move. All these fighting methods depended on normal training. Whirlwind, draw your sword and slash. Chapter 429 Swordsmanship Collision. Although the appearance of drawing the sword was unremarkable, in the next second a crackling wind burst out directly from Klong's side, which was already mixed with countless attacks at the same time. Zoro also reacted immediately. He crossed the knife with both hands and stood it upright in front of him. His aura exploded, and he was like a cow. Double sword style Nyogui. This time, Sauron did not choose to avoid the attack. Instead, he directly faced it with his own attack, wanting to test how powerful the opponent was. Facing this whirlwind, Sauron didn't know where the courage came from, and he immediately went up with a pair of hard steel swords. Immediately afterwards, a bull-headed image rushed into the whirlwind, accompanied by a harsh collision sound and Sauron's cry of pain, but the two knives in front of him were always blocking it, firmly protecting it. I tried my best not to get hurt myself. After Luffy and others standing outside saw this scene, a group of people couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. Especially Luffy, he tried hard to stay calm, but his hands were clenched into fists. Is Zoro going to be okay? Chopper asked worriedly. After all, they don't know that what exists inside is just a mirror image. Even if Soran dies inside, it will not affect his true self. Their worries depend entirely on the emotions between their partners. When Luffy saw this scene, even though his eyes were about to burst, he still didn't make any move. Zoro, who was dueling inside, waited for the whirlwind in front of him to end. Although he was still standing there firmly, except for the front of his body, which was not damaged, the rest of the body could be described as horrible. The clothes on his body, including his back, were all torn to pieces, and there were different scars on his neck and face. Fortunately, these wounds were not too big, but his body was still full of blood at the moment, and the knife held in both hands still maintained the defensive form just now. Even though he has become what he is now, Zoro's expression does not show any pain, but he is slightly weaker than when he first started. How many more times can you last like this? Kairanj asked with a smile. Until death. Zoro said through gritted teeth, then slowly put the white knife he held in his right hand into his mouth, bit the handle of the knife directly with his mouth, and then pulled out another long knife from his waist with his right hand. The style of the three-sword style is definitely highlighted at this moment. When Kairanj saw this scene, he just smiled softly. He didn't mind what method the other party used, but he didn't mind practicing with the little guy in front of him. Hawkeye said at the beginning that if you want to surpass him, you can only use your life to fill the gap. Zoro stood there, the knife in his mouth remained unchanged, but the two knives in his hands began to spin rapidly. Three swordsman-style demon slayer. With that said, Soran rushed towards Klong in an instant, but the opponent still kept his body standing upright at this moment. Facing Soran's attack, Kairanj closed his eyes at this moment, holding the long knife directly in his hands with both hands. The tip of the knife was vertically downward, but the blade was facing the direction of his side. Whirlwind Vortex Slash. The moment Kairanj felt Soran approaching, his eyes were still tightly closed. With a soft drink from his mouth, he directly grasped the handle of the knife with both hands and thrust it hard into the ground. Immediately afterwards, a shape that was indeed like a whirlpool appeared around his body in an instant. The whole person is in the center of the vortex, but the distance of this vortex can reach a radius of 3 meters. This form is not only used for defense, but is also a form of attack. Defense and attack are concentrated together. This move can almost maintain an invincible situation when faced with multi-person siege. The moment Zoro approached the edge of the vortex, the three knives in his hand began to collide with the power of the vortex emanating from the opponent. These whirlpools are all formed by blades, and are still gradually expanding. The environment the two of them were in was in an airtight forest. As the whirlpool began to gradually expand, Soran had no choice but to start to defend and retreat. After all, he initiated the attack, but now, the whirlpool space around Klong began to gradually spread toward the periphery from the original radius of about 3 meters. The giant trees they encountered along the way turned into powder in an instant. Even before the tree fell, the flying whirlpool blades had completely smashed it into pieces. The ground where the vortex spread was as clean as if it had been washed by water, and the soil on the ground turned into a deep pit as the vortex spread. Feeling this scene, Zoro stopped his defense and attack, and jumped back suddenly. The distance of more than 10 meters finally softened the opponent's current attack. What about this one? Klong put away this attack, slowly pulled out the knife in his hand from the ground, and then swung it out at an extremely fast speed. The next moment, the ground suddenly set off countless waves, and an attack similar to a sea wave began. Heading in the direction of Zoro. The range of this move is very wide, it seems to be at least about 10 m. The most important thing is that the attack speed this time is quite fast. Even if Zoro is about 20 meters away from him, he only has 2 seconds to react. Immediately afterwards, when Soran checked the attack wave, he instantly jumped into the air. Santoryu Hunt. Soran, who was already frozen in mid-air, instantly rushed towards Kwarong's direction at extremely fast speeds. Not only that, he also brought a powerful attack directly towards Kairanj. The reaction speed this time is very good. Klong smiled at the corner of his mouth. The knife in his hand was calmly lying in front of him. His right hand held the handle of the knife tightly, but his left hand calmly raised the blade. The second before Zoro arrived, Kairanj just jumped slightly, and his whole body instantly fell back 2 meters. At this moment, Soran's attack also came down. The two knives were directly pressed against the ground. The next moment, he attacked again in the direction of Klonga's neck. But the opponent didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. He was just defending the opponent's attack from beginning to end, and retreated slowly and lightly. Is it possible that you look down on me so much? Chapter 430 The Function of the Knife. Kairanj still kept smiling, then inserted the knife in his hand into the scabbard, and calmly took 2 steps in the direction of Sauron and said, "So, what do you think of the knife in your hand?" "Killing skills," Zoro said sharply. "No, the knife is a partner, a life insurance when we enter the battlefield and fight with others, so at any time, the knife in your hand must not leave you, and at the same time, you must not let him get hurt. Although he can kill people, he can also protect himself. Sometimes his mistakes should not be borne by his companions. If you were attacking just now and I used the partners in my hands to defend, then at least one of the 2 partners in your hands would be broken." Kairanj changed his smile this time and looked at Zoro seriously. He is not only competing with the opponent, but also giving guidance to the opponent in this competition. "You are right, the knife in my hand is indeed a companion, but if my companion breaks, I am not afraid, so I will go with her with my life. If you can't become a strong person, what's the point of pursuing life?" Zoro said seriously, and then started to use the previous attack method again, but this time his expression was completely different. 3 swordsman style won 3000 worlds. This is almost Zoro's strongest attack move at the moment. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his entire expression became indomitable. If this move continues, either the opponent will die, or you will die. After Kairanj saw this scene, he became serious. The purpose of his seriousness was not because of how powerful the opponent's moves were, but because he admired the little guy's current courage. Although fighting on this platform will not be affected even by death, at least it can still make the opponent feel deep fear in his heart, and the pain on his body will be fully reflected. Whirlwind landing slash. This time, Klonga directly raised the tip of the knife vertically, holding the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, still keeping his eyes closed. But what was completely different this time was that a dark cloud-like state suddenly appeared above the head. The darkness was like the fear that enveloped other people's hearts. Zoro's 3-sword style technique instantly rushed forward, but the next second, Kairanj pressed the sword vertically downwards with force, and all the darkness in the sky suddenly fell down, but what fell was countless. Blade. The powerful attack caused complete coverage of destruction. For Kairanj, his future goal is to go to the battlefield. All attack techniques are also applied to large-scale attacks, unlike other swordsmen who are straightforward. Single target attack. Massive coverage. After the attack fell, almost no grass could grow within 100 meters of the entire site. However, Sauron, the attacker, was already lying on the ground dying, with almost no good flesh on his body, and even his face had been damaged by countless sword blades, making it impossible to look straight at him. Luffy and the others were watching this scene from the periphery. Except for Luffy, everyone covered their mouths and tears flowed from their eyes. However, Luffy himself also had red eyes and clenched his fists. Perhaps his inadvertent anger directly inspired his own overlord-like domineering energy. It's just that the power is too weak, which just causes the weaker people next to him, like Usopp, to faint. At the moment when the overlord's domineering energy emitted, almost all the people on the small Sky Island platform looked at Luffy. They were not affected in any substantial way, but they could feel this kind of influence one by one. The stress of mental turmoil. Zoran. Chopper lay on the edge crying, tears streaming down his face. Sanji stayed there with a frown on his face, and the cigarettes in his hands were one after another. He didn't know how many cigarettes he had thrown away at his feet. The scene before them indeed made them feel extremely shocked. At least in their eyes, their partner Zoro had disappeared into thin air at this moment. "Luffy, what are you going to do?" Sanji shouted quickly after seeing Luffy's actions. Because at this moment, this guy had already started walking towards the direction of the duel field where they were. "I'm going to challenge this guy. He actually dared to kill Sauron. Even if he dies, I'm going to challenge him," Luffy said in a cold voice. "Luffy, don't you understand? This is Zoro's own choice." Nami roared directly, the tears in her eyes never stopped. But such a loud noise also caused dissatisfaction among others. The true soldiers who were still watching the battle all focused their eyes here. The man who had come to remind and warn them before came over again, but this time the cold expression on his face was more serious than the first time. "Nami, stop shouting, Others are coming too. Chopper looked at the man who had slowly walked over and said with great fear in his tone. How could Nami care about this now? Luffy continued, walking forward. She could only stand here helplessly and watch, then silently knelt on the ground. Robin was not with these people. She had taken Mia in another direction since she came in, but Robin was watching everything that happened in front of her. Facing Luffy's sudden release of domineering aura, Robin felt quite surprised. Even the little guy Mia who had been staying next to him looked at it in disbelief. Your partner seems to have misunderstood something? Why don't you go over and take a look? Mia looked at Luffy walking forward, raised her head with some confusion, looked at Robin sitting there and asked. Captain Lu has his own ideas, and people here won't do anything to him. Robin said with a smile. While talking, this man from the Taru Empire had already met Luffy. Both of them had cold expressions on their faces. Even though they had reached the opposite position, Luffy was still not touched at all. His only thought now was to leave. Take on this challenge. Go back, said the soldier. I want to challenge you too. Luffy's voice was cold and his eyes were piercing, without any fear at all. We'll talk about it later when you're qualified. The soldier also had a cold face and said in a low tone. Chapter 431 Expulsion. The two looked at each other next, but no matter how resolute Luffy looked now, his strength was still there. I just want to challenge, can't I? Luffy asked angrily. Come here, drive them out. The man standing opposite Luffy didn't even think about saying a word to him now. How dare you be so arrogant in your own place? I really don't know what this guy is thinking. While they were talking, 5 or 6 people had already arrived from other places. When they arrived, they respectfully shouted to the man standing opposite Luffy, Lieutenant General Deco. Drive them out. The man named Deco ordered the person behind him with a cold voice. Lieutenant General Deke, they are accompanying His Royal Highness the Prince and the Imperial Concubine. One of the soldiers behind him warned in a low voice. I know, but the air-to-air military area is not a place where they can participate yet. Deco said again, and when he turned around, he looked at the soldiers behind him with cold eyes. There was no need to say anything more. The people behind him understood immediately and did not dare to say any more unnecessary words. But at this moment, the angry Luffy punched Lieutenant General Deco instantly. It would be okay if he had strong strength, but at this time he was completely blinded by anger, but it would be great to have such courage. Lieutenant General Deco didn't even pay much attention to the opponent. Faced with the sudden punch, he didn't even dodge. The moment his fist was about to land on his face, Lieutenant General Deco's normally normal expression instantly turned dark. The level of defense of armament haki made Luffy's fist hit it as if hitting a steel plate. Lieutenant General Deco stood here without even changing his breath. For such a weak attack, he simply chose to ignore it. However, the soldiers behind him were stunned for a moment after seeing this scene, and then several of them went up directly. When one of them faced Luffy's upcoming attack, he chose to punch the opponent in the stomach with a domineering punch instantly. The powerful impact caused the rubber man to fly over a dozen meters in just an instant. Luffy! Nami and the others hurriedly shouted after seeing this scene. Sanji looked at his companion and could only jump lightly to stand in front of him. Leave here, the true empire is not a place for you to run wild. Lieutenant General Deco said to them again in a cold voice. However, at this moment, Zoro, who was already dead in the eyes of Luffy and others, followed Kairange with some dejection. But the moment he came over, he already saw Luffy being knocked away. In this place, all of them knew that the opponent had an army of 100 or 200 people, and each of them was stronger than they imagined. Even if he received a punch, he could only endure it silently. Luffy! After seeing this scene, Zoro shouted quickly. Although he doesn't understand what is going on here? But I still don't want people like me to cause trouble here. After hearing the sound, several other people all turned their heads and looked in Zoro's direction. Not surprisingly, everyone was stunned for a moment. Sanji stood there, leaning against the fence, smoking his cigarette holder and muttering, "This bastard! Zoran!" After seeing this scene, Chopper immediately rushed forward, hugged Zoro and cried loudly. Nami was still looking confused at this time, and even Luffy, who turned his head to look at Zoro, didn't know what was going on. "What's wrong with you?" Zoro asked with some confusion. "It's not because you're a bastard. Everyone thought you were dead inside just now, but what exactly is going on?" Sanji walked to Zoro's side and asked with his eyes still filled with confusion. I don't quite understand the principle. In short, the people fighting inside are not real people. Zoro said. Well, as long as Zoro is okay. Luffy stood up with some difficulty and said with a grin. Several people who had been in a solemn atmosphere just now immediately started to smile. The only thing was that Usopp was still unconscious and fell to the ground. Since you are all fine, leave here quickly and don't affect the normal training of our troops. Lieutenant General Deko looked at this group of people and said in a low voice. I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Deko. I brought these people in, but the purpose of coming here has been completed. I will take them out directly later. Kairanj walked up to Lieutenant General Deko, saluted him with a military salute, and spoke in a respectful manner. You guy, can you please stop causing trouble to me in the future? If His Majesty the King finds out about this kind of thing, I will give you 2 whips. Lieutenant General Deko said with an expression of disdain. Judging from his expression, it was obvious that he was quite familiar with Klong. Lieutenant General Deko, as an apology, I will treat you to dinner later. I want to go to Yun Palace to eat. Isn't it a little too expensive there? Kairanj asked. Can you just say it? Okay, no problem. I will make arrangements when I have time later. Kairanj said with a smile, then turned and walked towards Luffy. Although he didn't understand what happened just now, Klonga could guess some of it. After arriving at their side, Kwerong's expression gradually became serious, and finally he sighed helplessly and said, Everyone, let's go. Luffy looked at Zoro who was intact and didn't care about the beating he had just received. Instead, he readily accepted Klong's offer to leave. When Usopp fainted on the ground, Sanji directly dragged him on his shoulder with one hand, and left here with the others. The 3 people who came in together before, including Mao Dun, Robin, and Mia, did not go out with them this time. Only these few people left the place unsteadily. The moment they arrived at the door, Zoro turned back and took another look at the small Sky Island platform, but the scene at this time was the same as when they first entered. Nothing could be seen from the outside, only an empty place. You leave first. I'll find you later when I have time. After Kairanj sent them out, he said with a smile on his face in a very gentle tone. Aren't you leaving with us? Zoro asked. Chapter 432 Everyone's Doubts. Kairanj stood there and smiled slightly, walked up to Zoro and patted him on the shoulder, then turned and walked directly towards the small Sky Island. No one understands what Kwerongo means by this? Probably Zoro felt something. Zoro looked at the other person's leaving figure and felt mixed emotions in his heart. Soran has always been pursuing higher attainments in swordsmanship, but from the first encounter with Hawkeye, the best swordsman in the world, to the current encounter with Kairanj, regardless of whether the other party has used all their strength, their casual attacks can cause huge damage. This made this green-haired guy who was only 19 years old suddenly fall into a state of confusion. After the battle on the small Sky Island platform, Zoro was actually very depressed when he came out, but Kairanj still gave him a lot of encouragement, which made the little guy quite touched. After thinking for a while, Zoro looked at the others, still feeling a little heavy. Fortunately, the appearance of these companions gave him some comfort in his depressed heart. On the small Sky Island platform. My lord, why do you want to follow a group of such weak pirates? Moten stood next to Robin and asked. For a person like him, it was completely unimaginable and incomprehensible why, as the imperial concubine of the true empire, she would sail on the sea with a group of pirates. Taking advantage of this time, I would also like to come over and ask the other party what he thinks. Moten, there are many things that are not as simple as you think. You only see that they are a group of pirates in front of you, but you cannot see what kind of shadow they have behind them. His Majesty the King's arrangements always exceed all of our imaginations. Robin said with a smile, still holding the little guy Mia in her arms, and the other party was probably too tired from walking in the front, and now she fell asleep peacefully in her arms. Looking at Robin, Mao Dun's originally puzzled expression suddenly became relieved, not because of anything else, but because of the mention of their king from Robin's mouth. For his own king, Mao Dun, like other soldiers, felt inexplicable trust just by hearing the other person's name. No matter what kind of thing it is, as long as Chongnyo is involved, they will naturally feel that it is necessary to do it. It turned out to be His Majesty the King's idea. It seems that something great will definitely happen in the future. Motu murmured to himself. If His Majesty the King can choose to do something in such a way, he must naturally have his purpose. We, the people, should not speculate too much in case it disrupts His Majesty the King's plan. As soon as Mao Duncanheil finished speaking, Lieutenant General Deco walked out directly and said in a rather serious tone, "Why are you here?" Modun turned his head and looked at Lieutenant General Deco and asked, "Haven't seen you for a long time." Robin sat there, holding Mia in his arms, and said with a slight smile on his face, "Emperor's concubine." Lieutenant General Deco lowered his head slightly and said hello respectfully. "No need to be so polite," Robin said, and by the way, he hugged Mia upwards in his arms to prevent him from falling off and falling to the ground. "My lord, will this really work this time? Will it affect His Majesty the King's plan?" Modun also became serious at this time. After all, everything had gradually started after they landed on the Sky Island. Although Robin didn't know what purpose Chang Nyo had waiting for Luffy and the others. But what is certain after thinking about it is that things are definitely not as simple as they seem. She couldn't even imagine why, as Emperor Toru, he would send Luffy to the position of Pirate King. What effect can this have on them? Although he couldn't think through these things, Robin still wanted to try some other things. Then he looked at Mao Dun and said, "Don't worry about these things. Next, you should do what you should do. Wait until the Empress comes to Sky Island. After that, we will start preparing to leave, and you will just make arrangements when the time comes." "Do I need to go down through the space gate?" Lieutenant General Deco asked. "No need, just find a way to land vertically from the airway." "Isn't that dangerous?" Lieutenant General Deco said. But how could Robin care about this now? The space gate is currently the biggest secret of the true Empire. This secret will never be made public unless there are special circumstances. The Navy and the world government most want to know how they get to the Sky Island, but these matters are currently the most strictly managed aspect of the Toru Empire. How could Robin let pirates like Luffy pass through the portal? Even though they are now partners, there is still an inseparable family relationship above them. The development of the true empire is already the biggest thing in the eyes of all of them. "Lieutenant General Deco, I once heard His Majesty the King mention that there seems to be a special kind of octopus on the Sky Island. It can be firmly attached to the hull of the ship like a parachute. Even if it falls from the Sky Island, there will be no problems." "I don't know. Is this thing true?" Robin asked confused. "There is indeed such a thing, but there's nothing to worry about, don't worry." Robin heard Lieutenant General Deco's worries, so he interrupted him directly. However, Lieutenant General Deco was thinking about more than just these things. If something went wrong, if Princess Trudeau fell from the Sky Island, then he would definitely have an unshirkable responsibility. He really didn't want Robin to take such a big risk and fall directly from the island, but he couldn't say these words. After staying for a while, Lieutenant General Deco could only nod helplessly. Toru Empire. The entire high-level military meeting basically lasted for nearly a day and night. During this period, almost all the details were finalized. Everyone was responsible for all aspects, including the monitoring of other forces, and everyone was arranged to deal with them in different areas. Even if the war begins, not everyone in the military leadership of the true empire will be able to go. For these powerful people, staying up all night would basically not be a problem, but everyone could tell how much impact this incident would have on the true empire. This also allowed them to understand how much control their king has over the future. Chapter 433 Possible Accidents. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone started to implement the meeting content. This time it is not just about participating in the battle at the top, but more importantly, the true empire needs to send a large number of personnel to monitor the situation of other forces. The entire pirate world will basically undergo huge changes due to this battle on the top. However, Chang Nyo must control all this information within a controllable range as soon as possible. Although the meeting had ended, in the palace hall at this time, Chang Nyo was sitting at the top, and several generals from the true empire were standing below. Even though they seemed a little tired, these people still needed to meet up after the meeting. In this slightly thin hall, General Yuxiao leaned on the crutch in his hand and stood quietly, but the aura of everyone was displayed in his mind at this moment. "Your Majesty, if you make such a big move this time, there should be risks involved, right?" Yuxiao asked. This is actually what everyone thinks in their hearts. Now that they have reached this position, everyone basically wants to consider all aspects of things. However, for them, any move made by the true empire will be a big deal. It may lead to irreversible consequences. At the high-level military meeting, General Yu Xiao did not mention these issues, but now is the time to mention these matters. At least this time they may have to face the Navy directly, and any order may cause irreversible results. Although these matters have been thoroughly discussed and all details have been fully considered, there may be changes that may occur during the process, or issues that we have not considered. It really cannot be avoided or considered. Chang Nyo sighed slightly. How could he not know these situations? Although they have brought Xia Li from Fishman Island to their own country and can accurately predict the occurrence of many major events, they still cannot confirm the problems. It seems that we really need to make many preparations by then. Today we have discussed too many uncertain factors, but from which direction these uncertain factors will come, we can't say, but there is still no problem with His Majesty the King's decision-making. If a large-scale war can really happen this time, it will indeed be of great benefit to the true empire. Seizing this opportunity will have a vital impact on our entire country. In any case, I still support His Majesty the King's decision. Junhe said extremely seriously. No one said that they did not support His Majesty the King's decision, but we should treat this matter with caution, Mo Shang said. Next, we can first analyze the possible sources of these uncertain factors, and then break down the rest one by one. By then, we must do everything carefully. After all, it is related to the future development direction of the true empire. If it is not handled properly, it is likely to cause a fatal blow to our country. Chang Nyo said, actually he already had a general direction in his heart. At least in his understanding, once he participates in this war, he will completely break with the Navy and the world government. The main thing to look at now is, what are the benefits to him after participating in this time and breaking with these two forces? Not as big as before? Your Majesty the King, I think the most likely place for changes this time is the Navy. We are not yet sure of the Navy's specific implementation plan. Abena was always frowning, as if he had a bad premonition in his heart. You don't need to say anything. The only things that may cause changes this time can only come from three directions. Chang Nyo said, and the people below all focused their eyes on their king, as if they were waiting for the answer, even General Yu Xiao was no exception. After staying for a while, Chang Nyo continued, what may happen now will not be on the Navy. The most likely thing is the pressure from the world government. The other aspect is the Air Force among the three naval services. None of us have ever explored this. What is their Air Force like? The unknown things are the scariest thing. Other things can be put on hold for the time being. The final change that may occur should come from the other Yonko in the New World, but this can be done by sending only one person to guard the periphery. Is it possible that the world government really has an Air Force? Abena is a little confused. After all, Abena has all the information about the world government's investigation. Although there are many things that have not been investigated clearly, the investigation into the direction of the world government's Air Force has been done a few years ago. Preparations have begun, but so far, there has been absolutely no news about the so-called Air Force of the world government. No one knows whether the world government has an Air Force, although they have established the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But as for where the Air Force is, the true empire still has no direction at all. No one is sure whether this so-called Air Force exists, but the world government does have an army. On the surface, the strength of these armies is infinitely inferior to that of the Navy. Based on all this is the origin of their main doubts. Let's not talk about whether the world government has an Air Force, but this at least provides us with an early warning. As for the Air Force, it will be managed by Enel in the future. It should not cause much damage to the true empire for the time being. The most important threat now is to closely monitor the dynamics of the world government. No matter what the circumstances, no one must underestimate the behemoth of the world government. Their existence will definitely not be lower than that of the Navy, otherwise the Navy would not only obey the words of the top leaders of the world government for so many years. Chang Nyo said. The world government is indeed not as simple as it seems. Among the four emperors of the New World, which one is not a behemoth? What they are on guard against is not the Navy. After all, even though the Navy is powerful, it has been scattered all over the place. This behemoth has no influence on the Yonko of the New World, do not pose any threat. Yu Xiao now agreed with what Chang Nyo said. Not to mention that he was many years older than them, and he had seen much more experience than these people. Chapter 434 Hancock's Mission. Without strong strength, how could the world government possibly be able to stabilize the celestial dragons? It is estimated that it was directly destroyed by some pirates many years ago. Your Majesty the King, it seems that we still need to discuss these matters carefully later. Fortunately, it will take some time for this matter to happen. Since all the topics have been mentioned, there are always many things we can do. A place to prepare. Abena said that he now has a lot of opinions. At least in this case, this guy has used all his abilities to prove himself. No matter what the situation is, as long as His Majesty the King orders, I, Junhee, will not frown. In order to reveal the development of the empire, even if it costs my life, I will do my best. Junhee immediately acted seriously, even giving the impression that he was on top of things. Changnyo himself still had some alternative thoughts in this silent atmosphere, but after hearing what Junhee said, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. But just like this, Changnyo shook his head helplessly, but he already had other thoughts in his heart. Facing the others, Changnyo said calmly, although this incident is likely to be a turning point for the Toru Empire, I still have to thank you all for the next step. Currently, the number of special forces personnel in the entire Toru Empire has reached nearly 500,000 people, plus the personnel currently undergoing training this time. Within the next 2 years, the true empire will be able to create about 1 million special operations forces. With this strength, I believe that the country can compete with any force, but this is not what we are proud of. Just like the content of today's meeting, you can only look at the strength of others after understanding your own strength. So far, it is estimated that no one in our country except me has the strength to directly compete with the 4 emperors. In terms of high-level strength, combat is our biggest weakness at present. So while the people below are training intensively, you, as generals, the high-level candidates, also need to improve their personal strength. In terms of future operations, we will mainly rely on you. Changnyo finally got to the point this time, because several people who listened to this had lowered their heads unconsciously. The Toru Empire is indeed as he said. The entire country is indeed a bit weak in terms of high-level combat strength. Although compared to any force, the high-level combat strength in the Toru Empire is outstanding, but it cannot always rely on action for everything. The King's Changnyo took action personally, right? Let's discuss the matter here first. There isn't much left. Everyone, go back and prepare carefully. The specific arrangements for the upcoming battle will be announced in newspapers. When will the Navy issue an announcement? We have to make more detailed preparations, and we have already stayed up for a day and a night, so we should go back and rest quickly. Changnyo sat on it and looked at the people below and said leisurely. Your Majesty the King, if this time things don't happen as predicted, what can we do? General Yuxiao suddenly asked. Abena and several other generals suddenly raised their heads and looked at Changnyo at this moment, their eyes also full of doubts. Although they believed in the prophecies made by Xiaoli, sometimes such prophecies may not necessarily go wrong. If this thing cannot happen according to the prophecy, then we will go according to the prophecy and try every means to make this thing happen. Changnyo said with a slight smile. Although Yuxiao couldn't see the king's smile, he could feel the thought of being a king, a feeling that made people think deeply. It's just that as the monarch of a country, Yuxiao can understand that some things do require unscrupulous means. I see. General Yuxiao said, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the hall with the crutch in his hand. The other people seemed to have no doubts and started to turn around and prepare to leave at the same time. But at this moment, Changnyo suddenly shouted, Junhee, please stay for a while. I'll see you later if I need anything. Others also turned around at the same time, but after hearing His Majesty the King just call Junhee, he continued to turn around silently and prepared to leave. Junhee stayed here alone. After everyone left, Hancock also walked in from the side room. As of now, she has not rested, nor has she left. After all these people left, although Junhee was still here, Hancock had met this guy more times than others, and they were relatively familiar with each other. After all, Junhee is responsible for almost all the supplies transported from the Toru Empire to the Daughter Kingdom. Today's Daughter Kingdom is very different from before. Not only are there troops from the True Empire stationed on several small islands around the Daughter Kingdom, but many people's families are also resettled in that place full of wild beasts. Your Majesty the King, the meeting has been going on for so long, and I have stopped from beginning to end, but it seems that there are no tasks that our daughter country can help with. Hancock walked in and asked doubtfully. After all, he came in a hurry to participate in the high-level military meeting of the True Empire, but from the beginning to the end of the meeting, there was nothing like Hancock. For others, some detailed tasks were arranged, but for her, they were ignored and usually sat there all the time. The tasks you need to do here are very important. Now you still hold the title of Pirate Empress Shishibukai, which will have a vital impact on the Toru Empire. At present, not many people in this world know about the relationship between the two of us, so according to this situation, all planned routes should still follow the original route. At that time, you only need to lead people to Advance City. It can even be said that finding a way to send him to the Impel City is definitely possible as a Kibukai. Another point is that after the world government invites you, no matter what, you must refuse it for a period of time and wait for the notice from us. Chapter 435 I've seen that person. Junhee stood alone below. He was still a little embarrassed watching the two people above him behave at such a close distance. He could only lower his head and peek upward from time to time. Junhee, things will come to your side later. After all the arrangements are made, you go to a place with me. Changnyo looked at Junhee's idle look below and said speechlessly. Since you guys have something to do, I'll take my leave first. When the time comes and something happens, you can have someone notify me. This little guy Mia is still on the empty island. I'll go and take him back first. I'll wait until something happens. I'll send it over when it's almost over. Hancock said, mainly because he saw that Changnyo was now occupied with all his energy by this matter, and there was no need for him to stay here any longer. There is one more thing I want to tell you. After this war is over, you will begin to announce your withdrawal from the ranks of the Shishibukai, and at the same time end your pirate career. Is this necessary? Hancock asked confused. It is no longer necessary or unnecessary. Once you announce your withdrawal from the Shishibukai, it will definitely cause a backlash from the Navy. However, the end of the war is also when the Navy is at its weakest, and they will not cause any harm to you. Retreating to the windless zone is already your best choice at the moment. The title of Shishibukai will not last long. I am afraid it will only last for a few years at most. After the next world government meeting, this title will probably be obliterated. By then, I am afraid that this matter will be very detrimental to you. Changnyo explained slowly, but in his mind, it was time to give Hancock a title. After hearing these words, Hancock just smiled and said, as long as it's your decision, I just need to abide by it. When I go back, I will also inform your people over there to be prepared. The troops stationed near Nine Snakes Island will temporarily put them all on a hidden island, and also inform everyone over there not to disclose their information. Go out. Okay, I will do this after I get back. You guys should talk about things while I leave first. Hancock said, and Changnyo didn't stop him. It's not the time for the two of them to be intimate with each other yet. When this matter is over, there will be plenty of opportunities. In less than a while, only Changnyo and Junhee were left in the entire hall, looking at each other. Junhee still looked a little embarrassed. Although they grew up together, when faced with this kind of thing, Junhee still wanted to laugh but couldn't. Look at you looking like a bird, come with me. Changnyo stood up slowly, looked at Junhee standing below and said. On the empty island. Zoran, what exactly happened during the battle on that platform? Why did you stand in front of us intact despite seeing that something had happened to you? Usopp, who had fainted at this time, the first thing he did when he woke up was to look at Zoro and say. He clearly remembered seeing Zoro dead there before he fainted, but the first moment he opened his eyes, he saw Zoro staying beside him and continuing to train. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and hurried forward. Asked curiously. It's nothing, but I can't explain the situation inside. All the fighting and pain can be reflected in the body. It's nothing more than fighting inside. No matter what kind of injury or death you suffer, it will not have any impact. Zoro opened his mouth and said while swinging the huge dumbbell with one hand. There is such a magical place? But how is everything made? Chopper also sat next to Usopp with a curious look on his face. Faced with these questions, he didn't understand them at first, but now that a group of people have returned to where they live, they naturally need to ask questions. Don't ask me about these things. I only know that I am standing on a disc platform, holding a pillar with a faint red light in both hands, and the next second I appear in a forest, but I didn't expect that you could still see it during the battle. There are too many things in it that we can't explain. Zoro said. While speaking, he also stopped what he was doing. After all, these things also caused him a lot of doubts. But at the same time, he had to admit that the training from the true empire was indeed a very useful thing. No matter what kind of battle, it can always reappear intact after the end, but the experiences after the battle can be perfectly left in the mind. If he continues to fight in such a place every day, Sauron has reason to believe in himself. If you stay there for a year, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But this was just a thought. After staying for a while, Zoro continued to swing the dumbbell with one hand. This country is really much more mysterious and powerful than we thought. I really want to see their king. Nami sat there and said blankly. Don't think about it, he is a very young man, only a few years older than us. To be precise, he should be about the same age as Robin. Sanji opened his mouth and said. Make it seem like you've seen it before. Usopp turned his head and looked at Sanji. I did meet him once, but it happened 3 years ago. He came to the East Blue Sea at that time, but I don't know why he came here. Sanji said. Really? Chopper asked. Of course it's true. You forgot that I said that the old man at Barity Restaurant is from the true empire. This country is also the thing that the old man is most concerned about. That's how I learned that he had been here at that time. The one at Barity Restaurant is Emperor Toru, Sanji said. Quick, quick, quick. Tell me what he looks like. Usopp asked suddenly impatiently. Nami also looked curious. Unfortunately, Luffy was lying on the bed and fast asleep at this time, so he couldn't hear the conversation between them at all. It is estimated that he should have released his domineering energy on the small air platform, and most of his energy has been drained away in an instant. This will probably cause such side effects for people who are releasing their domineering energy for the first time. Chapter 436 The Forgotten Appearance. Sanji's memory of Chongnyo was actually not as clear as he imagined, especially the other person's face, as if he had forgotten everything inadvertently. But no matter what, Sanji still described the other party's figure and clothes in detail. But when these words came out, the first person to be surprised was Zoro, who was sitting and exercising. It seems that I have seen the person you are talking about. He and the teacher chatted together all afternoon. Although I don't know what they talked about, it is just the same as what you said. I still can't remember what this guy's face looks like. What does it look like? Zoro stopped what he was doing and said. When he spoke, he looked serious and full of seriousness. How come you've seen it before? Usopp asked with some confusion. Now in some ways I feel like it's not just the two of us who have met. Sanji smoked a cigarette and turned to look at Luffy who was lying there sleeping. How is it possible that this kind of thing you are talking about is possible? Nami asked. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, it's just that Emperor True is indeed extremely powerful. From what you said, I vaguely remembered the time I met this man. At that time, my master once said that this was an existence that was completely insurmountable by his peers. He could not even imagine seeing his back. Zoro sighed slightly, and the memory of that time was also displayed in his mind, but the other person's face seemed to be covered with a layer of mosaic. No matter how he recalled it, in the end what he recalled was just a rough outline. Is it really as powerful as you say? It sounds terrifying. Chopper said. Let's not talk about this first. When are we going to leave this place? Now that the magnetization on the record pointer is full, it should be time to leave. Nami said. Let's wait and see. Robin hasn't come back yet. Sanji said. I guess she won't come back. With such an identity, how can she be with pirates like us? Usopp muttered softly. Usopp, don't say anything like this. Robin is our partner, and she will not stop sailing with us just because of her identity. Sanji said. Are you ready to eat? Luffy, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up and asked loudly with sleepy eyes. He slept for several hours, which was a result of his very good physique. But before anyone else could say anything and felt surprised, Luffy lay down directly again, his two noses began to continuously exchange huge bubbles, and his snoring sound also made the others feel speechless for a while. Now that they had all arrived on the empty island, after staying for 2 days, Robin slowly began to appear on their side. And in her backpack, she already contained the kind of octopus that Lieutenant General Dako specially gave to him. Not only that, she also gave Sky Island's unique means of transportation and several wind-breathing shells. The rest of the process is the same as in the original plot. This is what Chongnyo said, that he must find a way to bring all the plot lines back to the original path, so that everything seems to be within his own plan and control. At the same time, in another place on the sea, the Infinity was quietly docking here. Enel and Marrow, who were on the ship, were extremely bored. After all, there is only one ship, and they cannot leave. Although there are quite a lot of entertainment facilities on the ship, each entertainment activity requires certain permissions to open. But in the end their only authority was to order the ship to advance, retreat and defend. That's why you feel bored and uncomfortable when you stay up there. Hai-ling, are you sure this is where their ship will fall? Enel was lying on the sofa and said feebly. Don't worry. Combining the news conveyed by those on the empty island and today's weather conditions, wind speed, and other big data shows that the place where they are most likely to fall is within a 2-kilometer radius here. Hai-ling appeared directly next to Enelu and spoke with a mechanical voice. The calculation is so accurate. But what kind of place is this? After working for a long time, there will still be a naval military base. At that time, if there is a problem, we will have no way to fix it. Enelu asked. I'm not telling you, what are you thinking about all day long? Are you still worried that they will be in danger? Otherwise, what's the use of a guy like you? Marrow said with a mocking look on his face. I want you bastard to talk more and find a place to have a good duel later. I must let you bastard know clearly what the benefits of being strong are. Listening to Marrow's yin and yang words, Enelu jumped 3 feet high in an instant, suspended in mid-air, with endless thunder and lightning emitting from his body, as if he was like a god of thunder, and his whole person was completely wrapped in thunder and lightning. Enelu, if you continue to destroy the items on the infinity like this, I will activate the highest authority and contact His Majesty the King directly. Hai-ling suddenly said leisurely. Eniru, who originally had a high-spirited look on his face, was instantly like a wilted chicken that fell into the water. He put away the lightning on his body as quickly as possible, and hurriedly burned him with the lightning he had accidentally released just now. I patted the corner of the sofa with my hand. This is not the first time this guy has done this on this ship. The only person who can suppress him every time is Hai-ling's suggestion to inform Chongnyo. You're awesome. Enelu puffed out his mouth and looked at Hai-ling with his eyes raised. That's all you can do. Day after day, other than making noises, it has no effect at all. Marrow opened his eyes slightly, turned to look at the frustrated Enel, and said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Hai-ling, can you find an island without people and put the two of us there? I want to give this guy a good electrotherapy treatment. Enelu sat up and looked at Hai-ling and asked. No, the only mission the Infinity currently performs is to follow the Straw Hats. Hai-ling said ruthlessly. It's so inhumane. After Enelu finished speaking, he lay down directly, closed his eyes and began to think. Anyway, he stopped paying attention to anything. The biggest thoughts on this ship every day were just these things. Chapter 437 Ace was caught. Half a month later, at the Navy headquarters. Today, the conference room is full of people again, and the situation is exactly the same as before. Everyone is sitting there quietly looking at the existence at the top. However, in the situation faced this time, even Warring States, as a wise general, has been frowning at this moment, sitting there silently lowering his head without saying anything. The same is true for the others. Everyone understands what happened, but this incident is completely unavoidable for them. This incident is a very big challenge for our Navy. Everyone, please share your views. Warring States lowered his head and said calmly. He didn't even look at the people present. These Navy generals and lieutenants were all waiting for Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy, to speak. However, the first words he said left these people speechless. How should this be done? As a naval marshal, you can just say something and let others answer the question? After waiting for a long time, those sitting below included the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters and the lieutenant generals, but no one opened their mouths to speak. In desperation, Sengoku could only raise his head and look at the group of people and asked, You must all know the matter. Yesterday, that guy Blackbeard actually sent Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to the world. The government, but this time the world government doesn't know what's wrong with its brain, and asked the Navy to directly choose a place to publicly execute Ace, so what our Navy will face this time is very likely the Whitebeard Pirates. Regiment's attack. For the sake of justice in the Navy, every pirate deserves to die. But why not just execute Ace directly? Why do we need to execute him in public? Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters said. Although he really wanted to let all these pirates die there one by one, once an announcement was made for public execution, the forces they faced this time would indeed be enough to put great pressure on the Navy. I guess the world government wants to use this incident to scare other pirates. At the same time, Whitebeard is now older. We will take this opportunity to directly let him make the choice of ending. By then, using this method, we can also directly get it in one fell swoop. The right to speak in the New World, but this kind of thing is indeed a big challenge for our navy. Although Whitebeard is old and his strength may not be as good as before, he is still not something we should underestimate. If he fails, he may become a joke to the whole world watching our navy. Ching Pheasant said. Why should we just inform us of such a terrible thing when the time comes? Why do we need to hold this meeting? The decision-making power is all in your hands anyway. With this time, I might as well go and have a good rest. Kizurahi also opened his mouth and said. He didn't want to get involved in such a thing, but now that the matter had fallen on the navy, some things were inevitable. The purpose of bringing you here now is to discuss the outcome of this matter, and the world government requires that public executions begin in 3 months, leaving us not much time to prepare. Warring States said. It could be seen from his frowning expression that this matter was definitely more complicated than he imagined. What is the situation in the navy? As a naval marshal, he knows very well that what he is thinking about is almost the same as what Chongnyo is thinking about, that is, he is worried that there will be any particularly big changes in this matter in other aspects. By then, not only will there be major problems affecting the navy, but there will also be structural changes in the world. It is estimated that these people will not be able to think of it even if they try hard. The biggest change will happen to the Whitebeard pirates themselves. The thing that Chongnyo left to Whitebeard, although it gave him a perfect opportunity to choose the end, it could also deal a fatal blow to the navy. In any case, as long as everything can return to the origin of the plot, Chongnyo has the confidence to make such a decision. It seems that you have been discussing and discussing, but you can't come up with any results. Regarding this matter, the future of the navy has almost been staked, so no matter what, this matter must be treated with caution. The 3 months the world government left us is definitely too short. We cannot even gather our troops within this time, so how can we resist the attack of the Whitebeard pirates? So what we have to do next is to extend the time as soon as possible. As far as the current situation is concerned, we need to leave at least 5 months for adequate preparations. Lieutenant General He of the Navy headquarters shouted seriously. But once this happens, there will be more reactions left for the Whitebeard pirates. By then, won't he also be ready? Sengoku asked. Now the focus of our consideration is not on the Whitebeard pirates, but on how to deal with this crisis. The most important thing for the Whitebeard pirates, especially the old man Whitebeard, is these family ties. And so on, they will definitely attack with all their strength when the time comes. First of all, the next preparation we need to make is to choose where to conduct the public execution, and then start to summon all powerful naval personnel. The rest will be considered step by step. Lieutenant General He said. Vice Admiral He, what you said can be done, but have you considered that once all the cutting-edge capabilities of the Navy are brought together, will there be special changes in other places? Ching Pheasant asked. No matter how big the change is it important that the Whitebeard pirates can lead everyone to attack the Navy? Lieutenant General He asked. The next step is to prepare to summon the Shishibukai. This matter will be left to General Kizaru. In short, everyone must be gathered together on the eve of the war. Warring States looked at the crowd and said in a serious tone. Time waits for no one now, and the time left for them is also very limited, so they must do their best to bring all the power they can during this time. At least in this possible duel with Whitebeard, the victory of the Navy headquarters can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. This time is not only a test for the Navy, but also a display of the Navy's strength to the outside world. The world government left this matter to us. Why don't they send someone over? Chapter 438 Arrangements of the Navy Headquarters. Warring States faced Garp directly, with an indescribable loneliness in his eyes. As for the world government, they have been guarding this group of people for almost their entire lives, and are extremely familiar with their situation. Although the core aspects may not have been touched, these people still have some doubts about the strength of the world government. But since this is the case, the question has been raised, and naturally some people will be dissatisfied. Aoki stood up first. Although he still looked a little lazy, his expression was extremely serious and he said, I agree with Lieutenant General Garp's opinion. The world government is clearly instigating this matter, but why don't they take any pictures? People come out? Or is it possible that they don't know what kind of people we are dealing with? Once any changes occur in this matter, it will cause a huge blow to the Navy. Don't tell me that as a marshal, you don't know. I think so too. I think if 2 people from the world government don't show up, there's really no way to decide on this matter. It's really a bit uncertain for us to fight against that old guy Whitebeard. Kizaru said in an equally sinister tone. Others have almost no right to speak and can only follow the orders issued from above. However, as admirals, they still have the right to refuse such requests. This time they are not facing ordinary pirates. They have been working hard to maintain the stability of the New World, but now they suddenly caused such a big incident. For the Navy, this test could have been necessary to develop. Once such a thing is really implemented, they can't even imagine what kind of war this will be. After all, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. He can easily destroy a country by one person. He can support the title of the Yonko pirates alone. Without Whitebeard, how can the pirate group be able to compete with other pirate groups? To compare? Now is not the time for us to talk about this. I think Warring States, you really should think of a way. Once anything changes in the middle, it will be a fatal blow to us. Let's go back and check with the 5 old men to see if the world government will send anyone to assist the Navy. Otherwise, if we just rely on the Navy to dispatch a large number of troops, how should we protect other places? Not to mention other places, just the South Blue Sea area. Once there are no powerful people watching there, I believe that the guys from the True Empire will be able to annex the entire South Blue Sea very soon. Lieutenant General, he said seriously. Oh, why didn't I know that these situations would happen? But the attitude of the old men in the world government is very determined. This time, they will all be handed over to the Navy for processing, and they must be put in the newspaper to inform everyone in the world. What is about to be fought will be an unprecedented war. Warring States said helplessly. As a naval marshal, he has never shown such powerlessness. After all, the situation this time is completely different from before. You can already guess how big the influence of the 4 emperors facing the New World will be. The key is that if other troubles appear in the middle, what kind of experience can the Navy have and how can it cope with it? Just this one thing has dragged them into a quagmire. Although the Navy is powerful, this is only in general, but Whitebeard can destroy a country by himself. The strong strength is nothing more than what they worry about. Fundamental. It seems that we will also need to separate our forces in the future. At that time, we will closely monitor each force, mainly the reaction of these groups after the newspaper issues the notice. Akainu said. How can the Navy still have this kind of emergency response capability now? Over the years, the Navy's strength has been deteriorating. After enjoying the comfortable days for a long time, how can they care about these things now? Ching Pheasant said lazily. Even so, these things still need to be done. No matter what, since the pirate has been caught, it is impossible to let him out. Akainu said, his expression slightly angry, but he also knew that this matter did not end so easily. Even if this group of people wants to imitate the True Empire and monitor every force, according to the current deployment of the Navy, it is already extremely difficult to achieve these situations. Not to mention the other 4 emperors currently in the New World, even the revolutionary army that has been threatening the world government, until now, these guys have never found out where their base is. But the key point is that the True Empire has already figured out the other parties' movements, and every step they take is already under the control of other countries. A person who can possess the eye of God monitors the entire world. Even if there are slight changes, the general direction is completely aligned with the original plot. With this ability, he has almost begun to gradually control the overall situation. What do you think about setting the execution place this time at the Navy headquarters? Sengoku suddenly asked. No. Marine headquarters Marine Fando cannot be used as a place of execution. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Garp stood up and looked at him and said. Give me a reason. Warring States asked calmly. The Navy headquarters is an important place to manage the first half of the Great Line. If a war breaks out, Whitebeard's ability could destroy this place in an instant. By that time, what will the Navy headquarters look like? Have you ever considered it? Karp said. I agree with Marshal Warring States' opinion. Sakazuki tapped the table with his right hand and said. It is true that this place is currently the safest place in the execution place. At least they can make too many preparations in this place in advance. It's just that if the execution place is placed anywhere, the impact will be huge. Garp, I think even if we choose the place of execution, Marin Fando is the best choice. Lieutenant General he also opened his mouth and said. Then it's up to you. At this moment, Garp looked very haggard and didn't even want to deal with this matter anymore. For him, it didn't matter where he chose. In his heart, he even hoped that Whitebeard could rescue Ace. What happened now should be considered the biggest blow to Garp. Whether it was the navy or Ace, the palms and backs of his hands were all flesh. Maybe he himself didn't know how to make the choice. Chapter 439 Green Pheasant's Sixth Sense. Sengoku looked at Garp helplessly. He was one of the few people who knew the relationship between him and Ace. In fact, Sengoku didn't know when he started to know that Ace was the son of Roger, the Pirate King. But for these things, he just turned a blind eye and passed by. This sudden situation was unexpected for him. It was precisely because of this situation that he didn't know what decision to make regarding the arrangements for this matter. As the smartest figure in the Navy, Sengoku could handle almost all matters between the world government and the Navy with ease, but this matter made him feel more difficult than ever before. How will this matter be done specifically? Marshal Waring states, you only need to inform us when the time comes. As for the process, I don't want to get involved too much anymore. Anyway, we can't decide the beginning, process, and outcome. Kizaru said as he stood up and started to leave. But at this moment, Akainu stood up angrily, looked at Kizaru who was about to leave, and asked angrily, the matter is still waiting for us to handle, do you just want to leave like this? Actually, it's not just General Kizaru who wants to leave, I don't want to stay here either. Aoki said lazily. You all should stop arguing and sit down. Can this matter be solved by just a few of us? As admirals, you naturally have to take responsibility for this matter. The Warring States Marshal stood up angrily and slammed the table. Listening to the quarrel between them, he couldn't help but roared with anger in his heart. Seeing that their boss was getting angry, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu slowly began to calm down. After seeing that they had all returned to a calm state, Marshal Warring States continued, everything this time will be greatly affected, so no matter what, even if a war breaks out, the Navy must not lose this time. I think the one we should monitor the most is the true empire. I always feel that this country is not as simple as imagined. With this incident, he will definitely make some moves. Aokiji said. What does the South Blue Sea True Empire have to do with this matter? Those guys in the New World are the focus of attention. Akainu clenched his fists, and lava began to drip from his forehead toward the ground, as if he was about to take action in the next second. Everyone, I think the things we should discuss have not yet touched upon external forces. Should we first listen to what the Warring States Marshal should do? Lieutenant General, he said. Based on this matter, I decided to mobilize all officers above Major and above from all places to Marinfondo in 2 months. By then, a strong force of 100,000 people will be formed to deal with this crisis. By then, the content of the protagonist will definitely be the same as when Roger died, and it will be broadcast live around the world. In any case, we must not make any mistakes this time. As for the signs that other forces may get involved, they should be contained in the cradle before then. The Warring States Marshal said seriously. I think we should pay close attention to the true empire. I believe that if a war breaks out this time, he will definitely appear. Qing Pheasant reminded him again. After all, he is one of the few people among them who has come into contact with the Emperor, and he has a pretty good relationship with Princess Trudeau Robin. Aokiji has always been investigating the secrets of the existence of the True Empire, although these secrets have not been revealed to him. He didn't get a lot of content, but from his eyes, this matter was not as simple as he imagined. Aoji, now we will discuss the matters about the True Empire later. The most important thing is that the current situation has reached an imminent time. If I were Emperor True, I would not choose to make trouble at this time. I will not do it for the time being. Focus on the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. The Warring States Marshal said. Alas! King Zi leaned on his chair helplessly and sighed. He always believed that his intuition was absolutely right. Of course, in fact, he didn't need to think that things were definitely like this. It's just that this guy's third sense is really good, and he can guess the next move of the True Empire. Although this guy didn't know where the idea came from, he really guessed what happened this time. The high-level meeting on the Navy's side was also a mess, and the first meeting could be considered a hasty end. After all, the idea that a large-scale war might break out was not something that only one person could guess. Everyone here is relatively familiar with Whitebeard's character. His family was caught by the Navy and publicly executed. This kind of thing may not be tolerated by anyone. The most important thing is that they have now exposed a fatal flaw, that is, these guys have gradually underestimated Whitebeard's strength. Even though Ace is now in their hands, so far, no newspaper has dared to publish this matter. In other words, the Navy and the world government have not yet thought of directly exposing this matter. After the meeting, the 3 members of the Iron Triangle stayed in the office of Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Everyone's face was not very good looking. Especially for Garp at this moment, there was always a lingering haze on his face, and he no longer even had the same scenery as before. Even with the senbei placed next to him, he did not raise his head again. Have a look. Garp, I know this matter must be very difficult for you, but the key is that we cannot refuse our orders. I hope you will be more sensible by then. The Warring States Marshal said in a low voice. I understand that all this path is his own choice, and we can't make any decisions. Garp slowly closed his eyes, but the fists underneath were clenched tightly. Although he really didn't want to say such words, as a matter of position, even if he didn't want to, he had to say it like this. There is already a disharmonious relationship between the Navy and pirates, not to mention that the one caught this time was the son of the former pirate king. Chapter 440 The World Government's Small Moves. The 3 people in the office returned to a quiet state again, with their heads lowered and silent among each other. But both of them also know that after this incident is over, what will it mean even if they win? Garp, have you ever thought about becoming a general? Marshal Warring States asked calmly. Let's forget about this matter. If I wanted to, I would have done it many years ago. Why am I still mentioning these things now that I am so old? Garp said. Warring States, what do you think about this matter? Lieutenant General he finally couldn't help but ask directly. It's not easy to confirm the matter, but regarding Ace's matter, once the announcement is made, it may not end as easily as imagined. The guys in the world government only know how to stand behind and make some small moves. On the Navy's side he can only deal with the Whitebeard pirates independently. Anyway, after this incident is over, regardless of victory or defeat, I will directly step down from the position of Marshal. Warring States said with a sad face. Let's all retreat together when the time comes. We've all reached this age, and it's time to make way for those young people. Garp said. Why do you two speak so pessimistically? Is it possible that the world government really doesn't plan to send anyone out this time? Lieutenant General he asked. If the world government is willing to take action, do you think Sengoku will still have this expression? The outcome is already obvious. The world government wants to see from behind how big the fish that jumps out will be. Garp said. We can't make a conclusion until the outcome of this matter, but what do you think about this matter? Sengoku raised his head and looked at the 2 people and asked. I think that apart from the Whitebeard pirates, the one most likely to be involved is the Toru Empire. That little guy seems to have great ambitions, and with such great strength, he may have been willing to just do it for a long time. Surrendered to a place like the South Blue Sea. Lieutenant General he said. I agree. The guys from the True Empire are all terrifyingly powerful so far. On the whole, they are completely comparable to the Navy, but we still can't find out what they want to do. What? Garp said. Before this matter begins, should we send someone to communicate with the True Empire first? Let's find out what these guys think first. Lieutenant General he asked. No need for the time being, those guys from the world government should be watching them too. Then we won't have to worry about it and leave it all to the world government. Now that we have taken over the matter of dealing with Ace, the Navy has directly begun to face the Whitebeard pirates. If we are distracted to deal with other forces, then the next war will be very detrimental to us. Sengoku frowned and said, clenching his fists. Although he couldn't understand why the world government arranged this, he also couldn't understand what the Toru Empire thought. But it is true as he said, the current Navy only needs to face the Whitebeard pirates, and the remaining major forces will naturally be monitored by people from the world government. At the same time, in a corner of the South Blue Sea, 2 people dressed in ordinary clothes were leisurely rowing a small boat and slowly docked. There is no landscape around, not even the shore, just some big trees planted. At first glance, the appearance of the 2 people may be no different from the common people of the True Empire, which makes people feel that they are simply ordinary and couldn't be more ordinary. Number 3. Why do you think we spent so much effort to come to this place? So many people came here to investigate the True Empire but nothing was gained. What can we do when we come here? Among the 2 people, one of them looked a little thin and looked at the guy in front of him with the word 3 tattooed on his face and said. Don't ask me about this kind of thing. Just do it according to the arrangements above. I don't know what will happen next. But after coming to this country, you still have to be careful. Number 3 said. Before they even docked, they had already started to be fully vigilant about the surrounding situation. Tell me, we are also hidden members of the world government. Which country are we going to? It's not the king of that country who will receive us personally. It's a good thing now. We still need to be sneaky when we come to this place. I really don't know why these people assigned us such drudgery. The thin man said with a complaining look. And while he was talking, he was still spitting. The hand that was still sliding the oar has now completely stopped. Only number 3 is left, who keeps sliding the oar to let the boat slowly dock. Number 5, can you stop complaining a little bit? Just from what you said here along the way, do you think I want to come to this hellish place? We have our own work to do. Constantly listening to this thin man from number 5 fooling around, number 3 couldn't stand it any longer. He swung the paddle in his hand into the water, and a stream of water immediately splashed onto No 5's face. I'm not saying that you're not just the two of us now, why are you so fussy about it? It's just a complaint, and it's true that only the two of us have come to do this kind of drudgery. Maybe we will come here like everyone else. But I can't get out of here. Number 5 continued to complain, wiping the water on his face with his hand, not caring about what number 3 had just done. After they got close to the shore, they probably didn't even know where they were coming from. After all, the closer they got to the royal city of the true empire, the patrols there could be described as perverted, and they didn't dare to approach that place directly. We can only find some relatively remote areas to advance. The boat under the feet of the two people began to slowly approach the shore. Number 5 couldn't help it at first and was about to jump off. The soil on the shore looked relatively hard. When the guy just jumped off, his whole foot fell in. When he pulled it out again, his feet were already covered in black mud with a foul smell. Number 5, who had been complaining about his job, couldn't stand it anymore. Next time you have a job like this, do it yourself, but don't drag me into it again. What the hell is this place? It's really disgusting. Number 5 complained, the expression on his face almost distorted. Chapter 441 Directly Improved Strength. Number 3 stood on the bed and silently watched No 5's performance. Although the expression on his face was still very calm, his heart was already filled with joy. Then he also jumped down, but tried his best to avoid the position where number 3 fell just now. But the results are often unsatisfactory. When number 3 first jumped up, he originally thought that he had completely avoided the previous position, which was still a little further away. But in this place, everything on the surface was dry leaves. When he suddenly jumped over, the whole person disappeared in the next second. The moment he reappeared, he quickly peeled off the leaves next to him with a look of disgrace, leaving only his head and hands exposed. Number 3, what are you doing? When number 5, a thin man, saw number 3 fall in, he did not choose to help immediately. Instead, he asked urgently. But when he spoke like this, the smile on his lips made it obvious how proud he was. You bastard! Why don't you pull me up quickly? Number 3 shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, come here, come here. But why are you so careless? This looks like a swamp pit, and you still have to jump into it. The smell of shit makes it difficult to peel off the skin. Eliminate. Guy number 5 said while laughing. Yes, yes. Please help me, Master number 5, to pull me up first, okay. Number 3 said calmly with a smile. After hearing this, Guy number 5 felt quite satisfied and directly grabbed the opponent's hand. In less than a while, the two of them climbed up with a struggle. But the moment he came up, No 3's expression started to change. He stared directly at number 5 with a serious look on his face. Even though he was still covered in foul-smelling mud, how could he care about this at this time? He punched number 5 directly in the face. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Number 5 jumped a dozen meters away in an instant, looked at number 3 with a serious and angry expression and asked. Don't forget, I am your commander, and you were still in the mood to laugh when I fell in. Number 3 asked angrily. Oh? That's what you're talking about. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. Just wash it off quickly. The smell is all over your body. It's really disgusting. Number 5 smiled and mocked, not taking the situation just now seriously. It is estimated that they are used to this kind of life, and such nonsense has been completely wiped out in their memory without even taking a minute. We won't just let this matter go. I'm going to take a good bath first. Can you take a look at where we are near the shore this time? Number 3 said seriously. Neither of them have devil fruit abilities. Before coming to this country, they had already investigated the situation in this country. Devil fruit users have almost no role in this country. Rather than doing this, it would be better to let people like them who are not devil fruit ability users sneak into this country. In comparison, it would be much easier to do things. Number 3 jumped out of the sea and began to take off their clothes and take a bath in the water. But the key was where they landed. Even they themselves didn't know where they were. However, the key is unfortunately, although they have made full plans and are far away from the royal city of the true empire, but even so, they have come to a place where they should least come. The place is not very far away from these two people. At this moment, they have been secretly guarding. How many people are here? They were not guarding these two people, but to protect the area here, but they had not found these two people so far. In another place in the true empire. In the back mountain of the palace, there is still the original unpretentious cave, but it has been transformed into a completely different style. Although there is no decoration at all, at least the ground in this place has been leveled. The overall height is at least about 50 m, not to mention the width and depth. It is definitely not a problem to accommodate 100,000 people in this place. Although it is a cave, the brightness here is not inferior to that outside. However, in such a large place, only 2 people walked in slowly. Changniu walked in with Junhee and the former, followed a long step, and walked directly to the innermost position. Your Majesty, what are we doing here? After Junhee followed him in, he finally couldn't help but ask. What do you think of your current strength? Changniu asked calmly and leisurely. It should be considered the weakest among all the generals. Junhee said truthfully. You are wrong. According to your current strength, there are even some lieutenant generals who are above you. But as someone who has followed me until now, to be honest, I trust you more than I do. Everyone else is much taller. Changniu said, without even looking back at Junhee's expression. But the other party suddenly stopped there and did not continue walking. He quietly looked at the figure of the king walking in front, feeling unspeakable pain in his heart. Junhee is very aware of his current strength. Although he already possesses relatively good devil fruit abilities, no matter how much training he has undergone over the years, his strength seems to have stagnated in the end. Although he did have the strength of a general, in the end, compared to other generals in the true empire, he was not even as good as an hero. Although he is very distressed now, there is nothing he can do about it. Stop standing there and come in with me. Changniu walked in front, feeling Junhee who was already thinking about it and said. Oh. Junhee did not refuse. Although he was still thinking about other things along the way, he followed His Majesty the King and walked inside without paying any attention. The space seems to get bigger the closer you get, and you even have to keep walking towards the bottom of the steps. According to estimates, they are now at least nearly 200 meters deep under the sea. This place usually has almost no one coming in, and it can be considered the safest place in the true empire today. Junhee didn't understand at all what His Majesty the King was thinking. Why did he bring him to this place? Chapter 442 The Secret in the Underground Palace. Beneath the mountain behind the palace is a primitive cave. At the bottom of this cave, almost no one has been here. After all, coming to this place is of no use at all, and whether you come or not doesn't make much difference. But when they reached the innermost moment, a huge bronze door blocked the two of them. Your Majesty, what is this? It seems like it didn't exist before. Junhee looked at the huge bronze door and asked doubtfully. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's just that you haven't been to this place before, or you can't come at all. Changniu said calmly that they really couldn't reach this place. After all, there was actually a space barrier in front of the bronze gate. So even if they pass by this place, they won't feel anything at all. Changniu didn't say much, he just pressed his hand gently on the bronze door, and the next second the huge door began to slowly open automatically. After it was fully opened, the scene inside completely shocked Jun and the general of the true empire. The main reason is because there is nothing else placed here. Not to mention the dozen devil fruits placed in the front. These things are not very valuable in the Toru Empire now. After all, people who have devil fruit types have already returned them. It was quite a lot, but on both sides of this underground palace, there were more than a dozen people chained up. Moreover, Junhee has actually met some of these dozen people. These are CPS or hidden personnel from the world government. They are more or less people who came to explore the secrets here after entering the palace. There are also some it's because of the characters who entered the country in search of other secrets. But all of these people, without exception, were chained here, and each one of them had no eyesight. Although they were still sitting there, they felt like a walking zombie. Your Majesty the King, who are they? Junhee asked in surprise. These people are all pretty strong. I don't know what they are thinking in Tia Nation's mind. Why do they insist on exploring the secrets of the true empire? Chang Nyo looked at these dozen people and said with a speechless expression. It's just that the purpose of bringing me here is to deal with these dozen people, right? Junhee said. That's not the case, they still have some uses for me, but it's just not convenient to display them now. As Chang Nyo spoke, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then enveloped the dozen or so people again. These people are not weak in strength, and there is no need to kill each other. In addition, there are only 2 people in their group who have devil fruit abilities, and the others can be considered to have real powers of their own. Under such circumstances, as long as the inner defenses of these people can be destroyed, the ability of the psychic devil fruit can directly penetrate them, and by then, they will be able to cultivate some relatively powerful characters for themselves. This is Chang Nyo's final thought. From time to time, he uses his mind and devil fruit abilities to control them. Before long, these people will be completely reduced to puppets of the Toru Empire. Of course I didn't bring you here for this matter. It's just that your strength is too low. You will definitely not be able to improve just by relying on your own efforts. The purpose of bringing you here is to help you. Chang Nyo said quietly, but this time he turned directly to look at Junhee. There are only 2 ways to improve the opponent's strength. One is to strengthen the opponent's devil fruit ability, and the other is to directly give the opponent abilities through the system's abilities. But now the only feasible way is to enhance his devil fruit. Although Shunye possesses the devil fruit ability of the phantom beast, he only relies on himself. Who knows how long it will take for his devil fruit to activate its true original ability. Nowadays, if we directly improve through a systematic method, although it may be counterproductive, it can be regarded as the most effective one. After hearing these words, Junhee was stunned for a moment. Lenovo did not understand the meaning of what His Majesty the King said. But then he became a little excited, even a little at a loss, and asked, how to improve? It is difficult for an animal-type devil fruit to have the power to awaken, but it is not impossible. After the animal-type devil fruit ability is awakened, it can even explode with abilities beyond everyone's imagination. Perhaps because this ability is so unbelievable, there has never been any record of an animal devil fruit awakening in hundreds of years of history. This is why the outside world says that the animal devil fruit may have the weakest ability. But the fact is exactly the opposite. Once this devil fruit enters the awakening state, its strength will increase at least 10 times compared to before. At present, there is actually one person in the world who has achieved the awakening ability of the devil fruit, and that is the current pirate Yonko Kaido. His fruit ability can be considered to have been awakened, or it can be regarded as not yet awakened. It's just that the two are just vague. Once the power of the devil fruit is awakened, the person who has awakened the power of the devil fruit will not have any improvement in strength in the future. So even so, after awakening the animal devil fruit ability, his strength can reach the top of this world. Chang Nyo said leisurely to the dozen devil fruits in front of him. Junhee didn't know if he heard it, but he just stood there with a blank look on his face. The dozens of people chained next to them all had grey-white eyes, and their bodies were shrouded in a slightly red light of demonic power, which was always eroding their hearts from time to time. After Chang Nyo finished speaking, he stopped his movements and waited quietly for Jun, as a general, and himself to answer. Junhee himself is still confused, and he doesn't know whether he understood it or not. But in the next scene, Junhee slowly knelt on the ground, put his hands on the ground, and slowly knocked his head to the ground. Your Majesty the King, Junhee will only be loyal to the true empire and your side from now on. Junhee spoke calmly, and the desire and passion in his eyes had completely plunged him into an unknown realm. To be able to achieve this position, let alone whether there is a relationship with Chang Nyo, Junhee has no choice as far as the other party can give him strong strength. Chapter 443 The Expansion of Powerful Strength. Chang Nyo knew about these things, and so did Junhee himself. Even though in normal times, Junhee had worked twice as hard as others, but in the end he found that all his efforts seemed to be in vain. He is even more pitifully weak, and even the power of the devil fruit that appears in him is quite inferior compared to other people. Even though Abhina does not have devil fruit abilities, his opponent's strength is improving step by step, while he alone remains at the same place. Everything here always gave him a feeling of being overwhelmed by a mountain. He was in a high position but his strength was completely mismatched. Only he knew this kind of pain. If it weren't for the king's constant care, just in terms of strength, all the lieutenant generals below would have been dissatisfied. Although I don't understand how Chongnyo is going to do it this time? But for Junhee, there seems to be a voice in his heart that is always persuading him. Mysterious trust, this is how this country feels about His Majesty the King. After Junhee finished this series of actions, Chongnyo slowly shifted his gaze from the devil fruit, looked at Junhee slowly, and said with a slight smile on his face, "There are some things you need to know. Everyone has a huge secret. Once this secret is leaked, it will cause a devastating blow to you, me, or this country. You and I have grown up together since childhood, and you are a few years older than me. When I was a child, I regarded you as an elder brother. Over the years, everyone's efforts have been noticed, and you are the same. There will be more and more difficult things waiting for us in the future, I believe in you." With calm words and the words "I believe in you," Junhee put his head on the ground and slowly shed tears. This was the sadness and pain in his heart, especially over the years, his strength has always remained the same. The overwhelming pressure seemed to be completely released at this moment. "Stand up. No one will ask you to kneel down in the future, and what you kneel down today is not me, but to break the barriers in your heart. From this moment on, I want you to change the trajectory of your life. I hope you can live up to the high expectations of the true empire." Chongnyo said with a serious expression, and the next moment he put his hand on the other person's head, and then silently shouted in his mind, "System, deduct 500 billion belly to awaken him to the power of the devil fruit." A solemn voice sounded in the system space, but at the same time, this voice also sounded in Junhee's mind. Deduction successful. The power of awakening is being instilled. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. Junhee wanted to raise his head and take a look at His Majesty the King, but before he could think of it, an unknown force began to flow directly from his head throughout his body. It was more like an electric current penetrating directly, and the powerful force instantly pressed his knees on the ground and cracked instantly. You must know that the ground under his knees at this moment is not a marble slab, but a real stone. It is these stones that have all begun to crack in just an instant. This is the power I give you in the name of God. In the days to come, I hope you can use this power to protect the people you should protect." Chongnyo murmured at the corner of his mouth, knowing that the other party would be able to hear it. Especially during this time, the system space can be regarded as the last guarantee for Chongnyo. He does not want anyone to know this news. Using this name to make Junhee feel it is the best explanation for his sudden surge in strength. The power of God. A voice sounded directly in Junhee's drowsy mind. The source of the voice was His Majesty the King. This guy who was almost about to faint seemed to have regained his confidence in the next moment. His fists were clenched tightly, and his body began to slowly transform into the form of the silver moon wolf. However, the original black silver moon wolf with only a white ring around its neck became a pure white one now. A wolf appears. This also means that he has begun to undergo all transformations. Even Chongnyo doesn't know how far his strength can be improved. After all, no one knows how powerful an animal devil fruit user is when they awaken. Even the current 4 emperors and 100 beasts Kaido, although he has not yet awakened, his strength is already at the ceiling of this world, let alone what level will he reach after his strength awakens? Chongnyo didn't want to know, because he firmly believed that Junhee at this moment would not be discouraged because he was not strong, nor would he be overly proud because he was strong. Although it has turned into a pure white silver moon wolf, perhaps it can no longer be called this at this time. Instead, it can be called a pure moon wolf. Even if it has passed out on the ground, the energy emanating from every breath is that kind of pressure can directly turn the stone in front of his nostrils into powder. It only took about half an hour for all this to happen. Chongnyo slowly released his hand on this guy's head. After walking aside, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. At the end, he closed it silently. Eyes. The moment Junhee woke up again, he had already turned into a human form. The only difference was that he was naked at the moment, and the clothes on his body had disappeared without knowing when. When he slowly opened his eyes, Chongnyo, as Emperor True, still sat there calmly and watched the naked man quietly. Junhee had not felt his situation until now. After seeing His Majesty the King, he stood up suddenly. After Chang Nyo sighed speechlessly, he threw out a set of clothes from the system space and said, "It really doesn't have an image." After hearing this, Junhee realized his current predicament, showed a malicious smile, and then hurriedly put on his clothes. However, at this moment, there were 2 rows of very neatly dressed people standing behind him, each wearing a special mask on their face. They seemed to be one person, with no eyes visible from the outside, and even nothing can be seen. Chapter 444 Shadow Guard. It would be okay if it were just a simple mask, but the faces under these masks, even if you use the knowledge and color haki to perceive, there will be no gain in the end. But how can Junhee care about the situation of these people now? Now he was filled with endless strength, and even standing there he felt as if his strength was out of control and pressed directly to the ground. The already dilapidated stones on the ground were once again shattered under his strength. How do you feel about your current situation? Chang Nyo asked leisurely with a smile on his face. Very good, I have never felt so powerful. Junhee said with a smile. Find a place to get used to it. Don't release your abilities for no reason. If you can't control your power, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in many things. I'll leave these people behind you to you, everyone. Their strength is relatively good, and you can tell them anything at will, and these guys have no right to refuse. Chang Nyo stood up, walked slowly to Junhee's side, patted him on the shoulder, spoke in a slow tone, then stepped directly past Junhee and started walking outside. Junhee, who felt a slight sense of superiority 1 second, was frozen in place the next second. Although I don't understand what your majesty means? But although the people behind him couldn't see clearly what they looked like, he could still see the clothes they were wearing relatively clearly. When he first came in, he was very impressed by the people tied to the chains. He still remembered the clothes each of these people wore. But when he woke up, there was no one on the chains. At that moment the memory seemed to appear suddenly, but the image of the dozen or so people standing there completely matched the people who were tied to the chains just now. But Junhee didn't know how long he had spent. At least from the moment we entered this cave, until now, 3 days have passed quickly outside. How powerful is His Majesty the King? Junhee just turned his head and glanced at the people behind him, and then looked again in the direction of Chang Nyo, who had disappeared on the stairs. In his heart, he was just sighing. After Junhee sighed, he turned his serious eyes directly to the dozen or so people standing behind him. After sizing up each other, Junhee suddenly showed a meaningful smile. All of you, come together and give me a fight. Junhee shouted quite confidently. Excuse me, is it full strength or? The masked man standing at the front said without any emotion in his voice. Of course, with all your strength. Junhee hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile on his lips. The space in the entire underground can be considered huge and boundless. At least it is provided for them to fight in this place, which is not a problem at all for powerful people like them. Junhee probably felt a sense of pride in his heart because of his sudden improvement in strength. The moment a dozen people received the order, their originally silent eyes suddenly became sharp. The movements of these people were almost uniform, and there was a special training ground in the underground palace. More than a dozen young people were all lined up in a row, and they had moved to the training ground hundreds of meters away in an instant. Although Junhee was a little surprised, there was still a disdainful smile on his lips. After all, for him, such strength can now be achieved with just a few clicks of his fingers. But so what if we do? Just the moment they arrived on the field, more than a dozen people had already formed a circle around it, keeping a very consistent distance from each other. This situation is as if these people grew up together, or are essentially one. The level of cooperation and tacit understanding between them is not even what humans can have. Junhee still has a look of disdain on his face until now. At least he has clearly understood some things among these people. These guys are all members of the world government. In terms of strength, whether they are strong or weak, even I have personally caught 2 of them. For him in the past, perhaps the strength of these people was okay, but after the rapid growth in strength, these people seemed to be completely insufficient in his eyes. But how does he know at this moment? The dozen devil fruits that had been inside the bronze gate had long since disappeared by this time. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. His Majesty the King seems to value you very much. At least let me feel it first. Junhee said with a mocking look on his face. But after saying that, none of these people still made any moves. Everyone had a uniform mask. If the clothes on their bodies were of the same color, I am afraid no one would be able to guess who they were. If you don't move, then let me do it. Junhee laughed and said, and then instantly moved to the side of a masked man. The moment he attacked with a confident punch, the entire time seemed to have stopped. The rapid attack and reaction speed have completely swelled Junhee. But then the moment of slap in the face came. The moment when the fist was about to hit the opponent's face, the person who was standing in front of him suddenly disappeared in the next second. Junhee's powerful punch directly hit loneliness. After stopping, he reacted instantly and faced those people behind him directly. But when he turned his head again, the guy beside him was still there, as if he had never left. At this moment, Junhee couldn't help but start to have doubts in his heart. Then, the eyes of the dozen or so people gathered in the circle suddenly turned blood red, and the next second, the armed domineering aura instantly covered their bodies. Junhee felt such an atmosphere and jumped up immediately, but followed by a dozen people who also jumped at the same time. It was only at this moment that Junhee finally let go of his pride. The sudden surge in strength really made this guy feel infinite expansion. It wasn't until this moment that he was ready to get serious. Bang! Chapter 445 Shadow Guard with Ninjutsu. The powerful impact even stirred up a burst of dust. When the dozen or so people landed, the distance between each of them was about 2 meters, standing straight in a line. After hitting the stone wall, Junhee began to put away his proud heart. But what he may not have expected is that once these people give an order, it is impossible to stop until one party falls. Hidden behind the space, Chongnyo sat there quietly, watching this wonderful battle. Not because of anything else, but because when he left, with a smile on his face, he had already used the soul fruit to sense Junhee's inner situation at that time. Suddenly becoming stronger, Junhee couldn't control the desire in his heart. This time it was good to teach him a lesson. With the ability of 2 trillion Baileys, it seems that these dozen people created are really good. Chongnyo said with a grin behind the space. These people are already very powerful in nature, at least at the level of Lieutenant General, and Chongnyo also directly purchased 2 trillion capabilities through the system space to directly add to these people. The strength of a single entity may not be very strong. It is estimated that most of them are only at the general level, but the cooperation between them allows them to surpass any strong person currently known in the world. Junhee stood there staggering a little, his heart already full of disbelief, but at the same time, he also found that this group of people was already a little bit disbelieving, but until now, he also thought that he was just careless. Standing on the spot and adjusting, moving his hands and feet, and twisting his neck, Junhee quickly transformed into a werewolf form. This time, the werewolf form had turned pure white. The moonwolf has a completely immortal body, beyond with at least 10 times the agility and attack power before. In its complete form, Moonwolf can at least reach a height of nearly 1,000 meters. Its attack and defense capabilities, as well as its own recovery capabilities, have definitely surpassed those of Yonko Kaido. Junhee's mental strength has skyrocketed, but he does not have the mentality to match this strength. This is his biggest weakness now. The most important reason why Chongnyo wanted to leave this group of people to him was to temper this guy's pride in the future. There are still 2 brushes, I really didn't expect it. An evil smile appeared on Junhee's lips, and he looked at the dozen or so people standing in front, but he still didn't take each other to heart. But before he knew it, a layer of transparent blue barrier began to surround the entire training ground. Chongnyo just wanted this guy to know how much he weighed now. After possessing strong strength, although Chongnyo trusts Junhee very much, there are some things that he has to guard against. After all, this guy's power is already at the pinnacle of this world, and sometimes the heart that continues to expand will never let a person willingly succumb to others. While watching, Junhee was completely ready to go. With a sudden push of his heels, the stone slabs on the ground turned into powder in an instant, and he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. To a dozen people. His movement speed is almost as fast as lightning. It is definitely impossible to see it with the naked eye alone. Even the domineering perception of Ming Guanxi has almost no effect on the opponent. Under a fast speed attack, even if you can use the haki of insight to feel the opponent's figure, there are still times when your brain cannot react. More than a dozen people lined up in a row, Junhee still chose to attack the person in the middle directly with one claw. In the werewolf form, the fingertips on Junhee's claws were at least 30 centimeters long, accompanied by powerful armed domineering blessings. If you just touch the opponent, it may directly cause the opponent to enter a state of serious injury. But at the same time that an evil smile appeared on his lips, the guy in front of him disappeared completely as before. For a person like Junhee who is not particularly powerful in his knowledge, this kind of movement speed is almost as if no one has ever appeared in this place. But after his attack passed, the other party appeared in front of him again. Thunder escape thunder light pillar. The person on the side instantly created a dazzling thunder beam directly from his side. The moment this scene appeared, Chong Nyo, who was behind the space, suddenly stood up, with a long-awaited expression on his face. That's right, these 12 people have been completely transformed into another form by Chang Nyo. The purchase of 2 trillion Baileys has made almost all of them become shadow-level ninjas in the world of Naruto, and combined with the unique domineering power of the world of pirates, in some respects, these individuals have become more powerful in attacks and other aspects. All become top people. Junhee didn't react to the powerful and dazzling lightning for a moment, but the next moment he knew that he had really underestimated this group of people. Another guy appeared behind him in an instant. Thunder released Chidori. The powerful attack instantly penetrated Junhee's body, and a shocking hole appeared in his chest. This battle hadn't even lasted 3 minutes, and Junhee's current pride could be considered to have been shattered. The moment he was attacked, Junhee knelt on the ground with one knee, his hands on the ground, and looked at the hole in his chest in disbelief. Blood is also dripping continuously along the hole. Fortunately, it has absolute recovery ability. While the blood is dripping, the huge hole is gradually recovering. It's just that the requirements for fighting are there after all. These dozen people will only stop when one party falls. But with this speed of recovery, Junhee is destined to be in a passive beating process in the coming time. A dozen people are almost in the same form, and their positions can be transferred to each other, and this transfer is almost passive. As long as anyone is under attack, they will automatically transfer to another position. This speed is almost similar to spatial teleportation, and it is not affected by brain control and ignores any physical and magical attacks. Chapter 446 Whitebeard's Loneliness. The main reason why Chong Nyo wants to build such a team is to use these people to suppress the big forces in the new world in the future. But now, Chong Nyo can take a good look at the situation between the two parties. In the end, which one is better is a group of emotionless guys, or a guy who has made rapid progress in strength and is more obedient. As the initiator of this incident, Chong Nyo stayed behind to watch, without the slightest thought of stepping forward to help. However, Junhee, as the person involved, is completely different now. Being beaten by more than a dozen people, even if he had used his werewolf form, he still couldn't withstand the opponent's weird and unpredictable attack methods in the end. However, the strongest posture could not be used on his country's side, even if there are more powerful attacks, but until the end it can only remain passive. After the 2-hour journey, Junhee's new clothes, which he had just changed into, had become dilapidated after such abuse. At least there were no injuries on his body at the moment, but just because of his quick recovery, this guy was always in a state of violent beating. The opponent's dozen or so people still behaved normally, not even a trace of fatigue appeared. Every time after the attack, there would always be a different formation, but there is no doubt that the distance between the dozen or so people every time they are all relatively far apart, just to prevent them all from falling down with one attack from others. Junhee looked at these people breathlessly. At this moment, his mind was full of doubts. What on earth are these people? Why are you suddenly so cooperative and so powerful now? What a bunch of monsters! How on earth can we make him stop? Junhee looked around helplessly, feeling confused and helpless. Forget it, I won't die anyway. After saying that, Junhee collapsed to the ground in exhaustion and lay there looking at the top of the cave. At the same time, the originally red eyes of a dozen people were immediately extinguished at this moment and returned to their previous dull state. Their goal is very simple, that is, it is not over until one party falls. Even if the opponent falls voluntarily, the mission is considered completed. Chong Nyo smiled happily when he saw the end, and then left the place directly. Half a month later, the pirate world, which was already not very peaceful, once again caused waves because of a newspaper. However, this turmoil made everyone look forward to it. Not only were many countries in chaos at the same time, but different situations also emerged among each force. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is about to be publicly executed, and the execution will take place at the Marine Headquarters, Marinfondo, on the Grand Line. This newspaper instantly attracted everyone's attention. For them, maybe many people don't know who Ace is? But it doesn't matter what identity this person has, the key is the person behind him, Whitebeard. This is an existence that makes many people tremble just by hearing the name. But now the Navy and the world government have openly declared war with each other. Although this newspaper only decided to execute a certain person, the impact it brings is beyond ordinary. Anyone with any brains can guess it. The execution time is set in 3 months. Just this time mark has already made many people crazy. New World area. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked gloomy, and many of them lowered their heads, feeling the domineering power brought by their father. Even though he had already guessed this, Whitebeard was still filled with anger as he sat there. Marco, inform the Whitebeard pirates and all their personnel to prepare for the upcoming war. After Whitebeard glanced at the newspaper in his hand, he calmly raised his head and stared ahead. There was an undeniable idea in his tone and he spoke directly to Marco standing next to him. Dad, I will do this later. We will definitely save Ace's matter. Marco said seriously. Dad, let us go directly. There is no need to wait for the time arranged by the Navy to rescue Ace. Can't we just go directly to the Navy headquarters now? The other captains standing not far away said. The people behind them were all extremely angry. If it weren't for the fact that Whitebeard was still here, these guys would have fought the Navy directly in the next second. They are not targeting Ace, but your father. Whitebeard said a little lonely, but there was some expectation in his heart. This time, he was able to guess the final outcome, so when he still didn't know where Ace was being held. Such recklessness is not in keeping with his character. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy have always been at peace with each other. Although they only have the name of a pirate, in the end only they know what the Whitebeard pirates have done. True boy, what exactly do you want to do? Whitebeard murmured to himself that what he was most concerned about now was not the situation on Ace's side. After all, the official execution day had not yet arrived, and Ace would definitely be in a safe state. Even though I don't know where I will be imprisoned? At least this can still give them assurance. But for the old man Whitebeard, so far, the only person he can't see clearly is Emperor True, a person who makes people feel that his thoughts are extremely deep, but he is the only one who can help him. While speaking, Whitebeard looked at the blue pill that Chongnyo had given him before. Marco had also tested it, but in the end the result was that this thing was too weird and could indeed stimulate people's inner potential, but for Whitebeard, as long as he can know the news. Dad, do we need to find some foreign aid for this time? Marco stood next to him and asked suddenly. In the end, Whitebeard just sighed slightly and said in a calm tone, there is no point in thinking about this matter now. The Navy and the world government have probably already made preparations. Now outsiders can find it again. How is it like? Didn't the true empire promise? Marco. Don't expect others to do anything. But after this incident is over, you can join the true empire with those who are willing to follow you. I believe that boy will not treat you badly. Yours. Chapter 447 Unnamed Draft. It's hard to guess, but for Whitebeard, the only one that can guarantee the safety of these people is the true empire. As long as he dies, can Whitebeard guess what will happen to these people? Dad, what exactly is the agreement between you and Emperor True? Marco couldn't help but asked curiously. After all, it has been almost half a year since I first learned about this matter, and the original agreement between Emperor True and Whitebeard even appeared a few years ago. But until now, no one in the Whitebeard pirates knew about it except Whitebeard himself. Since you want to know, let me tell you. Emperor Toru made an agreement with me at the beginning. As long as the Whitebeard pirates are in a situation that cannot be solved in the future, the Toru Empire will definitely take action to protect the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Members, but as a price, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates need to directly join the Toru Empire. Whitebeard said. Is it possible that he had guessed that something would happen to our pirate group a few years ago? Marco asked in disbelief. Dad is not very clear about the specific situation, but from the looks of it now, this may actually be the case. Xiaoli from Fishman Island is now in the Toru Empire. Perhaps he is not the only one who can understand the prophecy. Whitebeard sighed and spoke in a leisurely tone. Then what should we do next? Of course it is to save my lovely son. No matter what the cost, our Whitebeard pirates can afford it. And no matter what the circumstances, I will not allow anyone to hurt my sons. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly became fierce, he turned to look at Marco and said. The war between Whitebeard and the Navy is about to break out, and it now seems to have become an indisputable fact. Although so far, everyone only thinks that the Whitebeard pirates have only more than 1,000 members, the key point is that they have many affiliated pirates under their name. In fact, the final number will be at least around 10,000. In the world of pirates, this can be regarded as a veritable large-scale war. Coupled with Whitebeard's current strength, when one person destroys an entire country, who in the entire navy can stop it alone? However, the other pirates in the New World are actually more of a spectator mentality, but among the major forces, there is no such idea at all. Whether it was Yonko Kaido or Yonko Big Mom, when they saw the newspaper, all their expressions were filled with surprise. After all, this newspaper not only declares war on the Whitebeard pirates, but also declares war on their new world by the current navy and the world government. The major forces see each other very clearly. Although they are not prepared to take action, they also want to look forward to the subsequent results, at least until both sides suffer losses. But at the same time, these people are not doing nothing. After all, if Whitebeard falls, they may be the next ones to greet him. Cake Island in the New World. Mom, it seems that the navy is going to attack the 4 emperors. Do we need to do anything at this time? As the eldest son of Big Mom, Peros is indeed qualified to ask such a question. After all, he is not the only son staying in the room at this time, most of the other children are also here. After all, after what happened this time, the Yonko pirates, who were once considered arrogant, also felt inexplicable pressure. Big Mom was lying directly on the sofa, staring intently at the newspaper that had just been delivered to her. Especially the column about the navy preparing to execute Ace, the serious expression on her face showed how seriously she took this matter. As soon as Peros finished speaking, Charlotte Deifuku stood up from behind and asked in a worried tone, "It seems that the navy has started to attack the 4 emperors. I guess we should prepare in advance. When the time comes, what should we do if a similar situation occurs? It is estimated that our pirate group will never have such a situation? Even if it does, what will happen?" Katakuri couldn't help but closed his eyes after hearing Charlotte Deifuku's words, thinking said. He would not say such words directly. What kind of character does the Zhejiang pirate ship have? This is simply not too clear. They will not prepare to start a war like the Whitebeard pirates just because anyone is caught by the navy. This situation is simply a fantasy for the Big Mom pirates. It was precisely because of this thought that Katakuri didn't care at all about this matter. No matter what happened, he seemed not to care. It seems that the old guy Whitebeard is really in trouble this time. Big Mom's mouth was serious, but she said calmly. It seems that the navy has made up its mind to start a war this time? I don't know what circumstances would make them have such an idea. Peros asked. It's very simple. Today's navy really needs a war to stabilize its position. At present, whether it is the New World or the Great Line, there are already so many pirates. After becoming pirates one by one, they just want to challenge the world government and the navy's confidence. As the world government's participating countries are retreating one by one, the navy must win this battle no matter what. Big Mom said, and then punched the seat next to her. The wooden table and chairs that were still in good shape were shattered under this punch. Others did not understand what happened. Even the eldest son Peros stood aside and took 2 steps back in confusion. Since the navy wants to take advantage of the 4 emperors, it will obviously not be so easy for him to end this matter. Taking advantage of the upcoming war, we will make the New World more chaotic. Big Mom shouted loudly to his children. Although the navy and the world government are currently powerful, if the 4 emperors of the New World are added together, it is enough for them to drink. And for these people, it is impossible to win if they want to win. Chapter 448 The Revolutionary Army's Plan. As soon as the news was released, almost every major force had its own response methods, and the tacit understanding between them was as if they had been working together for many years. After all, the current behavior of the navy and the world government has caused dissatisfaction among many people. It is precisely because of this that after the newspapers came out this time, they all pointed the finger at the world government and the navy in a tacit understanding. The most striking feature this time is the Revolutionary Army, which has never appeared. These guys are like rats in the gutter every day. Apart from hiding here and there, they just like to do little things. The land of the North Sea. This can be regarded as an unknown country. Nowadays, there are countless corpses lying on the land of this country. They either look like ordinary people or are wearing military uniforms. Anyway, in the rain of bullets, everyone they all fell down in rows. The scene in front of them is already like purgatory, but the most fundamental reason for this situation is the Revolutionary Army. Mori, it seems that we have finally taken over this country, and we can give some explanation to the leader. The person speaking this time was a woman. In terms of clothing, if there wasn't a touch of gauze on her chest, she would have exposed her breasts in front of others. This man named Mori is now the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army. The woman speaking is also a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. The same thing is that he is the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. The two of them stepped on the land full of corpses and looked at the corpses lying here and there. Their eyes were full of pride, and they almost turned a deaf ear to the smell of blood. Bello, I will give you all the credit this time. I won't fight for anything in the middle. Although we have captured this small kingdom of Tia, while the other party suffered losses, our army also suffered a lot. By the way, Boss Long seems to be asking us to go back, so I have something important to inform you. Have you received the news? Mori said that he had no interest in the woman standing next to him smoking a cigarette. Even the huge and plump figure and round small eyes showed a lonely mentality. Of course I have received the notice from the leader. Although I don't know what happened, it seems to be quite urgent. All the Revolutionary Army cadres will be gathered within 3 days. This kind of thing seems to have been done in a very anxious state. Bello said while smoking a cigarette indifferently, and then stepped on the corpse under his feet with his right high heel and kept spinning it. In a way, there was not even the slightest bit of humanity at all. Let's go. It's too late. I guess Boss Long will be unhappy again. Mori said a little naively, then he just turned his head slightly and glanced at Bello, and then he started to walk in the other direction without paying attention. This woman was left behind. She did not immediately follow the other person's footsteps. Instead, she lowered her head and glanced at the corpse under her feet. After taking a sudden puff of the cigarette in her mouth, she took it out with her hand. He fell onto the hole that the corpse had stepped on with high heels. The true location of the Revolutionary Army has always been a mystery to the Navy or the world government. Perhaps more accurately, this group of people has never had a relatively fixed place from beginning to end. They have always gone wherever they go. Office space. But just because of this, more than a dozen countries in the North Sea, which has been the most poisoned, have been captured by these guys one after another. Even some countries in the East Blue Sea have not been spared. The Revolutionary Bureau has always been deeply hated by many countries, but for most forces, it is just a power that is not painful. After all, the Revolutionary Army has never been involved in the Great Line and the New World. However, in the 4 seas in addition to the relatively powerful South Blue Sea, in the remaining sea areas, how many relatively powerful people can come out to stop these guys? As the current base of the Revolutionary Army, this place is almost pure white, and this place should have been buried deep in the sea. I don't know how many years later, due to changes in the Earth's crust, it was squeezed out to form an island. The white exterior should be all made of sea salt crystals, and the entire island is almost completely covered. There is no green plant at all here, and even the huge rock has various holes, large and small. As the base of the Revolutionary Army, most of the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army have gathered here. Chief Long, most of the people have arrived. We only need the commanders of the Eastern and Western armies on the Baha'i side. The dragon with a broken shoe sole mark on his face was quietly looking into the distance. At this moment, a young man behind him came over and spoke to him calmly. So it's Sabo? Is everyone here already? Long asked. Not yet. I have informed them that they are expected to come over in the next 2 days, but others have already arrived here. Shouldn't we set up a meeting for them first to arrange some tasks? Sabo said. There is no need for this yet. Major changes will occur in the world in the future. Our Revolutionary Army must take advantage of this opportunity to work hard to develop ourselves and strive to overthrow the rule of the world government in one fell swoop. Long looked into the distance and said expectantly. I understand. Then I will let them go back and have a good rest, and then we will start a full meeting in 2 days. Sabo nodded and said, just as he was about to leave, Long said again, Sob, at this meeting, I will propose that you serve as the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. It depends on what level you can reach in the future. It's your own. I understand, Leader Long, no matter what position I am in, I will always follow the orders of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo said. The dragon did not turn his head, still looking into the distance with a calm expression, but in front of him, except for the sun, there was only sea water, and there was no landscape at all. Sabo didn't say much. He slowly took 2 steps back and then turned around and left. Once again, only Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was left in the room. Navy, World Government. I really want to know what you want to do next. Long said to himself. Chapter 449 Meeting of the Revolutionary Army. In the blink of an eye. There are already many people gathered here in today's Revolutionary Army base. Each of them kept extremely quiet. Although they were revolutionary troops, this group of people did not have any uniform clothing and looked no different from a group of stragglers swimming. Sometimes there is no doubt that the strength of this group of people is strong in some aspects. At least in the land of the four seas, it is easy to overthrow those kingdoms. Sabo, when will the dragon leader come? In the room next to the crowd in the hall, a girl who looked to be in her 20s asked Sabo. Although she doesn't look very beautiful, she is still very good overall. At least she has a slender figure, orange hair, and a long dress. Her facial features are not exquisite, but she looks extraordinarily cute. Kara, when will Boss Long come out? How do I know? It's just that not everyone has arrived yet. Why are you anxious? Sabo glanced at Kella and said. His main focus now is on those people on the periphery. These people are already the mainstay of the Revolutionary Army. Almost everyone has the same dream. In fact, the architect of this dream is what they call the Dragon Boss. Kara listened to what Sabo said, and even though she was already a grown-up girl, she still couldn't help but pouted and said, "You are so cruel to others. Don't talk nonsense, okay? How dare I hurt you?" Sabo explained. He stared directly at Kurlaw's face, fearing that the other party would misunderstand him later. By the way, do you know why Boss Long summoned them this time? Kurlaw changed her cute face from before and asked with some curiosity and confusion. It's hard to tell for the time being. It may be related to the recent newspaper news. It seems that the Revolutionary Army will also make big moves next. Sabo said with a slightly serious expression. It seems that the war is really about to begin, and I don't know when it will end. Kurlaw lowered her head and said with a somewhat depressed expression. That day will come. Sabo lightly patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile on his face. In fact, they already have a rough idea of what happened this time. The upcoming war is indeed the biggest opportunity for the Revolutionary Army today. No matter which side wins by then, the Navy will no longer have the intention to take any action against the Revolutionary Army. By the way, Sabo, do you know anything about the situation in the South Blue Sea? Kella suddenly raised her head and looked at Sabo seriously and asked. Nanhai? Why do you suddenly want to ask about this place? Sabo asked confused. Because our mission this time may be related to the South Blue Sea, the Master informed us that we need to go over and contact the people hidden in the South Blue Sea, and then tentatively see if we can develop our own power in the South Blue Sea area. Kella said. I don't believe you haven't received any news about the South Blue Sea. It is definitely the most powerful force besides the world government. Although there are more than 20 countries in the South Blue Sea, the actual situation is it's definitely not what you see now. I also went to the South Blue Sea last year. All the countries in the entire South Blue Sea are already under the control of the True Empire. In other words, as long as the True Empire is willing, there will only be one country in the entire South Blue Sea. Why does Haku want you to go to the South Blue Sea to develop your power? Sabo asked. The Haku he mentioned was Kara's master. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo could immediately feel that such a decision was absolutely wrong. I don't know the specific situation, and I have never been to that place in the South Blue Sea, but I heard from my master that the countries in the South Blue Sea will be the last biggest obstacle for our Revolutionary Army, so we need to make some preparations in advance and learn more about it. The situation over there in the South Blue Sea, Kurlaw said. I think Haku's decision this time is completely wrong. I don't think the Revolutionary Army will get involved in the South Blue Sea for the time being. This will not be of any benefit to us. Saab said. So according to what you said, what should we do? I think what the master said makes sense. Coral looked at Sabo with an innocent face, apparently wanting to get some answers from him. Facing Kurlaw's expression, Sabo could only say helplessly, as for the South Blue Sea, I don't think we should get involved. Boss Long is preparing to find a way to directly contact Emperor True, and wants to get it from the other party. Some sponsorship. Emperor True? Why do you want to get sponsorship from them? Kella asked. Today's Toru Empire is already the richest existence in the world. No one knows how powerful this country is, but the only thing that can be confirmed is that now, no matter it is the Navy or the world government, no force wants to be in the world. This is the time to challenge the other party. Sabo said, then sighed, and continued, it's just that I think the true empire may also have very big ambitions, but from some aspects, I still quite approve of this country. After all, the people living in this country, God wants other kingdoms to come, so I don't know how many times better it is. Really? Although I have heard of this country, I have never been there, and I don't know what it is like. After hearing what you said, I want to go there and have a look. Kella said. If I have time later, it doesn't matter if I take you there. But now the meeting looks like it's about to start, so we'd better get there quickly, otherwise we might wonder what Mr. Long's temper will be later. Sabo said comfortingly, looking towards the hall outside. Almost everyone is here now, except for the things that are farthest away. The commanders of the two armies have not arrived yet, but with so many people gathering here all the time, there are always some hidden dangers of insecurity, so it is understandable that the meeting should be held in advance. The incident happened suddenly, and no one would have thought that this meeting would be so urgent. But now that things have happened, they can only come and participate one by one. However, just outside their Revolutionary Army base, in the sky at this moment, on a platform similar to a small empty island, 4 or 5 people were lying here leisurely, drinking drinks and basking in the sun. A few people don't seem to be particularly relaxed and comfortable. The key is that they have been living like this for a long time. Lieutenant General Haruya, how long do we need to monitor those revolutionary troops here? A man lying there shirtless and tanned turned to another man next to him who also had some discounts. Chapter 450 The True Empire's Intelligence Method. Now he is also shirtless, wearing only beach shorts, and seems to be enjoying this leisurely and comfortable life. Grumo, don't mention this kind of thing in the future. Since His Majesty the King can arrange for us to monitor these guys, it means that he is definitely a threat to our empire. Just watch him carefully. Haruya said leisurely. Lieutenant General Haruya, a large group of people have gathered below. Should we go down and take a look at the situation? 4 people were lying there basking in the sun, and only one was looking down through the telescope. This place is not at an altitude of 10,000 meters. According to the specific situation, it is estimated that it is only about 7 kilometers at most. At this height, people below would definitely be able to discover it if they were aware of it. But for people like them, it doesn't matter. Who would look up at the sky? After all, almost everything that can pose a threat is above the sea. Listening to the observer's words, Ji also slowly sat up. The muscles all over his body, especially the 8-pack abs on his abdomen, looked absolutely obvious. What's going on now? Haruya asked, looking at the observers. Lieutenant General Zai, we have obtained all the information from the Revolutionary Army. According to observation, except for the commanders of the Eastern and Western armies, almost all other high-level cadres of the Revolutionary Army are here. Said the observer. Arrive. Oh, it's a pity that we can't observe what's going on inside the house, and we don't know what they are talking about. Zaya said, rubbing his head. Isn't this quite simple? I heard that the Empire has designed a device that can be used directly to make calls. As long as it is placed on a person, we can directly eavesdrop on each other's conversations here. You can communicate directly here. General Abana, I think it shouldn't be a problem, right? Several people lying there also sat up at the same time, and one of the outermost guys opened his mouth and said leisurely. I have considered the issue you mentioned before, but the general doesn't think so. He said that we only need to monitor the movements of guys like the Revolutionary Army. There is no need to know what kind of content they have. These things are important to us. It's not important to the true empire. Zaya said slowly. Then what is the purpose of our coming here? You ask me, who am I asking? But judging from the newspapers, big things should happen next, and His Majesty the King will definitely make big moves, so now we must understand the relationship between each force before these big moves begin. Trends. Zai said. Bang. While they were talking, the observer who had been standing on the edge turned to look at them. He accidentally slipped and the whole person and equipment began to fall from their empty island platform instantly. Faced with such a situation, Ji just glanced at it without any hesitation. He just snapped his fingers. In less than a moment, the person and equipment that fell just now began to be hit by 2 huge transparent objects. The same balloon was slowly dragged up. This guy is really serious. He has fallen down more than a dozen times in the past few days, right? The shirtless man sitting next to Haruya said with a speechless expression. Looking at their expressions and Haruya's skillful movements, it seemed like this was not the first time this happened. After the people came up, the person in charge of the observation looked at Haruya with a grateful face, said with an embarrassed smile, "Sorry, sorry. I didn't pay attention to my foot slipping just now. Can you be more serious next time? Anyway, you are still a major officer now. You are so careless every time. What will you do if His Majesty finds out in the future?" Zaya said with a look of disgust. "Don't worry, there will never be a next time. This time will definitely be the last time. I remember you said the same thing a few times before, but doesn't it happen the same way every time?" Zaya said. Hey hey hey. The observers had no choice but to smile in embarrassment. After all, the small platform they were on was not particularly big, and their daily lives were almost boring. Fortunately, their feelings almost changed every 7 days, in order to worry that they were too bored, causing the task to fail. They were chatting and laughing above. The key was that the meeting below had already begun. Several hundred people were crowded into a hall that was not particularly large. Although it was not a luxurious venue, at least this group of people was relatively friendly. Follow the rules. The moment Long Kong came over, he stood directly in front of everyone. When his eyes swept over everyone present, they all felt inexplicable pressure. This meeting is rather urgent, so the commanders of the Eastern and Western armies who are far away have not arrived, but now I can't wait. When they come back, I will tell them in detail again. The purpose of letting you come here is very simple, that is, the era of the Revolutionary Army has begun, and everyone must be full of energy in the coming time. The goal this time is very simple, that is, half of the countries in Bahia need to become the territory of the Revolutionary Army. Long stood on top and told these people in detail the process of this time. For everyone, they were quite moved by the courage of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Obviously, the strength of their organization is not particularly strong now, but this time it actually took 2 years to annex half of the country in the North Sea. Although these words are a bit fanciful, in the land of 4 seas, according to their strength, if they work hard, it is really possible to do it. Chief, our Revolutionary Army's current funds are not very sufficient. If everything goes as you said, I'm afraid it will need at least nearly 100 billion belly. But today's Revolutionary Army is still short of at least tens of billions. I don't know about how should this be solved, said an almost bald guy standing below. Labluo, you don't have to worry about the funding. I will solve this myself. The rest of you just need to act according to the plan. As for the details of the action, you need to discuss it yourself. I hope you will when the time comes to hand in a satisfactory answer sheet. The Revolutionary Army's road to success will be in one fell swoop. Let us work together to celebrate the new life. Long stood on the podium that belonged to him, speaking words that were confusing to people.